Greetings all. Is this working? I am Torical Scribeson. I am communicating to, whoever might be listening on an orb of witness. It's a magical device designed by my gnome brethren for recording purposes. I'm starting my records on the 12th of the month of Gear in the year of 685 PFW, post-Flapjack Wars. I'm sure you are all curious as to what my project is about. Well, all in good time. I will start by introducing myself. As I have said, I am Torical Scribeson. My family's history deals in, well, history. Sorry for my nervousness. I'm new to this. Anyway, I was always interested in the tales of daring do and romance and what have you. And my interests were more the fictitious histories, if you will, or as my family would call it, trivialities. So I did my studies in secret. I had read all the gnomish tales, and although I'm proud of my heritage, I was left a little, well, bored. I craved more knowledge about the world outside of Boom-Vroomberg. I searched through our libraries for tales of other cultures, but alas, we had very little. You see, my people are very keep-to-themselves sort, which makes my endeavors more complicated. One of my issues is, well, my nation doesn't like gnomes leaving the city unless it is for trade or some endeavor for our nation. And although my project is what I would say for the whole of Parodie, as well as my nation, I doubt they will see things my way and allow me my departure. So I'm going to check into an alternative route. More on that later. Toodaloo. Greetings all. Torical again. Today is the 15th of the month of Gear of the year of 685 PFW. Sorry I am so quiet. I'm making my way to the Flybox Bay. I've packed all my things and prepared for my excursion. Just let me find the right flybox. The flyboxes are interesting means of travel. Essentially, they are boxes with wings fitted into giant slingshots. Crude, but I imagine effective. Ah, this will do. There we go. Now.
Here! What are you doing there?
Oh dear, I seem to have been caught. One moment.
Hello, good sir. How may I assist you?
You can assist me by getting out of the flybox, sir.
Oh, well...
Stop shouting!
Oh, sorry. Anyway, I'm not quite sure how to get out of the flybox.
What?
Well, it's embarrassing, but I got in here easy enough, but I'm not quite sure how to get out. How about this lever?
Wait! Don't! Stop!
Greetings all, Torical Scribeson here. It is, to be honest, I don't know what day it is. I've been flying for some time now. I seem to have made a miscalculation, well, a few miscalculations. One, I did not learn to pilot this particular transport. Two, in learning that I did not know how to pilot, I also learned that I did not know how to land. I fear this is my final entry as I see some trees getting closer. I hope that someone will take up my mission and...
Surprisingly, I had survived my landing. I found myself in a forest. I looked for my flybox, no share vehicle, and was sad to see it in pieces. But it was a one-way trip sort of vehicle. I made my way through the forest. As I trekked through the forest for I can't remember how long, I eventually found my way into a town. It was full of humans. You could find humans everywhere. They lived like bugs in that fashion. Not that that's a bad thing. My people had done business with them in what we call tolerance towns. Those are places for trade near the foot of our mountain. It was a place for us to trade and meet with other races in a controlled manner. Anyway, ancient races aside, I needed to find where I was. I had traveled and asked around only to have my fears realized. I was in a town in the country of Norm. Mind you, Norm was not a dangerous country. Far from it. That's why it worried me so. I had landed in the most boring country in Parodie. After traveling through the town all day, night had finally fallen, and not only was I disappointed where my journey had taken me, the night had brought freezing cold wind. I had to find shelter, and soon. I had found an alley and a few discarded, moth-eaten blankets for my bed. I was about to turn in when I was found by a large, burly, bearded man. He was accusing me of stealing his discarded blankets. I thought that I was in serious trouble. After a heated discussion, the large human, whose name I learned was Oliver, and I came to an understanding. He was a blacksmith who, between you and I, was not very good at his profession. Complained about business troubles, for the reason I mentioned, no doubt. And he took his woes out on me. Upon further discussion, not so heated, I learned that Oliver did have a tale to tell, provided I could help him build a more efficient forge. I felt it was a good deal, so we shook on it. Oliver was shocked by how quickly I had fixed his forge. It was adorable to see him so impressed by something so simple, but I digress. In his thanks, he provided me room and board, as well as an interesting tale. A carriage rode down a path towards the town of Todd. Inside was Lady Lisa and her brother, Lord Robert. Robert looked at his sister, who seemed rather displeased.
What is the matter, dear sister?
Lisa glared at her brother.
Do you have to ask?
Come now, Lisa. She's not that bad.
She's always that bad.
Robert shrugged.
Well, someone shouldn't have snuck out of the house in her finest dress for a wrestling match with a common boy and some bramble bushes. I mean, honestly, sister, you could have some more respect for yourself. You could have at least procured a room at an inn.
Lisa sneered at her brother.
Is that where you have wrestling matches with common boys?
Robert sneered back at his sister. Meanwhile, as the affluent siblings bickered on their carriage ride, Thag and his goblin band were readying their roadside heist. His forces, basically 6 other goblins, found their hiding spots behind rocks and in trees. Thag and his second-in-command, Salik, hid behind their own rock, ready to attack.
Are you sure about this path, Thag?
We have been thieves for our whole lives, Salik. We cannot turn back now.
Salik rolled his eyes.
I'm talking about this path we are hiding around.
Oh, right. Most people travel down the main path, right?
Salik nodded as he gave Thag a look of doubt.
Yes, which begs the question. Why are we here instead of there? I mean, that's where all the commerce is.
Thag smiled at his second-in-command.
Exactly. So there are bound to be those who get sick of all the traffic in and out of town. They will take the not-so-beaten They will come down our path thinking it's safe, and then...
Thag slammed his fist into the open palm of his other hand.
BAM! That's when we strike. They'll never expect it.
Thag pointed to his head with a big smile on his face.
Do you get my brilliance?
Salak stared at Thag for a moment, then proceeded to shake his head.
No.
Thag sneered.
Just wait and see.
Noble sibling's carriage had stopped in front of a run-down-looking building that had a sign that read Gertrude's Tailoring. Lisa stared at the little shop in fear.
You know, I don't think I need my dress repaired that badly.
Robert glared at his sister.
So the sooner we go in, the sooner we can leave.
Fine, let's get this over with.
Lisa stomped into the store.
Huh. That's the spirit?
Robert followed his sister into the shop. The goblin band continued to wait. Salak gave Thag a glare.
You'll see any minute now.
Salak nodded, rolled his eyes, and continued his watch. Burt and Lisa stood in the little shop. Lisa wanted to maintain her rage, but she was distracted by the beautiful dresses.
How does she make such beautiful dresses, being a
what?
Lisa was surprised to find Gertrude standing before her. Gertrude was a rather rotund woman with stringy blonde hair that looked like wet hay, dull brown eyes, and a face with several warts. Gertrude stared at Lisa, waiting for an answer.
Oh, Gertrude, hi.
Thag and his goblins continued to wait. Salak was the only one not facing the road. He was glaring at Thag. Thag side-eyed his second-in-command.
They're coming!
Salak rolled his eyes. Gertrude glared at the noble siblings.
Well, what do you want?
I was curious if you could do some repairs for me.
Did you tear it up with one of your romps with the local boys?
Lisa lunged for Gertrude.
You bitch!
How much would fixing her dress cost?
Robert stepped between his sister and Gertrude to prevent a situation. Considering Gertrude was a heftier woman, Lisa would not have fared well. Gertrude stared at Robert. Robert grew nervous in the silence.
Well, can you help us?
Where is the dress?
Robert pointed a thumb over his shoulder.
It's in the carriage.
Gertrude sneered at Robert.
Why didn't you bring the dress into the shop?
Robert looked confused.
I didn't know if you could repair it.
Gertrude rolled her eyes.
How do I know if I can repair it if I don't see it?
I will go get it.
Gertrude sneered and nodded.
Good. You're learning.
Robert stared at Gertrude with rage in his eyes. Gertrude was unfazed. Robert stomped off feeling defeated. The sun was going down as the goblin horde continued to wait. Thag looked over at a goblin hiding behind a rock. This goblin was Fezzik, and he was sleeping.
Fezzik, wake up!
Fezzik awoke and looked at his leader with sleepy eyes. Thag glared at the goblin in fury.
Stay alert!
Yes, you need to be ready for the nobody coming down this road.
Thag glared at his second-in-command.
You know, patience is a virtue.
Apparently one that doesn't pay.
Gertrude examined Lisa's torn-up dress as the noble siblings watched her in uncomfortable silence.
Well,
when do you need this?
a week?
Gertrude shot an angry glance at Lisa.
Is it
400 gold.
how much?
This is a noble's dress, so I have a lot of materials I have to find. That's 100 gold. I have to keep it covert, so I will have to find these materials in the dark. That's another 100. I have a small time frame. That's another 100. Also, you interrupted my concentration. That's the last 100.
I think you're taking advantage of us.
Gertrude shrugged.
I see your point.
Robert and Lisa, you were taken aback.
Really?
Sure.
Shoved the dress into Lucy's hands.
Good luck finding the other best seamstress in town.
Lisa. She and Robert looked down at the dress, then at each other. Robert reached for his coin purse.
Thag and his troop still waited by the road. Thag grew annoyed as he heard more snoring. Salik glared at his leader.
Sir, I...
Thag put up his hand to silence Salik.
Don't you even say it!
Salik pointed to the empty road angrily.
I don't need to.
Thag hung his head, feeling defeated.
I know!
Thag dropped onto his hindquarters on the ground.
Oh, I don't know what we're gonna do about the bugbears. We still owe them gold.
Salik walked over to Thag and put a hand on his shoulder.
We're screwed.
Thag sneered at Salik.
Thanks.
After the annoying noble siblings left, Gertrude closed up her shop. She hated having to set up her elaborate security system, but if she was to find her materials for this new project, she needed to start now. Night had fallen and the road was still empty. Thag shook his head.
We should pack it in.
Thag walked around to the other goblins
Get up!
and proceeded to kick them awake. The goblins woke up to a screaming Thag.
We're abandoning this stupid plan.
Isn't this your plan?
Thag shot a furious glare at the goblin. Thag shook his head and continued walking.
Let's just get back to camp.
Gertrude trudged around the countryside. Needed to go down this lesser-traveled road to find the right cotton plants. They seemed to only grow in this area, much to Gertrude's annoyance. Thag and his goblins made their way back to camp. Thag stopped as he heard something.
Wait!
Thag put a hand to his ear.
Didn't you hear that?
Thag smiled.
Why, that sounds like...
Thag turned to look at Salik with his sly smile.
me! Being right!
Salik sneered. Thag motioned for the other goblins to follow him.
Come on, then! We have our score!
Gertrude searched as best as she could in the dark, but was having very little luck.
Damn it! Why did I decide to look so fake? How could this get worse?
Thag readied his goblin troops who had a net. He stood back a few feet.
All right, on my signal.
Salik glared at Thag.
Why are you standing so far away?
I need to supervise now. Wait for my signal.
Salik sneered as he gripped his part of the net.
Whatever.
Gertrude continued to look for her materials.
Plants were right here last time I looked. Where?
Gertrude noticed the bushes moving. It made her suspicious.
What's going on?
Salik turned to Thag, looking worried.
It's noticed us.
Thag panicked and furiously pointed towards the creature he could not see.
Get it! Get it now!
Gertrude stared at the bushes curiously.
Is someone there? Are you peeping on me? Stop watching, you pervert!
The goblins jumped out of the bushes with the net in their hands. Gertrude looked horrified.
Goblins?
It was too late. The net was dropped on her.
Get this off of me!
Not a chance.
Salik looked Gertrude up and down in confusion and disgust.
Human?
Salik shook his head and regained his focus.
Anyway, you're coming with us.
Gertrude was enraged by the situation. She grasped the net in both hands and gritted her teeth.
I don't have time
Gertrude started ripping the net apart.
for this!
With Herculean strength and a primal scream, Gertrude ripped the net off. Salik and the other goblins watched this in horror.
Oh no.
Thag stayed back in the bushes to supervise his men, although he could only hear his men fight the human. Thag smiled.
Sounds like the boys are doing well.
Oh!
Is all Salik could say as Gertrude's fist crashed against his face. Another goblin tried to jump on her back, but Gertrude heard her assailant, spun around, and slammed her fist into the goblin's stomach. Gertrude pummeled several goblins.
Salic lied on the ground, holding his bleeding nose. As he rolled on the ground, he noticed a large stick nearby. He looked towards his companions, who were not doing well, fight the beast. Salic saw his opportunity. He grabbed the stick and charged towards the monster. He jumped up and brought the stick down on Gertrude's head. Gertrude fell to the ground unconscious. Gertrude only saw darkness for a moment. She had few dreams when she slept, which she didn't mind. She hated her dreams.
Oh.
Gertrude awakened. As she looked around the tattered tent, she realized she wasn't home. Gertrude tried to get up, but found her hands and legs were bound.
Oh, come on!
What?
Salic nodded with a sneer on his face as the two goblins stood outside of the prisoner's tent. Essentially Salic's tent due to there being a lack of a prisoner's tent, much to Salic's chagrin.
I said she has nothing but a basket.
Salic said angrily as he held his black eye from the fight. Thag shook his head in disbelief.
But Fang Rain will be here tomorrow.
I know that.
Oh, what to do? What to do?
A thought came to Thag. He faced his second-in-command with a stern look.
Let me see the prisoner.
Oh, now you want to see it.
Thag glared at Salic. Thag walked into the tent to find Gertrude standing up with broken ropes at her feet and a look of rage in her face. She glared down at the little goblin leader.
Hi, Goblin.
Thag stared up at Gertrude in awe. He looked upon her large jowls covered in warts. He looked upon her stringy blonde hair that looked like thin, wet hay. He looked into her dull brown eyes and thought she was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Thag turned to Salic.
Salic, go!
Thag found Salic was already gone.
Salic?
Salic was running far from the goblin camp.
Yeah, I'm done with this.
And so Salic left for his own adventures. But that is a story for another day. Gertrude held Thag up by his throat.
I will end you.
Thag struggled, but not much.
Before you do, can I ask you something?
What do you want?
Thag smiled.
May I look at your face a little longer?
Gertrude was confused and annoyed by the goblin's request. And intrigued.
What?
Thag looked at the hand that was choking him.
Could you loosen your grip, please?
Gertrude thought about it for a moment. Thag continued to plead.
Please?
Gertrude didn't know why, or maybe she did. But she loosened her grip. Sort of.
Thank you.
Gertrude shrugged.
It's the least I could do before I kill you.
You're mad, aren't you?
That comment made Gertrude angrier and tightened her grip.
Oh. I understand why you're mad.
Gertrude's grip tightened even more.
Do you?
Thag struggled.
You don't understand. We're just trying to survive. I mean, I don't even enjoy robbing anyone. But I'm a goblin. No one will give me anything just because of who I am. Can't you understand that?
Gertrude suddenly let go of Thag and he dropped to the ground. Thag looked up at Gertrude, who stared down at him in shock.
I do know what that's like.
It's about time someone did.
Thag, I'm here for what you owe.
Gertrude was surprised.
What was that?
Oh, my luck.
Thag looked up at Gertrude as he took her hand in his.
Listen, I know we've only known each other for a few moments, but I know that I love you. I know it's a bit forward, but I'm pretty sure I'm about to die. So before I do, I want to give you two things. Your freedom and my heart.
Gertrude stared down at Thag uncomfortably for a moment before she mustered the courage to say,
Sure.
Gertrude slipped her hand away from Thag's and proceeded to run out of the tent. Thag nodded solemnly.
I thought that would happen.
Thag made his way to a clearing in the forest to meet with Fangrine, a large hairy bugbear, a large cousin of goblins, along with 2 other bugbears. Fangrine snared at Thag as the goblin approached.
About time.
The bugbear leader looked Thag over.
Funny. I don't see you carrying what you owe me.
Thag sneered back at Fangrine.
Really? I don't think you look close enough.
Thag unsheathed his sword.
Here's what I owe you. A sword in the gut!
Fangrine stared down at the defiant goblin for a moment, then broke into laughter.
I didn't know you could be so funny, Thag.
Thag pointed his sword at Fangrine.
No jokes, Fangrine. I will no longer live under your rule.
Fangrine sneered.
Correction.
Fangrine and his men unsheathed their weapons.
You will no longer live.
Thag shouted at the top of his lungs.
Attack!
Thag looked around curiously as none of his men came to his aid. Fangrine broke into laughter.
You idiot. Your loyal band ran off as soon as they saw us.
Fine.
Thag charged towards Fangrine.
Then I'll kill you myself!
Fangrine looked bored.
Okay.
Fangrine backhanded Thag to the ground, canceling Thag's epic charge. Fangrine looked down in boredom and disgust.
Are we done now?
Thag faced the ground, mainly not to show the tears he was fighting back.
Just get it over with!
Fangrine nodded.
As you wish.
Fangrine lifted his sword over his head. He was about to bring it down on the goblin's neck when a sound distracted him.
Oof. Huh?
Fangrine looked back to see that Gertrude had knocked out his 2 bugbear cohorts.
What the hell are you?
Gertrude walked up to Fangrine, looking into his eyes with fury.
Pissed!
Gertrude delivered a punch to the bugbear leader's mouth. Fangrine fell to the ground with blood and teeth trailing behind as unconsciousness overtook him. Thag looked up in shock.
You came back!
Gertrude walked over to Thag and with one massive meaty hand lifted him so that he was inches from her face.
You're damn right I did.
Gertrude brought Thag in for a deep kiss. A few days later, Robert and Lisa's carriage traveled down the trail. Inside, as per usual, the privileged siblings bickered.
I can't believe you're making me say how.
You're the one that wanted her dress repaired.
Thag hid in some bushes as he watched the carriage going by. He whispered over his shoulder.
Are you ready?
The carriage continued its trek with its passengers unaware of the goings-on around them.
Never said I would pay for it.
The siblings' discussion was suddenly brought to an end when the carriage suddenly stopped. The siblings tumbled out of the carriage. Robert exited first in a huff.
What is going...
Lisa saw her brother look up in shock. Lisa looked up to find the carriage driver was caught in a net.
Get this off me!
The siblings looked at each other. Before they could say anything or react, a large net fell over them.
Hey!
That is a finely crafted net!
Robert and Lisa found Thag and Gertrude staring at them with big, malicious smiles on their faces.
And this is robbery!
Gertrude, what are you doing? We were coming to pay you.
Gertrude walked over and grabbed her coin purse. She shook it at her former customer.
And you have.
Gertrude and Thag walked away hand in hand, laughing.
I thoroughly enjoyed the story my host Oliver had given me. I bid him adieu and asked where I should go next. He told me to make my way north to Vidrown. He said it would be a safe travel due to the constant vigil of the Moose Riders. I shook his hand, left him a few pointers to maintain his forge, and went upon my way. I had made my way to Bedrown. It was a long walk, especially for gnomish feet. I managed to make it safely to the path my new friend Oliver had told me about, and I had made it to the Pedronian city of Quotient. I thought that I would not be welcome, considering Bedrown was predominantly human, but, to my surprise, they were very friendly. It wasn't long before I found myself at a tavern. The Munchy Moose. Best dish of poutine? I think that's what it's called. In town. And talking to a moose rider named Atian, he told me of a tale of a legendary moose rider, a Nethio.
On the outskirts of Padroon was Fort Hoofkick. It had been built as a defense against the hill giants, who were a constant threat in the land of Padroon. The captain of the fort was Sir Liam Gander. Liam was a tactical genius, which earned him the position. He was known for his ability to make the hard decision. On one particular day, he had to make a hard decision. There had been news of a group of hill giants to the east. Liam saw an opportunity to eliminate the threat by bringing a small force of his best men. Seemed like a no-brainer, but the catch was he had to leave some men behind, including his nephew Anethio. Anethio was a good boy. He really was. He always tried to please his uncle, emphasis on tried, but his inability to focus had some negative outcomes, like when he forgot to lock the moose stables. Or when he was sure he fixed Liam's wagon wheel. Or when he forgot to use a training spear for a training session. After a few too many incidents, Liam had to figure out what to do with Anethio. Until an idea struck him. Liam made his way to the training grounds, where some of the men were training. He looked around for Anethio. It didn't take long to find Anethio staring at a dummy with a spear in his hands. Liam's heart sank as Anethio, instead of practicing, was merely staring at his opponent blankly. Liam walked up to his nephew.
Anethio.
Anethio was startled and turned to look at his uncle, almost stabbing Liam with the spear. Luckily, Liam learned to anticipate his nephew's actions, so he was able to dodge the unintended blow.
Uncle, I'm sorry, my mind just...
It wandered, yes, I know. Listen, I need to talk to you. Come with me.
Liam and Anethio walked off together. Liam took Anethio to the barracks, where no one was for the moment.
All right, my boy, I have a special mission for...
Anethio continued walking without his uncle.
Anethio. Anethio.
Liam snapped his fingers. Anethio stopped, turned around, and found he had walked too far.
Oh, sorry.
Anethio walked back to his uncle.
Anyway, I have a special mission for you.
Anethio looked excited.
Really?
Liam nodded.
Yes, it's very important.
Anethio stared at his uncle in wonder.
What is it?
Have you ever done guard duty by the back wall?
Anethio shook his head.
No, I never have.
Well, you get to go to the back wall.
Anethio looked excited and nodded.
Great. What do I do?
Guarding it.
Oh, right.
Anethio thought about it for a moment.
Wait. The back wall faces the moat and the side of a mountain.
Liam was starting to get nervous.
True. And most people would think it's inaccessible.
I would agree with them.
Liam and Anethio stared at each other in silence. Liam managed to come up with some justification.
Which is the problem?
Anethio gave Liam a puzzled look, like a dog who didn't understand a command. Liam scrambled to explain his point.
You see, that is what our enemies would want us to think.
Anethio listened intently. Liam was excited that he had his nephew's attention. That was a hard fight unto itself. He just had to bring it home.
Our smarter enemies would take advantage of such an inaccessible path, thus making it the perfect pass for a sneak attack. In our confidence in its inaccessibility, we wouldn't expect a devastating attack from that position.
Liam looked his nephew in the eye in desperation that the young moose rider would buy it. He worried for a moment, until Anithio shrugged.
All right, I'll do it.
Thank you, my boy.
Liam put a hand on Anithio's shoulder.
You're doing your country a great service.
Anithio nodded and turned his attention to something on the ceiling.
Great! Say, has anyone else noticed that spider web?
I know it'll do me proud.
Liam walked away, with a sense of unease. Meanwhile, while Liam talked to Anithio, Brarg was talking to his fellow hill giants about his plans.
Moose riders will be coming.
The other hill giants growled at the mention of the dreaded moose riders. Brarg raised his hands to silence the other hill giants.
Calm, calm.
The hill giants quieted down to listen to their leader. Brarg continued his speech.
Now they not know they walk into trap.
Brarg had to calm his people down again.
Calm, calm.
The hill giants once again quieted down. Brarg continued.
While they here and busy, me and...
Brarg counted on his fingers to make sure.
4 of me best men will go to Moose Rider Fort and surprise leftover Moose Riders. Kill 2 moose with 1 rock.
The other hill giants cheered. Liam rode across the hills and valleys of Padroon, the entire time with a strange feeling in his gut.
I hope I did the right thing.
What Liam and his men didn't notice was Brarg and his elite warriors spying on them from behind a large hill. Brarg addressed his men after the moose riders passed.
Those fools no notice us. We make our way to fort and surprise rest.
The elite warriors nodded and sneaked away, as well as giants could. Night fell over the fort. There was a handful of guards roaming around. Other guards roamed along the walls of the fortress. And Anithio stood at the back wall, staring at the side of a mountain. The only movement he noticed was that of a white bird. He watched it fly into the night sky. It looked so majestic and beautiful. Anithio wondered what kept it aloft. Where was the bird going, and what? Anithio shook his head.
No, Anithio. Focus. This is an important task.
Anithio stared intently in the direction of the mountain. He couldn't see how anyone would be able to get around it. But the moose riders had smart enemies, so he had to be vigilant. He looked up the mountain to the night sky, towards the stars. They shine beautifully in the sky. They were like shining, floating lanterns illuminating the night like... Brarg and his elite climbed a mountain. One of Brarg's elite, Ferg, looked up to his brave leader.
Great leader.
Brarg continued climbing, but answered his subordinate in an irritated tone.
What?
You sure? Climbing mountain? Good idea?
Course it's good idea. Moose riders not expect us come this way.
They think that, 'cause mountain is dangerous and killing us.
Huh. What you say? You my best warriors. No way mountain stop us.
We lost Pog.
Brarg looked down at Ferg in surprise.
What?
Ferg gestured his head downward. Brarg looked in that direction to indeed find Pog's body at the bottom of the mountain.
We too far now. Let's go.
Anithio continued to stargaze. The grip he had on his spear began to loosen. Brarg and his elite were climbing down the other side of the mountain. They were making their way towards the moat. Brarg signaled to his elite. Brarg's men nodded and let go of the mountain. Anithio continued to look at the stars until a noise startled him. Anithio looked down at the moat.
Huh?
Brarg and his elite hit the water in the moat. It was surprisingly deep. Brarg addressed his men.
All right, man. We swim for wall.
One of Brarg's elite, Baal, started struggling and splashing in the water.
Aldo can swim.
Brarg was filled with terror. Anethio looked towards where the splashing was coming from.
What is that?
Brarg was trying his best to help Baal. Baal ignored his leader's words as he fought to tread water.
You're drowning.
Brarg saw something he did not expect. There was a guard on the wall. There wasn't supposed to be a guard on the wall. Brarg had to think fast, which is not a strong suit for a hill giant. Brarg proceeded to shove Baal's head underwater. Anethio looked across the moat to try and find what was causing the splashing. He couldn't make out much in the darkness and the vastness of the moat until it sprang up. It was a giant rainbow bass that sprang up from the water and back into it. Anethio was delighted. He always thought the rainbow bass were such beautiful creatures. Their multicolored scales shined in the sunlight. In this case, the moonlight. They were just fascinating creatures. He thought it must have come from the nearby lake. There were a lot of interesting creatures in the lake. Anethio started to recount all the interesting creatures in the lake. Brarg saw that the stupid guard was distracted.
He's distracted. You come back up now.
Brarg took his hands off Baal's head, but Baal did not come back up. Brarg looked to his elite, at least what was left, Ferg and Yar, who stared back at him in horror. He pointed at them aggressively.
We don't talk about this.
Anethio soon grew bored watching the fish and went back to looking at the stars. He thought he saw the fish constellation. He tried to remember its name. Brarg and what was left of his elite swam up to the wall. Brarg pointed to Yar.
Yar.
Brarg pointed to the wall.
You climb first.
Yar nodded, looking very nervous. Yar swam up to the wall and began scaling the wall. Anethio continued to stare at the stars.
Kacir! That's it!
Anethio was so excited about remembering such an important fact when he went to lean on the wall but discovered the wall wasn't a wall but the tip of his spear. He discovered this as he felt the pain shoot through his arm as the spear tip pierced it.
Ow!
The pain caused Anethio to drop his spear over the wall. Brarg and Ferg watched Yar climb the wall.
You're a very good climber.
Brarg looked at Ferg. Ferg merely glared at Brarg.
You still mad about Baal? Get over it.
It happened seconds ago.
Yar climbed a wall. He stopped as he heard something. Yar looked up to see Anethio's spear falling towards him. He only had time to gasp. As the spear pierced through his head, skull, brain, and to more skull and head. Brarg and Ferg stared up, watching Yar.
Why he stop?
As if to answer Brarg, Yar fell off the wall and into the moat below. Brarg and Ferg looked at Yar's body floating in the water with the spear in his head. The two hill giants that were left stared back at each other in horror. Anethio looked over the wall, confused and curious.
That was a loud splash for a spear.
Brarg looked up to find a guard looking over the wall.
Oh no, hope he don't see us.
Brarg went to look at Ferg, only to see the last of his elite swimming away.
Where you going?
Far from terrible plan.
Anethio looked down to see a hill giant swimming in the moat.
Oh my god! Hill giants!
Brarg looked up as he heard the guard shout. He saw the guard run off.
Damn it. Hell with it.
Brarg started climbing. Anethio ran down the steps.
Giants! Giants!
Anethio made his way towards the armory. Brarg climbed a wall as quickly as he could. Brarg started climbing. Anethio ran into the armory, still sounding the alarm.
There's giants! Hill giants!
Anethio rifled through a weapons rack until he found a new spear.
Got you!
He proceeded back to the wall. Brarg continued his determined climb up the wall. Anethio made his way back to the wall. He was not paying attention, for he did not see the upturned stone in his wake and tripped, causing him to send his new spear flying through the air. Brarg finally made his way to the top of the wall. As he came over the wall, he saw a spear sailing towards him. Brarg could only say,
"Son of a..."
before the spear pierced through his head, his skull, and brain. Brarg, the great hill giant leader, was dead. His body fell back from whence it came. Anethio looked up from the ground to see no hill giants. He was very confused.
Huh?
Sir Liam and his moose riders rode back after their victory over the hill giants. Sir Liam and his moose riders approached the fort. In the distance, Liam saw some moose riders wheeling a dead hill giant, Brarg, and a few more moose riders lead a living hill giant in chains, Ferg. Liam looked at this display in shock.
What the hell did I miss?
I thank the Moose Riders for their hospitality and story. They sent me on my way towards Lingland, home of the halflings. I was provided with some, provisions and a small horse. I rode off seeking my next story.
was a safe trip to Lingland. I had made my way to the village of Big Bediksh. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Anyway, I didn't run into any trouble. So far, my quest was going well. The halflings were very polite and accommodating. The halflings were shorter than the humans, but still a bit taller than myself. In fact, some of the children thought I was a weird-looking child. I found myself at a local tavern called the Wheat and Clover. I also found myself sampling and rather enjoying different ales. The tavern keeper, Brady, seemed to enjoy my company. After some inspiration, being in the form of whiskies and rums, I told him about my project. He thought it was interesting. He asked me what I thought about yak farming. I thought it was a weird question at first, but I told him that I heard Lingland had been the best sheep herders in the world. Brady confirmed, but then he told me why sheep were no longer a resource.
On the outskirts of the village of Brannigan, a shepherd named Tilanoff watched his sheep graze. And by watched, I mean slept under a tree. Tilanoff flew through the sky. It felt good floating amongst the clouds. It was the only time Tilanoff felt free. A noise interrupted Tilanoff's flight. Tilanoff looked around in confusion.
Huh?
Tilanoff fell. Tilanoff awoke to a horrific sight. Wolves were eating one of his sheep. Tilanoff jumped to his feet and yelled at the wolves.
Wait. Leave him!
One wolf glared and growled at Tilanoff. He suddenly lost his bravery.
You know what? Never mind. Finish your meal.
Tilanoff backed away. Tilanoff herded what was left of his sheep, at least 5. Tilanoff travelled in silent fear. His wife, Iufi, was going to be angry.
She is going to kill me.
Iufi's screams could be heard from outside of her and Tilanoff's home.
I should kill you.
Tilanoff braced himself against a wall as his wife screamed at him. It was a loveless marriage. Tilanoff's father was a shepherd, and his a shepherd before him. He inherited the family business and was persuaded by his family to marry Iufi due to her huge tracts of land. That isn't a euphemism. Iufi's family had a lot of land. For 10 years the marriage, was working until Iufi discovered Tilanoff's laziness. This was not the first sheep Tilanoff lost. Some had wandered off under his watchful eye. Tilanoff used to be rich in sheep, but he was proof that skill is not genetic.
You're the stupidest, laziest halfling I've ever had the misfortune to know.
Tilanoff grew furious. He wasn't going to take that. She was completely right, but he still wasn't going to take that.
I don't need your flapping your gob at me, woman.
Tilanoff stomped towards the door.
Where do you think you're going?
Tilanoff glared at his wife as he held on to the door.
Anywhere he aren't.
And with that clever rebuttal, Tilanoff slammed the door behind him as he stormed off. Tilanoff made his way to his safe place, which was the Tipsy Tavern on the outskirts of the village. Tilanoff was on his 3rd ale. The barkeep glared at Tilanoff.
You should take it easy on them drinks, boy. Especially since you haven't paid yet.
Tilanoff sneered at the barkeep.
I've had a bad day. But you just keep on coming. All right.
Tilanoff staggered back home. He stopped when he came up with a genius idea.
Of course. Why didn't I think of it before?
It was morning over Tilanoff's home. Iufi was packing a bag in her marital bedroom.
But good for nothing. Poiler.
She had packed this bag several times before. But this time, this was the last time. Iufi cringed as she heard a familiar voice.
Darling, are you here? I have a surprise.
Iufi looked up to whatever being ran the universe.
Give me the strength to deal with this man.
Iufi walked into the living quarters to meet her smiling husband. She sneered at him.
You better have a good surprise. One that explains why you were out all night.
Tilanoff had a cocky smile on his face.
That all did.
Great.
Iufi looked around. After finding nothing, she gave her beloved a sneer.
Where's it then?
Tilanoff chuckled.
It's outside, silly.
Tilanoff led Iufi outside and towards the back of their home.
I've solved our wolf problem.
Iufi smiled.
Thank goodness.
Iufi's excitement faded as she met an old Great Dane. It was a skinny, sickly-looking dog that wheezed when it barked. Iufi glared at their husband.
This?
Tilanoff nodded in excitement and obliviousness.
Aye, his name is Wolfslayer.
Iufi merely glared at Tilanoff. He became curious.
What? What?
Iufi rolled her eyes, sighed, and shook her head as she walked off.
What? He's a wolf killer. You'll see.
Tilanoff looked and smiled at his new guard dog.
Ain't that right, boyo?
Wolfslayer was in a deep sleep.
He's just resting for work later. That's all.
Tilanoff had brought his sheep to a field for them to feed. Tilanoff found his favourite tree with just the right amount of shade. He lay under it to rest his eyes. Tilanoff had another flying dream, and, again, was awakened by the screaming of sheep.
Oh no.
Tilanoff awoke to find wolves feasting on another sheep. Tilanoff looked around frantically.
Wolfslayer, where are ye?
Tilanoff saw Wolfslayer lying on his side, dead. The old dog was slain by a wolf, but time...
Oh, that was a waste of 5 silver.
Tilanoff snuck what was left of his sheep, 3 this time, away from the wolves, and Tilanoff cursed to himself the entire trip.
That damn son of a bitch. Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Tilanoff had stopped and sat down on the path home. He was in no hurry to get a talking to by Iufi.
What am I going to do?
Tilanoff found himself talking to one of his sheep. The sheep merely answered by bleating, which made Tilanoff sneer.
Well, you were a big help.
I can help you there, then what?
Tilanoff looked up in surprise to find a rotund man with a black goatee wearing black robes and a black wide-brimmed hat standing over him. The dark stranger smiled down at the halfling.
Seems like you're having some distress here, then what?
Iufi was home alone. She normally didn't mind because it was a moment of peace before the idiot came home. It gave her time to clean and consider her escape plan. However, Tilanoff was taking a while this time. Iufi, for once, was worried about her husband.
Where is that man?
Tilanoff and the dark stranger talked.
And those damn wolves keep eating me sheep.
The dark stranger listened to Tilanoff intently.
That is a problem there, then what?
A sly smile came over the dark stranger's face.
Maybe I could help you there.
Tilanoff gave the dark stranger a surprised and excited look. The dark stranger led Tilanoff to a wagon covered in several curiosities. Tilanoff looked at it with awe.
Ye have many interesting things there, Mr.
Tilanoff thought for a moment. The dark stranger simply smiled at Tilanoff.
I think I have the thing for you here, then what?
Tilanoff was going to ask the dark stranger's name again, but the dark stranger turned and walked towards the wagon. Tilanoff ran to catch up. Iufi was about to go find her husband.
I hope he's okay.
Iufi got about 5 feet from her house when she saw Tilanoff in the distance. She breathed a sigh of relief.
Oh, thank goodness. He's alive.
Iufi gritted her teeth in rage.
I'm going to kill him.
A few moments ago, the dark stranger had given Tilanoff a book. Tilanoff looked at the book in awe. The book's cover was made of a strange leather, which felt like his own skin, which led him to believe it was made of...
Nope.
Tilanoff shook his head to avoid finishing his thought. He continued to peruse the strange book. It had no title, but a symbol on the cover. The symbol was the head of what looked like a goat on top of a red pentagram. Tilanoff looked up at the dark stranger.
Thank you, miss.
But when Tilanoff looked up, the dark stranger and his wagon were gone. Tilanoff walked the path home with the book in his hands. He read through it, finding many interesting things.
Tilanoff!
Tilanoff hid the book behind his back as Ayufai got closer. She didn't seem to notice the book. She was more concerned with catching her breath.
Where? Yeah.
Tilanoff panicked for a moment. He hated telling his wife about what happened, especially when she was right, so he thought up the best lie he could, with a little bit of truth in there. He got upset.
You listen here, woman.
Ayufai was taken aback by her husband's sudden assertiveness. Tilanoff continued his recreation of events.
Can't you see I'm distraught?
Ayufai was surprised and concerned for her husband.
What happened to you?
Well, not that ye care, but I and the flock were attacked by the wolves. Wolfslayer gave his life to protect us.
Ayufai looked at the remaining sheep, who she counted in her head. Tilanoff knew what she was doing, so he had to interrupt her thoughts.
The poor boy was outnumbered, so yes, we may have lost a few sheep.
Ayufai shook her head in disbelief.
Oh, I can't believe that, old Matt. Could protect anything.
Can't ye have some respect for the dead woman? Especially a hero.
Ayufai was taken aback.
I'm sorry.
Tilanoff waved his wife off, before angrily storming past her with his remaining sheep with him.
Leave me be, ye insensitive witch.
Ayufai felt guilt and sympathy for her husband, which was a first for her. In the bedroom, Ayufai slept. She slept so soundly that she didn't notice her husband was not in bed with her. Tilanoff pored over his new book in the barn. He was learning so much. Tilanoff had never been a fan of books, but this one was fascinating. This one held so many secrets. This one held power. Tilanoff's focus was on one of his sheep. The sheep merely looked up at him curiously. Tilanoff waved his hands around, muttering under his breath. Then Tilanoff opened his hands and shouted towards the sheep.
Priskorn!
A purple energy surrounded the sheep, which excited Tilanoff.
Yes, it's working.
Until the hum got louder, and the sheep began to panic. And the sheep's panic caused Tilanoff to panic.
What's wrong? What are ye?
Tilanoff was interrupted by the sheep exploding, spraying Tilanoff with sheep gore. Tilanoff stood covered in sheep gore.
That could have gone better.
Tilanoff snuck into the bedroom to check on Ayufai. He breathed a sigh of relief to find his wife still sleeping. Tilanoff had a sheep cornered in the barn. It had seen what he did to the last sheep, and was understandably frightened. Tilanoff waved his hands over the sheep.
Relax. I know what I'm doing now.
Tilanoff muttered an incantation under his breath. Then he shouted a magic word at the sheep.
Krabande.
Tilanoff was excited to see a yellow glow around the sheep this time. Tilanoff laughed maniacally.
Yes.
Until the sheep suddenly shrank, which surprised Tilanoff.
Huh?
Tilanoff could still hear the sheep.
Sheep? Sheepy?
Tilanoff continued to look around for the sheep.
Here, sheep. Here, sheepy. Where are ye?
Tilanoff found the tiny sheep as he felt his foot step on something. He cringed as he felt moisture and warmth on the bottom of his foot.
Oh no.
Tilanoff looked at the bottom of his foot to find the gore of what used to be the tiny sheep.
Oh God.
Tilanoff read through the book desperately.
Come on.
He had but one sheep left, so he needed the next spell to work.
There has to be something in here.
As if the book had heard his question, it answered him as he came across a page.
What's this?
Tilanoff read the page. It told him how to change prey to predator, but required a blood sacrifice.
A blood sacrifice? Where am I?
A dark, malicious smile came over Tillenov's face as a dark, malicious thought entered his mind.
Well, she is concerned for the well-being of the sheep.
Iofai continued to sleep. It's unclear what woke Iofai up. She was quite the sound sleeper, but she did wake up startled. Iofai tried to get out of bed.
What?
She found that she was bound to the bed. She looked up to see Tillenhoff standing over her with a malicious smile on his face. He gave her a wave.
Good morning, darling.
Iofai looked at the ropes tied around her wrists, and then back at her husband in confusion, fear, and rage.
What's the meaning of this?
Tillenhoff shrugged.
Sorry, my love, but the road to success
Tillenhoff pulled a knife from behind his back.
requires sacrifice.
Tillenhoff made his way towards his wife. She struggled against her bonds, but to no avail. She tried pleading with her husband.
Tillenhoff? No. Don't. Please. I love ya.
When Tillenhoff got to the bed, he laughed.
Oh, darling.
He lifted the knife over his head.
We both know that ain't true.
He shrugged.
But if it makes you feel better.
And brought the knife down.
I feel the same.
Tillenhoff chained his last sheep to a post. He had wiped blood all over it, and carefully looked through the book. The sheep panicked. Tillenhoff glared at the creature.
Would you quiet down? I got the right ingredient this time.
Tillenhoff took a deep breath and began muttering an incantation, and ended it with a shout. A grey energy surrounded the sheep. Tillenhoff looked worried as the sheep panicked violently.
Come on, boyo. Don't fail me here.
Then, suddenly, the sheep stopped panicking and the energy hum stopped.
Wow. That's it? Was there a change?
Tillenhoff was surprised by the ordeal. The sheep was surprisingly calm now. This calm unnerved Tillenhoff. He looked into the sheep's eyes, which were bright red now.
Well, you're very creepy now.
Tillenhoff shrugged.
I'll worry about it in the morning. I need some sleep.
Tillenhoff went to walk away, but stopped when he realized something.
Oh, yeah. I can't really go to bed, can I?
Tillenhoff led his last sheep down the path. He looked back at it. The only sound the new sheep made was its hooves on the ground. Tillenhoff was still unnerved, but his excitement over being successful overrode his feelings of unease. He shrugged to himself.
I'm sure it's fine.
Tillenhoff stood in the centre of the village, where everyone was cheering him.
Hooray, Tillenhoff! What a fellow. He's so handsome.
The mayor, a robust halfling, walked up to Tillenhoff with a giant key.
For your contributions to the halfling race, I present you the key to the city.
Tillenhoff took in the praise and applause, until he heard something else. Tillenhoff looked around.
Did any of ye hear that?
Tillenhoff looked around with growing concern.
It's getting louder.
The crowd ignored Tillenhoff and continued to cheer. Tillenhoff started to panic as he saw several wolves coming up over the horizon. He pointed and shouted,
Behind ye! Wolves!
The crowd continued to ignore and cheer Tillenhoff.
You daft fools, look behind you!
The crowd continued to cheer, even as wolves attacked some of its members. Tillenhoff screamed at the crowd.
Look, damn it! Look!
Tillenhoff watched in horror.
Ah!
Tillenhoff woke up to a horrible noise. But the horror wasn't wolves eating Tillenhoff's sheep, per usual. but it was the other way around. The sheep had rows of razor-sharp teeth as it roared. Yes, roared. Large, black, bat-like wings protruded from its woolly back, as 3 large green tentacles grew from deep within the wool, choking wolves. Tilanoff watched in amazement and horror as the other wolves ran off. While the tentacles of the sheep squeezed the captured wolves until bones broke. Tilanoff watched aghast as he slowly made his way towards the path.
Please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me.
Unfortunately for Tilanoff, the sheep's red eyes caught his. Tilanoff was paralyzed with fear.
Hey, friend. Nice job on the wolves.
Tilanoff and the sheep stared at each other in uncomfortable silence.
Well, I'll leave you to it.
Tilanoff continued to make his way back to the path as the sheep continued to stare at him. Then, suddenly, the sheep charged towards Tilanoff, who screamed in horror at his experiment that went horribly right.
No!
Another herd of sheep were grazing. When Tilanoff's sheep came upon the new herd, he had already satisfied one hunger with wolf and Tilanoff meat. He had other appetites as he got the scent of the female sheep. A big, toothy grin came across the sheep's face as he made his way to join his sheep brethren.
After a few days at the inn getting over my hangover, I made my way out of Lingland, bidding my kind halfling hosts goodbye. As I made my way south towards Schunskreg, I saw some sheep. I quickly made my way past them without getting their attention. I had found my way into the swamps of Schunskreg, and I lost my steed to a tar pit. Speaking of which, I had found my own tar pit, and I'm currently sinking. I think that this is potentially my last entry. I would like to apologize. Whoa. Good news, friends. Before the tar pit could claim me, a young man had plucked me out just in time. Most surprisingly was he was a conqueror by dawn. Now, the conquerors by dawn were Schunskrig's military, who, from what I've heard, were almost on par with the Moose Riders of Pedrown. They called themselves the Conquerors by Dawn based on a silly prophecy that goes, what was it? Oh yes. One day the sun will shine over Parodie, and everything the light touches shall be Schunskreg once more. Whatever. He saved my life, so I honestly don't care. Anyway, he told me that he was on his tour. Now, the tour was when high-ranking conquerors must travel the world for a year, getting into as many battles as possible while their recorder, essentially a slave whose sole purpose was to write down the conqueror's exploits, objectively, of course, judge their progress. The young conqueror's name was Dirges, and with him was his observer Lumiere, a rather snooty elf slave. I tried to talk to Lumiere, but he was not interested in talking to me. I heard elves were not very sociable, but Dirges was very hospitable. He had provided me some provisions, warmth from his campfire, and, most importantly, he had a story to tell me.
It was dark over the town of Wraith. A dark figure walked through the town. He was a hefty man in black clothes, with a black hood over his head. He made his way to the local tavern, their dagger and fork. The dark figure walked into the inn and looked around. There were a few people in the tavern, but those who were there were too busy drinking and talking, so they were not paying attention or paying him no mind. That was good. He needed to be discreet. He needed to protect his reputation and his people, mostly his reputation. He picked a table in a dark corner and sat down. He waited and waited. Thaddeus, an extravagantly dressed man with a bald head and black goatee, walked into the tavern. He looked around. When he found the dark figure in the corner, he smiled.
There he is. It's showtime.
The dark figure had fallen asleep, waiting for his friend.
Good morning, Mayor Gordon.
The dark figure, Mayor Gordon, awoke in a panic.
What are you doing? Don't say my name.
Thaddeus chuckled.
Relax. Everyone here is more concerned with their drinks.
Mayor Gordon sneered at Thaddeus.
I still require discretion about all.
The mayor looked around, leaning towards Thaddeus. He whispered,
Problem.
Thaddeus smirked.
Your problem. It's not my problem until I'm paid.
I told you that you will get paid when the problem was taken care of.
Right. Well, I do need some incentive to keep quiet.
The mayor glared at Thaddeus as he handed him a small sack of coins.
Here.
Thaddeus took the coin purse and inspected it.
Sounds a bit light.
The mayor rolled his eyes.
You'll get a bigger purse when the job is done. Now get going.
Thaddeus shrugged.
All right.
Thaddeus stood up and motioned for the mayor to follow.
Let's go.
The mayor was shocked.
What?
Don't you want me to eliminate the...
Thaddeus looked around the bar like the mayor did in a mocking fashion. He leaned towards the mayor.
Problem?
The mayor glared at Thaddeus. Thaddeus and the mayor walked on a path that led outside of the town. Thaddeus smiled at the mayor.
So, how long have you had this problem?
The mayor side-eyed Thaddeus.
I don't really know. People started disappearing. It took a while for us to start finding bodies. Well,
the mayor looked disgusted.
What was left of them?
The mayor shivered. He looked to Thaddeus.
How long have you dealt with this kind of problem?
Thaddeus rolled his eyes.
Werewolves?
The mayor looked at Thaddeus in shock.
We're far enough from town. We can speak plainly.
The mayor shrugged.
All right, fine. How long have you dealt with werewolves?
Long enough.
Thaddeus side-eyed the mayor.
What clued you into it being a werewolf? Are you a werewolf expert yourself?
We're howling after what we found. There are plenty of reports of a half-man, half-wolf creature. It doesn't take an expert to figure it out.
Fair enough.
Thaddeus looked ahead.
I think it's coming up ahead.
Thaddeus and the mayor made their way to a cave. Thaddeus stopped.
Here we are.
The mayor looked at Thaddeus in shock.
What are you doing? It will hear you.
Thaddeus turned to the mayor and smiled.
I know. I'm trying to get his attention.
The mayor started to panic.
You wanted to come out? Wait, did you say him?
As if to answer the mayor's question, a man walked out of the cave. He was a large, muscular, hairy fellow with a beard. The only place he didn't have hair was on the top of his head. He had a big smile on his face.
Thaddeus, hello.
Thaddeus waved to the large, hairy man.
Hello, Grogus.
The mayor looked from Thaddeus to Grogus and back many times.
What's going on? Who is this?
Thaddeus and Grogus looked at each other and broke into laughter.
I'm sorry. How rude of me.
Thaddeus gestured towards Grogus.
This is Grogus. He...
The mayor was excited.
Is he going to help us with the werewolf?
A malicious smile came across Thaddeus' face.
Not quite. You see, he is the werewolf, and he's going to help me get paid.
What's up?
The mayor's excitement turned to horror as he watched Grogus change. Grogus' hair grew thicker and longer. His nails grew into black claws. His mouth grew into a large maw with razor-sharp teeth. The mayor stood paralyzed in front of Grogus as he finished his transformation into a wolf-man hybrid form. The mayor tried to plead.
No. Please. Don't.
But Grogus the wolf didn't hear the pleas. All he heard were the screams of his prey as he pounced upon it. Thaddeus could not watch Grogus' grisly work, so he turned his back as his werewolf friend finished his work.
Must you chew so loud?
Grogus was finishing up his last helping of Mayor Gordon. He looked towards Thaddeus and belched. Thaddeus sneered.
Charming.
Grogus shrugged as he changed back into his human form.
Didn't get time to work on my manners while I was living in a cave.
Thaddeus looked towards Grogus.
We need to...
Thaddeus saw that Grogus was naked.
I can't talk to you like this.
Thaddeus searched through his knapsack. He grabbed some clothes and threw them to Grogus.
Here.
Grogus put the clothes on with a sneer.
Prude.
Thaddeus rolled his eyes again.
Anyway, our next target is the city of Thox. Will you be ready in the next couple of months?
Grogus nodded as he finished getting dressed.
Yes, I know the drill.
Thaddeus glared at Grogus.
Don't get an attitude with me. I'm the reason you have access to food. Show me some respect.
Grogus sneered at Thaddeus.
Yes, master. Of course, master.
Thaddeus sneered.
Get going. I have to get back to the mayor's house and rob him blind.
Grogus started walking away.
How many jobs have we had?
Too many. I'm hoping this city job is the last one.
Me too.
The two men went their separate ways. After a few months, and it was night over the city of Thox, a large, dark figure roamed the streets of the city. He knew he needed to find a discreet place to discuss his problem. He found a tavern, the Swamp Lily, and entered. The dark figure entered the tavern. It was full of people drinking and talking. The dark figure looked around. When he saw a table in a dark corner, he went to it immediately and sat down. There he waited and waited and waited. Thaddeus entered the tavern. He looked around and soon found the client. He smiled.
Jackpot.
Thaddeus sat across from the dark stranger.
Hello, Governor.
The dark figure, Governor, stared at Thaddeus.
Hello.
Thaddeus was taken aback by how calm the governor was, but managed to keep his charade up.
I'm here to take care of your problem.
The governor smiled.
Great.
The governor suddenly stood up.
Let's go.
Thaddeus was taken aback again, but still kept his composure.
All right, let's go.
Thaddeus and the governor were walking through the city. Thaddeus looked to the governor, who was abnormally calm. He had to break the silence.
So, how long have you had your problem?
The governor looked at Thaddeus, betraying no emotion.
It started a few months ago, after the reports in Wraith came out.
Thaddeus caught himself before he could gasp in shock. How did this guy know about Wraith? Where did the reports come from? Something was up, but Thaddeus couldn't give up the game.
Is that right? where did you get your information?
The governor pointed forward.
This is the quickest way out of town.
The governor quickened his pace. Thaddeus followed and wondered after him. Thaddeus and the governor were walking down a path outside of the city. Thaddeus pointed up ahead.
I think we're almost there.
The governor merely nodded. Thaddeus was getting annoyed with his calm demeanor. He couldn't wait for this job to be over. Thaddeus and the governor stopped at a cave.
This is where I believe the
Thaddeus' thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a fire, and a smell of cooked meat hit his nostrils. Thaddeus was confused and scared.
What's going on here?
The governor shrugged as a sly smile came across his face. Thaddeus looked puzzled. He shook his head and ran into the cave. Thaddeus entered the cave to see Grogus eating mutton next to a fire. Thaddeus was confused and enraged by the sight.
What are you doing?
Grogus stared at Thaddeus.
Eating.
Where did you get that meat?
Grogus continued to eat as he pointed his mutton to the opening of the cave. Thaddeus turned round to find the governor standing before him.
What the?
The governor smiled.
Hi.
The governor threw off his clothes and hat, revealing dark armor and a tattoo of a rising sun.
You're a conqueror general?
The governor, conqueror, sneered at Thaddeus.
Yes, I am.
The governor, conqueror, unsheathed his sword.
And you?
And proceeded to stab Thaddeus.
Ha! Are dead.
Thaddeus fell to the ground. He looked up at the governor conqueror in horror as he gurgled his last breath. As he died. The governor conqueror looked towards Grogus with a smile.
How's your meat?
Grogus continued to eat as if his partner had not just been killed.
This is great. It really doesn't cost much to get me this.
The governor, conqueror, shook his head.
No, just a few silver. Speaking of silver...
The governor, conqueror, unsheathed a dagger and threw it towards Grogus.
Ha!
Grogus was so surprised that he was unable to react.
Huh?
The silver dagger hit Grogus between the eyes. He fell backward, dead. The governor conqueror dusted off his hands.
Forgot to mention, conquerors don't make deals.
And with that, the governor conqueror left.
Young conqueror's hospitality and story, although I did find it a bit biased, but one does not disrespect one's host. Sturgis was kind enough to escort me to the swamp of the Scaly, which was on the border between Shunscraig and Brogue. Brogue is the home of the Minotaurs, which I was very curious to meet. These cow people, I think they're called. This was just getting more exciting. Sturgis brought me to the swamp of the Scaly. He told me it was called that due to the lizard folk that had migrated there. Their appearance had upset the Minotaurs of Brogue, who thought it was their property, even though they didn't seem to care about it until the lizard folk moved in. This was the cause of what was called the Tyranno-Bovine War. Sturgis and I parted company near the outskirts of Brogue. He said he wasn't afraid of the Minotaurs, he just didn't feel like fighting a village. I didn't judge. I wished him well, although I can't say that I meant it, seeing as his mission was world conquest. I walked through the swamp a little worried, my dagger before me,
Dirges had given me a dagger to defend myself. I heard something. It was music. It was nothing I had heard before. It was beautiful, yet sad. I had to investigate. Followed the music to an interesting Minotaur fellow. He had one S-shaped horn and bright blue fur. We struck up a conversation. He told me his name was Buxford Buford Monarch, but he asked that I just call him the Blue Baby. I thought it was a strange name, but one does not like to be rude. He told me that he lived in the swamp. His voice was different. I had heard that the Minotaur speak was guttural and rolled their R's, but Buxford, the Blue Baby, had a very gravelly voice. Although I was collecting more cultural tales, this fellow had a story that intrigued me.
In the country of Brogue, in a village of Burnett Fur, a Minotaur by the name of Epe worked at his forge. The forge was old Epe's life. He lived and breathed for metal masterpieces so much that he left his wife Eileen home alone on many occasions. Although soon she would not be alone. Speaking of Vandi, she was home, alone, giving birth to a son. Evain continued to hammer his sword he was working on. A Minotaur villager ran up to Evain's forge. Evain, come quick. Eileen's in labor. Evain stopped hammering in irritation.
All right. I'll be over there once I'm done with this sword.
Evain went back to hammer. The Minotaur villager stared at Evain in shock.
Oh. Okay then.
Evain made his way home eventually.
All right. Let's see my...
Evain was shocked to find his pride and joy was very different. Bright blue fur, S-shaped horns, which disgusted Evain.
What is this?
Evain was upset by his defective son, which upset Eileen.
This is your son.
Evain could only stare in disgust.
I wouldn't say that.
The two new parents stared at each other in silent rage.
Don't you want to meet your boy?
I ain't got the time. I've no mouths to feed. I have to work double.
Obey! Don't you dare leave!
But old Obey, you have none of it. He stormed off. I won't bore you with my development, so I'll just skip to the more important events of my life. It was my 10th year of life, I think, and my father reluctantly made me his apprentice. I did my best, but after dropping his tools and setting his forge on fire, he had demoted me. I don't know how you demote an apprentice, but anyway, my job was to sweep up the forge. The day came, I was sweeping and trying to avoid my father when they came.
Buckfoot, get your ass home. Get it, boy. Get.
I ran home and told Mother everything that happened. She was worried.
Oh, you poor boy! Your voice! Oh my God.
My mother gave me a big hug. She looked down at me.
Wait, where's your father?
As if Mother's concern summoned him, my father burst into the house.
Ah, you little shite!
There was an axe in my father's hands. He He looked at me with rage and hate. I very quickly realized his intentions. He charged towards me.
You ruined my livelihood! I'll kill you!
He brought his axe down towards me. I felt it hit. And the pain didn't come immediately until I saw the horn in my hands. One of my horns was in my hands. That's when I felt the pain. My father got ready to finish me off, but Mother got in the way.
Don't you lay a hand on him.
She looked at me with fear and sadness in her eyes.
Book that! Run!
I did as my mother told me and I ran out of there. And into the night, I never saw my parents again. I don't know how long I ran. I don't know how long, but I ended up in the swamp with this cabin. It was night when I got myself good and lost in the swamp. I was tired, lost, and scared. So I did the only thing a boy of 10 years could do. I dropped to my knees and cried. I cried for a long time, holding my lost horn, not knowing what to do until I heard his voice. What's the matter, Daddy? I'm what? I looked up to see a big human man in dark robes with a black beard and a black wide head. He smiled down at me. You seem to be having a bad night, Daddy. I told the dark stranger my story. He seemed to listen intently. That's a sad story, Daddy. What? Seems you ain't got a friend in the world, dear. I nodded as I sobbed, and not knowing the deal I was about to make. The dark stranger smiled. I know who you need to talk to, Daddy. What? The dark stranger led me through the swamp. I didn't know where we were going until I heard beautiful yet sad music that I had never heard before.
What is that?
That, my boy, is your destiny, dear. I was excited to hear that. We got closer to the source of the music. And a man, a lizard man, surprised me, was playing a harmonica. He stopped playing his instrument and smiled at me, which was very unnerving to see. A lizard smile. He extended his hand to me. Hello, boy. My name is Saxel. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I looked at the dark stranger and asked him about this Saxel.
Sir, who is...
But he was gone. I think he served his purpose. I think Saxel was right, because I never saw the dark stranger again. Saxel was interesting. Let's say Daddy. He taught me how to hunt in the swamp and how to gather non-poisonous plants to eat. He was really good at it, although I never saw him eat or drink anything. I thought he was strange. Most importantly, he taught me music. Saxel had taken my lost horn and helped me turn it into an instrument that I named as saxophone. I had asked him what kind of music he played. He said he never named it, but it always made him a bit sad. He said it gave him the blues, and since I'm blue, he thought he would name the genre after me. I felt honored, at least at that time. One day, Saxel and I were having, what do you call it, jams and shit. Saxel looked at me. That's some mighty fine playing, boy.
Thanks, sir. I learned it from you.
He gave me that unsettling smile. I think it's time to play in front of an audience. I was shocked.
Really? That's amazing. Where?
Tomorrow night, it's a Norman town called All Town. I was excited to finally have an audience. Excited, terrified. We arrived at a fairly ritzy inn, and it was packed. I beat at everyone behind the curtain of the stage. Saxel was behind me. You're gonna knock him dead, kid. I was nervous. I looked to Saxel in confusion.
Well, I have nothing prepared. What am I gonna do?
Don't worry, boy. Whatever you do, they'll eat it up. I know I will.
I didn't know why at the time, but Saxon made me more nervous. I made my way on stage. Everyone quieted down. The crowd stared at me in silence, so I decided to fight through my fear and start playing my saxophone. I thought about my life. I thought about my mama. I thought about my daddy. I thought about losing my horn. I thought about living in the swamps. I put all those memories in my saxophone. The crowd watched it all. It was amazing until something started coming out of the mouths. At first, I thought it was smoke, but it had no smell. However, it had faces. The smoke made its way into Saxon's mouth. I stared at him in confusion and horror.
What are you doing?
My horror grew as Saxon began to change. Large bat-like rings ripped through its skin. His green scales became red, and he grew in height. His face flattened out with large tusk-like teeth protruding from his mouth. He was no longer Lizard Man. He was a demon.
Saxon, what is this?
This is feeding time, boy.
I looked out into the crowd. All that were left were dry husks that used to be people. I looked back in Saxon rage.
What did you have me do?
He turned his bright, red, glowing eyes to me, with a sickening sneer on his face.
I had you pay your debt, boy.
My debt?
That's right, boy. You think that helping you survive building your instrument, teaching your music was free? Oh, no. There's a price for everything, boy.
I shook with horror at what Saxon was, what I had done.
Is my debt paid?
Oh, my boy. You ain't even close.
I didn't know how to escape my fate.
It was a fascinating tale, although I was a bit bothered that he didn't tell me what happened to the demon. As we traveled through Brogue, I figured he'd tell me.
kicked myself for trusting that damnable Minotaur. Little did I know that when the blue baby, or whatever his damn name was, led me to the nearest Dockland rogue, he had failed to mention that it was full of the truancy rangers. A quick bit of background on that. When gnomes such as myself departed without proper permission, say, the truancy rangers were a group of aggressive negotiators that would come and persuade us delinquent gnomes to come home. That's how they liked wording it anyway. Point being, I was locked in the brig of a ship and headed back to face punishment. The greatest punishment is not finishing my book. Prison wasn't so bad, I guess. I was put in the minimum security area due to me not really being a threat. Just a mere nuisance. I could live with that. I just had to learn to live with the disappointment of my failure. That was going to be harder. I had spent a couple of days in my cell. Occasionally I was let out to break rocks in the yard. Don't know why the prisoners had to do that. I guess it's to keep us busy. Sometimes we would go to the cafeteria for our meals, although I was allowed to eat in my cell. I wasn't much for socializing. However, I did make one friend. Her name was Welsis Pistonborn. She was the guard in charge of my block. I think that's what they call it. Anyway, she was a nice older woman. Not to be offensive, but she was too old to be a guard. I guess they figured non-threatening criminal, like myself, didn't need any intimidating guards to watch us. She would bring me food and we would have long conversations until she had to do her rounds with the other prisoners. I told her about my failed project. I was reluctant to tell, but she was surprisingly very interested. In fact, she had a tale of her own. I was reluctant to hear it at first due to hearing every gnomish tale there was, but this one surprised me. Apparently, her great-grandmother was the superb hero known as Brigadier Boom Vroomberg.
It was a normal day in the city of Steam. At least, that's what the clocks said. They helped, since the city was in the middle of a mountain. Anyway, it was a normal day for the Steamers, even a little gnome girl named Petunia. Petunia was a young, gnomish girl who was the apple of her father's eye, who exuded charm and beauty. She had long, beautiful brown hair that she usually had in a tasteful ponytail, and eyes of shining emerald. She was going in her finest pink dress to the shop to buy some more supplies. Petunia's father, Colonel Rostad Pittenborn, was a decorated military man and one of the richest men in the city of Steam. So Petunia could buy all the supplies she wanted. Little did Petunia know that she had an audience of gnomish studs watching her.
Come on, fellas. Let's see what little puppet's got.
Petunia made her way down a dark alley. She stopped as she heard something.
Huh?
Petunia looked around but saw nothing. She shrugged.
Must be a breeze.
Petunia continued walking until she heard the noise again. Petunia looked around again.
Hello?
Again, Petunia saw nothing. She was uneasy, but continued her journey until she heard the noise again. Petunia was getting annoyed.
All right. Enough is enough. I know someone is there. Come out.
The thugs stepped out of their hiding places, eyeing the young gnome girl with sinister smiles and malicious laughter. The gang's leader walked up to Petunia with a big, threatening smile on his face. Petunia couldn't but sneer as she saw the mouthful of yellow, cavity-ridden teeth in his mouth. His voice made her cringe even more.
Hello, puppet. Where you headed this fine evening?
Petunia sneered.
I was going to buy a few items. Not that that is any of your business.
The gang leader circled Petunia like a predator eyeing its prey.
Would you like some company?
Petunia gave the thug leader a smile, one that she clearly didn't mean.
I'm all right. But there is one thing you could help me with, actually.
Oh.
You see, I am also looking for a gang of ne'er-do-wells harassing young women in the area.
The gang leader was taken aback.
Is that right?
Petunia nodded with a very off-putting giggle.
Yes. It seems these boys lack
Petunia glanced down at the gang leader's crotch.
certain genetic gifts.
The gang leader covered his crotch with his hands as if that would protect him from judgment.
And thus they take it out on young women.
The gang leader stood uncomfortably.
I guess they can't face real warriors. Probably because they are not real men. Anyway.
Petunia suddenly gave the gang leader a serious look.
You wouldn't know where I could find them, would you, Nigel?
The gang leader, Nigel, stared at Petunia in horror.
I never told you my name.
Petunia feigned surprise.
Oh, you didn't?
Petunia shrugged.
I guess I can drop the pretense.
Before the gang leader, Nigel could do anything. He felt a sharp pain in his throat. He looked down to find that the little poppet had produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere and embedded it in his throat. Petunia brought her face inches from the dying Nigel's face.
I would ask what you learned, but, you're dead. So...
Petunia let go of the dagger and Nigel's body, letting it fall to the ground. Petunia looked to the other thugs who stared, jaws agape at their fallen leader. She smiled a most savage smile.
Who's next?
The thugs ran off in horror. Petunia snickered.
I love when men give me options.
Petunia tore off her dress, revealing a sleek suit of armor covered with many bandoliers full of daggers. She gave chase to the other thugs. Petunia stood over all the thugs who were dead now. She cleaned a dagger.
I wish you boys were more of a challenge.
Petunia sheathed the dagger. Petunia had to cancel her shopping plans due to the cleanup she had to do.
Ugh, I have to add self-cleaning to the next suit.
Petunia was in her laboratory, a cave off the property of her father's manor, where she built her outfits. Petunia was her father's daughter. She wanted to join the gnome military when she came of age. However, women could not join the military, not at this time anyway. Her father still taught her armed and unarmed combat so that the little lady could defend herself. Petunia appreciated the lessons, even though it came from a place of condescension. However, she had learned more extensive lessons elsewhere to her father's ignorance. She would sneak into the city, and with her feminine wiles would find tutors from all walks of life, from weaponsmiths to alchemists. She was an unofficial master of many, many arts. Petunia worked in her laboratory on her new outfit when she heard her name.
Madam Petunia!
I couldn't have been gone that long.
Alphys, the piston-born's butler, searched for Petunia. He knew that she would stay in her hidey hole on the premises. He could never find it due to being blind. He called out to her.
Madam Petunia, dinner's ready.
I'm here, Alphys.
Alphys clutches his chest as he calms down.
Madam Petunia, do not sneak up on an old blind man, please.
Petunia stifled a laugh, although she did feel bad.
Sorry, Elvis. That was cruel of me.
Elvis composed himself.
Anyway, dinner's ready. I hope you worked up an appetite working on your newest outfit.
Petunia told Elvis that she worked out outfits. However, she framed it as her sewing dresses. Elvis, much like her father, would be horrified by what she was really making. They would be more horrified to find out what she did in those outfits.
Yes, I sure did.
Ah, how I wish I retained my sight. I bet you look lovely in those dresses.
Petunia smiled.
Elvis, you still know how to charm a lady. Mwah.
Petunia placed a kiss on Elvis' cheek. Elvis touched his cheek and smiled.
All right. Let's get to you fed, young lady.
Petunia sat at a long table across from her father. The meal was a fine yak steak imported from England and paired with a Frankensteinian wine. Petunia was not being on finery, but food was the one indulgence she allowed herself. Her father looked at her with a smile.
How was your day, my dear? Did you find everything you were looking for?
No, I was detained.
Rothscott looked concerned.
Detained?
Petunia had used the wrong word. She had to ease her father's mind, lest to become curious about her outings.
Yes, I ran into some friends, and we got to chatting. The day just got away from me. You know how us ladies are.
Right, that's good. I had heard word of a roving pack of scoundrels harassing young women. You know how I worry.
I know, Father, but I can take care of myself.
My dear girl, I'm a parent. I will always worry about my daughter.
Petunia rolled her eyes.
No, Father.
Petunia was back in her laboratory on her newest outfit. When she heard
Petunia!
Petunia sighed.
I'm never going to get this done.
Petunia left her hidey hole to find her friend Eliza wheeling around the property. I say wheeling because Eliza was confined to a wheelchair due to a vicious attack she suffered a year ago. The sight of the chair always made Petunia's heart hurt. She blamed herself for not accompanying her friend that day, leaving her alone to be attacked by the thugs. It was a big part of the reason that Petunia made her outfits. It was a big part of the reason that Petunia went on her outings. But Liza continued to look for Petunia.
Petunia? Petunia! Where are you?
Petunia revealed herself from her hiding space.
Eliza! I'm here!
Eliza's face lit up upon seeing Petunia.
Petunia! There you are.
Eliza suddenly looked suspicious.
What were you doing?
Petunia was surprised by the question.
I was, gardening. Yeah.
Eliza gave Petunia a suspicious look.
When did you start gardening?
Petunia shrugged as she laughed nervously.
I have to occupy my time somehow. You know the men folk don't let us do anything.
True.
Petunia was relieved that her friend bought her story.
Anyway, I wanted to go to the shops and I needed a big, strong protector. Do you want to come with me?
Petunia really didn't want to go shopping. She didn't really enjoy woman activities that much.
I don't know. I have a lot to do. Can't you ask one of your brothers?
I said I wanted a big, strong protector.
All right. I'll go with you. I could use a break anyway.
Petunia pushed Eliza's chair down the city street.
Where do you want to go first?
Eliza reverted to her child for a moment. She didn't go to the city that often.
Let's shop for clothes. No. Let's get a bite to eat. No. Let's get hats. No.
Let's make a decision.
Sorry. I haven't been out in a while.
The two girls laughed. Until...
Hey!
A stranger bumped into Petunia as he rushed past her. It was hard to see the stranger, for he wore black robes with a black hood. Eliza yelped at the stranger.
Watch where you're going, sir.
The stranger turned to look at the two gnomish women, revealing it was a goblin man. He sneered at Eliza. Eliza gasped with indignation.
How dare you, sir?
The goblin ignored Eliza and kept walking. Eliza looked at her friend.
Can you believe how rude some people are?
However, Petunia was more focused on the goblin stranger.
Yeah.
Petunia thought it was strange that a goblin was roaming through the city. Goblins were not barred from the city. However, they weren't exactly welcome either. Petunia was very suspicious. She wanted to follow the goblin, but she was Eliza's escort. She had to think of something. An idea came to her.
Say, Eliza, there's a new cafe I was hoping that we would investigate. I hear they have elvish pastries.
Eliza's eyes brightened with excitement.
What are we sitting round for? Let's go!
Petunia wheeled Eliza up to a table, and then tried to run off. Eliza caught her.
Where are you going?
Petunia stopped in her tracks.
I have to go.
Go where?
Petunia had to think fast. Petunia looked around and then leaned towards Eliza.
I have to use the washroom.
Eliza cringed and waved off Petunia.
All right. Don't need the details. Just go.
Petunia smiled.
Thank you. I'll be back in a moment. Ta!
Petunia ran off. Petunia felt bad for abandoning her friend, but that goblin made her feel uneasy. Petunia searched through the city for the goblin.
Where could he have gone?
And then she saw him. The goblin was weaving through the crowd. Petunia shadowed the goblin through the crowd. Petunia followed the goblin onto an alley. She hid behind a few garbage cans as she watched the goblin meet with 5 other robed figures. Thrake just barely made it to the gathering. He had spent years inside Broomberg's dark underbelly, getting to know the drenches of gnome society. He had made friends with every gnome, goblin, and kobold who could get him connections. He had gotten in the good graces of Rumerberg's bad element. He had spent months trying to get this meeting to happen, and he wasn't going to screw it up now. One of the robed figures took off the hood, revealing a gnomed man.
You're cutting close, Thrake.
Petunia was surprised.
Huh?
For she recognized the unhooded gnome as Kellig Vile. He was the head of the Vile crime family, the most wicked family and crime organization in Vroomberg. She didn't know what this gathering was about, but she knew it couldn't be good.
I think I need to change into my outfit.
Thrake was nervous that all eyes were on him now, but he couldn't show that. He would be a sheep running from wolves, the most vicious wolves in Vroomberg. He composed himself.
Let's cut the chase, gentlemen. I think I've found you the best score Bone Vroomberg has to offer.
Kellig gave the goblin a dubious look.
I've heard this before, Thrake. That talk usually leads to
A blade extended from Kellig's sleeves.
disappointment for all involved.
The sudden blade made Thrake nervous, but he kept his composure.
Even without the death threats, I would be foolish to disappoint the likes of you fine gents.
Petunia didn't know what the goblin was offering, but if it involved the worst of Vroomberg, she had to stop it. She tore off her clothes, revealing her outfit with new knives.
I need to put a stop to this.
Another hooded figure brought down his hood to reveal he was the crime lord, Nigel Ingcott.
What is...
We would not get to know Nigel any further, nor would he ever finish his sentence as a knife embedded himself in his head, causing Nigel's body to fall to the ground. Where it caused the crime lords to panic, which caused Thrake to panic.
Oh, hell!
Yes!
Petunia cheered to herself. When she saw that her dagger struck true in a crime lord's head, she pulled out several more daggers.
Now.
And smiled to herself.
Let's take out the rest of the rubbish.
One of the crime lords looked at Thrake in horror.
You've led us into a trap. I'm getting out of here.
The crime lord started running. But he didn't get far, as a dagger embedded itself in the back of his skull. The other crime lords panicked and ran off. All except one. Kellig glared at Thrake with fury in his eyes.
Thrake, what is this?
Thrake stuttered in a failed attempt to explain how he had no idea what was going on.
You see, what happened was...
Before Thrake could fail to utter a word, Kellig was on him with surprising speed. Kellig's hand wrapped around Thrake's throat.
You will pay for this.
Petunia saw Callie choke the goblin. She had one dagger left. She didn't want to waste it on a throw. She had to get close. His attention was on the goblin. This was perfect time.
I will end your evil.
Calig's grip grew tighter on Thrake's throat.
This was a very stupid move.
Thrake's constricted throat didn't allow him to agree with Calig. Petunia charged towards Calig with her dagger ready to plunge into his head. However, Calig used his surprising speed to catch Petunia's throat in his hand.
A lot of stupid moves today.
Petunia was able to place a kick into Calig's ribs, causing pain to shoot through Calig's body, and his grip to loosen on Petunia and the goblin. Calig glared at his new opponent with fury.
You will regret that, wench.
Petunia got into a defensive stance.
I'll be the judge of that.
Calig swung his wrist blade, but Petunia ducked under the blow. Petunia went to stab Calig, but he managed to block the blow with a backhand. Craig delivered a kick to Petunia's midsection, causing her to hit the ground. Petunia tried to get to her feet, but Calig's foot hitting her throat knocked her back to the ground. Calig smiled savagely as his foot crushed Petunia's windpipe.
You're a stupid little girl. You are dealing with things over your...
Calig stopped and looked puzzled as Petunia's furious face glared up at him.
Wait. Your face is familiar.
Thrake regained his breath and looked to see Craig occupied with the strange girl. This was his chance. Calig still had Petunia's throat in his hand, as he continued to stare at her curiously.
Why do I know your face?
Petunia struggled against the crime lord's grip, but to no avail. It was surprisingly strong for a gnome. He brought his face closer to hers.
Who are you?
Not that Petunia was going to answer the question, but if she was, she wouldn't have had time, as a dagger embedded itself in Calig's shoulder. Pain was enough to distract Calig and loosen his grip. Petunia dropped to the ground. Calig turned to face Thrake, who was standing with another dagger in his hand. Calig sneered.
You will regret your betrayal, goblin.
Calig threw something against the ground and exploded into a cloud of smoke. And when the smoke cleared, Calig was gone, only Petunia and Thrake. Petunia looked around frantically.
Where did he go?
He's not all you need to worry about, love.
Petunia turned her attention to the goblin, who had a hand in his robe.
I have something for you.
Petunia got herself into a defensive position. She was ready for the goblin to pull out another dastardly dagger or a cruel crossbow. But it was worse. The goblin pulled out a badge. He was a constable.
A lot of questions.
Uh-oh.
Sadly, that is all Welkses could tell me before she had to return to her shift and attend to the other prisoners. I was excited for her return tomorrow. I can't wait to see what happens. I waited in anticipation in myself for Welkses the guard. She was a kind old gnomish woman who looked after us less dangerous criminals. She would bring us some sort of baked good when she would visit the cells. The last time she visited, she not only brought some delicacy, a wonderful pecan pie, by the way, she also brought a story. She had left me on a bit of a cliffhanger the other night, so I was hoping to finish the tale tonight. Oh, wait. She is on her way.
Thrake had been able to infiltrate the Bloombergian underworld. The fact that he was a goblin and already looked down upon made it fairly simple. After years of working his way up the ranks, he had managed to get the worst of the worst to meet up, only to have some strange gnome girl in some stranger battlesuit interrupt his work.
I hope you can explain yourself, little girl.
Petunia faced the constable in shock.
Well,
The thing is,
Petunia suddenly ran off. Petunia ran as hard as her legs could carry her through that alley.
Damn you, Petunia! How could you be so daft?
Petunia was back in her hidey hole, working on her next outfit to get her mind off her blunder, when...
Madam Petunia!
She heard the voice of her blind butler, Alphys. She loved the old gnome, but she hated her work being interrupted. She wanted to continue, but she knew Alphys would get worried, and thus her father would be worried, and her activities... Well, her father would be appalled and put a stop to them immediately. She begrudgingly left her work. Alphys brought Petunia to the mansion after he found her on the premises.
I'm glad I found you, madam. Supper was getting cold, and I wanted you to greet our guest.
Petunia looked at Alphys curiously.
Guests?
Yes, don't you remember? Madam Eliza's joining us.
Oh! Petunia remembered that she had left the cafe and didn't pick her up. Alphys brought Petunia into the parlor where her father, Roscott, was talking to Eliza.
And that's why they call me Sparky.
Petunia walked into the room with nervous laughter.
Is my father talking off your ear?
Eliza stared daggers at Petunia. Petunia cringed at the sight. A vicious smile crossed Eliza's lips.
Well, it is nice to have someone sit and talk with me.
Eliza went back to staring daggers at Petunia, who felt that glare. Roscott, oblivious to the girl's fight, smiled at Eliza.
Well, we can have more conversation with you and your guest at supper.
Petunia was surprised.
Guest?
Hello.
Petunia's eyes grew wide with horror as the goblin constable, now in uniform, walked into the room. He stared at her with a sly smile on his face.
Petunia, is it?
Petunia desperately tried to change the subject by sniffing the air.
Oh, is that supper? We should all go enjoy it before it gets cold.
Everyone sat at the table in silence. Eliza glared at Petunia.
Oh, Petunia?
Petunia looked up with a sigh.
Yes?
Could you pass the potatoes?
Petunia shrugged.
Sure.
Petunia reached for the potatoes.
Or, do you have somewhere to be? If so, you could just leave them.
Eliza glared at Petunia. Petunia nearly sneered back. Roscott, sensing the tension without knowing what it was about, decided to start a conversation.
So, Sergeant Thrake, how's your work been treating you?
Petunia looked at Thrake with nervousness as he gave her a knowing smile.
That was fine until yesterday.
Really? What happened?
An interruption.
An interruption?
Petunia stared at Thrake with fear.
I apologise, old friend. Very hush-hush business and all that.
Roscott nodded.
Of course, of course. Rude of me to pry. I honestly don't understand this hush-hush business. I'd rather face my enemy and dispense with secrets. But I guess that is why I'm just a dumb, brute soldier.
No, don't sell yourself short, old man. We need people like you, to be honest.
Thrake gave Petunia a fierce glare.
I would hate people keeping secrets from me.
Petunia squirmed in her seat.
Petunia?
Petunia looked to her father.
Yes?
Is something the matter?
Petunia shook her head to get herself out of her stupor.
No, of course not. I think I just need to excuse myself to the washroom.
My dear, you're a grown woman. You don't need permission. Just
Go!
Yeah. Thank you, Father.
Petunia stood up.
Do remember to come back.
Petunia sneered at Eliza as she left the room. Petunia washed her hands after doing her business. She looked at herself in the mirror.
Oh, Petunia, you've really stepped in it now.
Petunia walked into the lobby where she saw Thrake helping Eliza with her coat.
There you are, dear.
Thank you, Thrake.
Eliza,
Eliza rolled away, paying Petunia very little mind.
Good night, Petunia.
Petunia tried to stop her friend.
Eliza, please.
But Eliza was already wheeling herself out the door. Thrake got Petunia's attention.
We need to talk, little lady.
Thrake and Petunia walked the property together.
Thank you for not outing me.
Wasn't for you. Hell, I might still bring your ass to prison.
Then why didn't you tell my father?
After you botched my plans.
Thrake glared at Petunia.
I decided to do my research. Panic, crime has gone down a bit. Everyone's afraid of some crazy woman with knives.
Really?
Oh, don't get excited, girl. You also put a lot of people in danger.
Why, what do you mean?
Don't be daft, girl. I found out who you are.
This is just a chance encounter. You just happen to know my father.
Yeah, but you pissed off Caddick Vile.
Good. Maybe he'll see the error of his ways.
You don't get it. Members of the Vile family tend to be born with unnatural, sinister intelligence, and he has a century or two experience over the both of us. He'll figure out who you are.
Petunia thought to herself in fear.
What?
Father, Eliza, what have I done?
You didn't think. That's what you did.
Petunia hung her head in shame.
I have to stop.
Thrake put a hand on Petunia's shoulder.
I didn't come here to make you quit, love.
Petunia looked at Thrake with tears in her eyes.
What?
Now, let's not make this into a pity party. We need to approach this logically.
How so?
Well, for starters, let's get you a mask. Smaller than I like, but it'll do.
Petunia took Thrake to her hidey hole. She figured he already knew her biggest secret. Thrake looked around, nodded approval.
Nice setup you got.
Petunia acted nonchalant, fighting to not smile at Thrake being impressed.
This place, it does all right.
Petunia sneered.
What is it you want me to train on?
Stealth, what else?
Thrake and Petunia were walking on a roof on a building. Petunia looked at Thrake curiously.
What are we doing here?
First lesson in stealth is surveillance.
What are we surveillancing?
Thrake walked to the edge of the roof and pointed to something. Petunia looked down at what Thrake was pointing at.
Now what do you see down there?
Petunia set her eyes on a small tailor shop. She looked at Thrake and shrugged.
Why are we watching a tailor shop?
Thrake smiled.
Do your surveillance and you'll find out.
Thrake started walking away.
Hey, where are you going?
Thrake shrugged as he continued to walk away.
Oh, I have to get back to work, sweetheart.
So I'm doing surveillance by myself.
That's your assignment.
How long am I doing this?
Thrake waved as he left.
Bye.
Petunia glared at Thrake as he left.
Petunia stood on the roof, fighting her boredom as she watched the shop.
This better be worth it to Thrake.
She noticed something.
What's this?
Petunia watched the
What are they doing?
Thrake returned to them. He saw Petunia still diligent.
Good girl.
Thrake took her back. A slight smile came to his face.
Let's see how
Thrake took her closer behind Petunia. Closer.
I've been watching this shop for hours.
Thrake was proud of Petunia's ways. A bit disappointed. But business before pleasure.
And?
2 interesting men entered the shop earlier this morning. Evening.
Petunia looked around, remembering that the city was underground.
Earlier today, and they didn't buy anything.
How'd you get to that conclusion?
Well, they came out with nothing, and the shop primarily sells feminine clothing.
Rake shrugged.
Oh, maybe they were looking for the missus.
Petunia shook her head.
Yeah, right.
Thrake shrugged again.
I guess you need more information.
Petunia shook her head in disbelief.
No, not more.
Thrake nodded.
Yep.
Thrake chuckled as he walked away.
I'll make sure to pick up some supper for you when I get a chance.
Petunia glared after Thrake as he left. Petunia continued her surveillance, begrudgingly. She had been at it for days, watching the same interesting fellows go in and leave the tailor's shop. Then one day, it happened. Petunia was surveying the tailor shop when the 2 interesting men left the tailor shop. But this time, the owner came out with them.
You can't keep taking my gold. I have a business to run.
One of the gentlemen grabbed the owner by the throat.
There's my evidence.
The owner struggled against the gnome thug's hand.
Please. Don't.
The gnome thugs tightened his grip.
Your business runs because of the protection of me and my associate.
The gnome thug continued to tighten his grip.
Maybe you need a reminder.
Before the shop owner could lose consciousness, she opened her eyes to a screaming gnome thug with a bloody stump where the arm was. The gnome thug looked at his now entity friend with terror.
What the?
That was the last thing the other gnome thug said. As the dagger stabbed him in the back, choked by his own blood. First gnome thug joined his fray in death as Petunia was revealed as the body fell to the ground. And she proceeded to throw it down. It embedded itself into the thug's head. The shop owner looked at the 2 dead gnome thugs. She looked at her savior. Petunia smiled.
You and your business are safe.
The shop owner stared at Petunia for a moment, then ran away screaming.
Wait!
But the shop owner kept on. Petunia met up with Thrake at a cafe. Thrake ate a sandwich, sloppily.
So, how did surveillance go?
Petunia glared at Thrake.
Well, a shop owner doesn't have to live in fear anymore.
Thrake smiled.
Good work.
Thrake reached for his coat.
I got you a present from that shop.
Thrake handed Petunia a flamboyant mask. Petunia took it with surprise.
How did you get this?
Keep your voice down. Put that away.
Petunia secreted the mask away as she started at...
You didn't answer my question.
Petunia secreted the mask away as she stared at Thrake in confusion.
You were the only one doing surveillance, huh?
You stole it.
Oh, they won't miss it. I'm sure they'd be happy with their saviour getting it. Besides, you need to hide that pretty face if you want to continue your hobby.
That's good. Now we can go after Calig Vile.
Thrake shook his head vigorously.
Oh, no. Your training ain't done, love.
What?
Wilkes had to leave before she ended her tale. I was sad about this. It seemed she was too. I watched her leave with a forlorn look. I figured she was upset she couldn't finish her tale. Oh well, I'm sure to get to conclusion soon. Till then, I must get some rest. It's the only hobby I have. Greetings all. This is Torical Scribeson. Still in prison. Which is all right. It may have put a stop to my project of collecting stories from around the world of Parodie. But I've had the privilege of the kindest warden, Wilkes. She had been giving me some delicious baked goods and a story of her own. It had been a few days since last we talked about her tale. I was worried for Wilkes. She seemed a bit sad as of late. I didn't push the issue, but I'd hoped to hear more about her amazing ancestor, Brigadier Boom Vroomberg. Wilkes finally made the time for me, which was wonderful. She had a smile on her face, but there was a sadness beneath. I am ashamed to say that I really cared about getting my story. She was happy to tell me the last part of her tale.
A group of gnome thugs were laying in the shop, while their leader harassed the older couple that ran.
This is what happens when you don't pay your dues.
Mrs. Pipe tried to shield her husband from the gnome thugs, and stood up and received a punch to the face for his bravery.
Please, don't do this. You must understand, business has been slow. We aren't making much.
The gnome thug leader sneered.
That's not my problem.
I mean, it kind of is.
The gnome thug leader glared at Mrs. Pipe with fury.
You're smarting off to me.
The gnome thug leader raised his hand to backhand Mrs. Pipe. The old shopkeeper braced for impact, but was surprised that the impact never came. She opened her eyes to see the gnome thug leader staring blankly at her.
Sir?
The gnome thug leader fell to the floor, revealing the dagger in the back of his head. Mrs. Pipe looked around frantically.
What the?
Mrs. Pipe looked around to find the other thugs laying dead on the floor as the gnome woman in a sleek black suit with a masquerade mask standing over them.
You're safe now, madam.
Mrs. Pipe stared at her hero in shock, then started screaming. The brigadier cringed.
Yes, I'll show myself out then.
Petunia Piston, a.k.a. Brigadier Boomverberg, had been cleaning up the city. She had received training from a constable undercover agent named Thrake in surveillance and other constable skills to help her be a better cleaner. She had dealt with various lowlives and ne'er-do-wells. She had stopped many a criminal and prevented many emergencies. She was about to face her greatest trial. Petunia waited at the cafe where she had abandoned her friend Eliza to investigate a strange goblin that ended up being Thrake, and she ended up ruining his investigations and gaining the ire of the crime lord Calig Vile. Petunia was very tense. Eliza could be a handful when she was angry. She was surprised to see Eliza wheeling up in her chair, with Thrake pushing her chair.
What the?
Petunia, Thrake, and Eliza sat in silence. Petunia didn't know how long it lasted, but she knew she couldn't stand it anymore.
All right. I'm sorry.
She had a sly smile on her face.
Sorry for what?
Petunia glared angrily at Eliza.
You know.
Eliza leaned in towards Petunia.
I want to hear you say it.
Petunia turned her head away. Eliza shrugged.
That's fine. I can wait. I don't abandon my friends. Unlike some people.
Petunia jumped to her feet and stormed off.
This was a bad idea.
Eliza shouted after Petunia.
Go ahead. Leave. It's what you're good at.
Eliza crossed her arms over her chest in anger. She looked towards Drake, who glared at her.
Go talk to her.
Drake continued to glare at Eliza.
Please.
Drake nodded, stood up, and walked off. Petunia stormed down a street with other gnomes hustling and bustling about, doing her best and failing to hold back her tears.
Petunia!
Petunia stopped in her tracks. She wiped her eyes as best she could and turned to face Drake, who was running towards her.
I know.
Drake stopped to catch his breath.
Good, I'm glad I ran over you.
Sorry, Drake. She's just so...
Stubborn,
Petunia nodded.
like her friends.
Petunia glared at Drake.
Anyway, you should apologize, love.
Petunia gave Drake a confused look.
Why do I have to care so much?
I just, think you shouldn't do what you do. Hello, that's all.
Petunia stared at Drake in confusion. Then realization hit her.
Wait, you... Eliza? You're...
Petunia put two of her fingers together. Drake looked away, embarrassed.
No. When?
Remember when we met?
That long ago.
Drake looked annoyed.
She is a lovely lady. Not quite the catch-all lady, you know. Besides, I'll have you know I have a life outside of you and work.
Petunia glared at Drake.
No, you don't.
Drake and Petunia stared at each other, then broke into laughter.
Come on. You have an apology to me.
I guess you're right. She is the reason I do what I do.
Drake and Petunia returned to the cafe, where a server was waiting for them.
Excuse me, are you Madame Petunia?
Petunia looked puzzled.
Yes?
The server handed Petunia a note.
I was told to give this to you.
Petunia opened the note tentatively.
Thank you?
Petunia read the note and air escaped from her.
Oh my god!
Petunia ran off to the surprise of Drake and the server.
Wait! Petunia! What's going on?
Drake ran after Petunia, leaving the server confused.
Am I not getting a tip?
Petunia found her way to the table. She found Eliza's chair, but no Eliza.
Oh god, no!
Drake caught up.
Will you stop all that running?
Petunia turned to look at Drake.
They took her!
Drake stared at Petunia in shock. Petunia handed Drake the note. He read it.
Dear Brigadier Broom Boomber, or shall I say, Petunia Piston. That's right. We know who you are. Sincerely, Callie Vile.
Thrake crumpled up the note.
Damn it!
Petunia and Thrake made their way to Petunia's hidey hole, where Petunia mixed some chemicals, while Thrake paced the floor, reading and rereading the note. Petunia was getting annoyed.
Read it all you like, but it won't say anything different.
Thrake glared at Petunia.
I'm not just reading it, I'm studying it.
Same thing.
Most certainly not. I'll have you know that I discern a lot from this piece of paper.
Is that right?
Let me demonstrate. The feel of this paper is soft and thin, but durable, which narrows down to 3 paper-making companies. And as far as the smell, there's a hint of salt water, so it's by the river that leads out of the mountain into the ocean.
Petunia shrugged.
Which means?
Thrake wagged his finger at Petunia.
Don't get ahead of me. Anyway, the colour tone of this note is old, which I know for a fact they don't make anymore, which would lead me to believe this came from the abandoned white leaf paper factory by the docks on the south side of town.
Thrake handed Petunia the paper with a smug look on his face. Petunia snatched the note out of his hand and looked at it. She glared at Thrake.
I'm sure the stamp on the back helped.
Thrake sneered. At the abandoned factory, several gnome, goblin, and kobold thugs patrolled the area. Petunia and Thrake hid behind a crate on the dock, surveying the paper factory.
So that was security from the abandoned paper factory.
Indeed.
Ready to test the new equipment.
Petunia opened her coat to reveal a plethora of daggers.
I've been dying to.
So have I.
2 kobold thug guards patrolled the east side of the factory. They stopped as a dagger embedded itself between them. The kobold thugs looked at it in confusion.
Huh?
The dagger suddenly sprayed a greenness. The 2 kobold thug guards lost consciousness. 2 goblin thug guards patrolled the west end of the factory. When a dagger sailed through the air, it embedded itself into a goblin thug guard's chest, causing him to fall to his death. The other goblin thug guard stared down at his dead companion in shock.
What the?
The dagger shot into the other goblin thug guard's neck, which injected a burning venom into the guard thug, killing him instantly. 2 gnome thug guards patrolled the north side of the paper factory and stopped as one of them saw a dagger fly through the air. The 2 gnome thug guards nearly dodged the dagger, which embedded itself into the wall. The 2 gnome thug guards looked back at the dagger, where it came from. They saw Brigadier Broomberg standing before them.
Nice throw, love. Yeah, you need to work on your aim, sweetheart.
The brigadier smirked.
Is that so?
The dagger fired bolts of electricity into the gnome thug guards. The gnome thug guards fell to the ground. Callie Vile paced before Eliza, who was tied to a chair, while several kobold, goblin, and gnome thug guards guarded her. She glared at Callie.
You feel like a man, do you? You and all these
Eliza looked around at the thugs in disgust.
men needing to guard the poor disabled girl. Oh, so strong. Pathetic.
Eliza spat at Callie. But her projectile fell short. Kalig looked at the spittle on the floor. He brought his head up to look at his captive and smiled.
Sweetheart, could you stop shouting? You're hurting my feelings.
Kalig rolled his eyes.
Brigadier better get here soon.
Two goblin thug guards stood
How about you
before a
untie
door
me and I'll show you what I can hurt?
I don't like how quiet it is.
The other goblin thug guard shrugged.
Maybe there's no danger.
A dagger entered the chest of the other goblin thug guard. He looked down at the dagger and then to his compatriot.
Never mind.
The surviving goblin thug guard looked down in a panic.
Oh, shit.
Before he could complete his sentence and take action, a dagger found its way into his chest. He joined his compatriot in death. Petunia and Thrake ran up to the door.
That should be the last of them.
On the outside?
Oh, I would appreciate more positivity.
You're talking to the wrong guy, love.
Petunia and Thrake ran through the factory.
I hope she's okay.
Petunia and Thrake ran into a room where they found Eliza tied to a chair with a rope around her mouth. Petunia was excited to see her friend.
Eliza!
Petunia ran to Eliza. Thrake tried to stop her.
Wait!
But Petunia was already removing Eliza's gag.
Oh, I'm glad you're all right.
As soon as the gag was out of Eliza's mouth, she shouted.
It's a trap!
As if on cue, goblin, kobold, and gnome thugs jumped out of the shadows.
Thank you, Miss Eliza. But I think she gathered that much.
Thrake tried to disappear into the shadows, but felt the tip of a crossbow in his back. A gnome thug chuckled in his ear.
Where are you going, buddy?
Kalig smirked at Thrake.
So glad you could join us, Thrake. Or should I say, Constable.
Thrake sneered at Kalig.
I prefer you don't call me at all, mate.
Quaint.
Kalig turned his attention back to the Brigadier.
I should thank you, Brigadier. Or would you prefer Petunia?
Eliza looked toward the Brigadier in shock.
Petunia?
Petunia laughed nervously as she put Eliza's gag back on.
I think you need this back.
Don't you dare!
Anyway, I have to thank you, Petunia, because of your interference. When you killed the other crime lords, I acquired more real estate.
You're welcome. I guess you could show your appreciation by letting us go.
Cute, but sadly, no. You've become a liability and must be dealt with.
Petunia sneered.
Well, that's a fine you're welcome.
I'll tell you what, as a thank you, I'll grant you an expedient death.
Petunia sneered.
Oh, thanks.
Kalig shrugged.
You brought this on yourself, Brigadier.
Petunia hung her head in shame.
Oh, you're right. I guess I shouldn't have come here without a plan. I guess I...
Petunia Thrake and smiled.
Drop the ball.
Thrake nodded. Kalig was confused.
Huh?
Thrake reached into his coat and pulled out two balls and threw them against the ground. Kalig and his men choked on the smoke. As it cleared, he saw that the Brigadier, Thrake, and Eliza were gone. The gnome thug guarding Thrake laid on the ground unconscious. Kalig glared at his men.
Don't just stand there, find them!
Petunia and Thrake ran down a hallway. Thrake had Eliza on his back. Thrake undid Eliza's gag.
What's going on? Why did this men take me? How is Petunia the Brigadier? What?
Petunia shook her head.
You shouldn't have took that off.
Thugs ran down the hallway. Thrake looked behind and then to Petunia.
We better pick up the pace, loves.
Run! We should fight!
Don't think that would be a good idea.
Why not? We can take them.
First off, no. Second off, We don't want to be here for the surprise we left them.
Surprise?
The thugs continued to run after the escapees until the two thugs heard a ticking sound, which made them stop.
What's that?
The other thug shrugged.
Beats me.
Both thugs investigate the noise to find a box with a crude clock attached on it. There were several wires coming out of it.
Bomb!
The bomb exploded. Thrake looked back to see a ball of fire chasing after him and his compatriots.
Run faster!
What?
Eliza looked back to see the same ball following her and her compatriots. She shouted in Petunia's ear.
Run faster!
Thrake and Petunia jumped through windows as the abandoned factory exploded. They landed in the water. Thrake, Petunia, and Eliza sat in the Brigadier's hidey hole, chatting. It had been a few years since the Brigadier's first mission, and they were waxing nostalgic.
Do you remember how long it took us to dry off?
Indeed. Good thing we found you that wheelbarrow.
Oh, good for you. You didn't have to ride in it. Do you know how undignified it is to ride in a wheelbarrow? Like a pile of dirt?
Thrake put his arm around Eliza.
That reminds me, our anniversary is coming up.
Did I hear right? My husband remembered an anniversary.
Thrake sneered.
It's odd to forget when there's a nag in your ear.
You idiot!
Eliza playfully pushed Thrake, but the two shared a kiss. Petunia looked disgusted by the sight.
What do you have to do that? I just ate.
An alarm sounded, interrupting the fun.
Seems someone needs the Brigadier.
Ah.
A group of gnome thugs surrounded a young coming bugler with a dagger at them.
Give us all your valuables, no one gets hurt.
The gnome boy stood in front of his gnome group.
Please take what you want, but don't hurt her!
Look here, fellas. A hero.
The gnome girl pointed towards something above.
Speaking of which...
The gnome thug leader looked up in confusion.
Huh?
The gnome thugs looked up in horror as Brigadier Boomfroomberg stood on top of a building overlooking the scene.
Hey! Are you harassing this couple?
The gnome thug leader shook his head in disbelief.
Oh, hell.
The Brigadier leapt from the top of the building and started dispensing justice.
Wilkes had finished her tale. She said that there was more, but she couldn't finish in the short time we had together. I was perplexed by what she meant, but she had left my cell before I could inquire more. I thought nothing of it. I was just going to wait in anticipation for the next story. Not much else I could do. Interesting turn of events. Wilkes informed me that she was forced to retire this morning. She came to me because she thought my mission was too important to end, so she decided to help me leave. This was a wonderful...
Quiet. Someone would hear us.
Oh, sorry. We had made it to the flybox port. I'm attempting to get into a flybox.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh no, Wilkes, we've been caught.
Get in the damn flybox already.
Come on.
I can't.
What?
My old adventuring days are behind me, love. I'm far too old.
But...
Stop right there! Get out of that fly box!
Goodbye.
Oh, damn it! Not again!
My flybox had landed on top of a mountain. I was happy to be free, but I was not happy to find myself alone on the top of a snowy mountain, freezing to death. I made my way down the mountain. I wish I had brought some winter clothing. I thought that I would freeze to death in that tundra, but as luck would have it, some dwarven hunters had found me and took pity on this pathetic gnome. They brought me to the nearest village, to the nearest inn, the Yawning Yeti, I think it's called, where I was provided with warm mead and thick blankets. They asked what my daft ass was doing in the snow with little winter wear. The dwarves are a very blunt lot. I told them about my mission, which seemed to excite them. They told me the tale of a very talented mountain dwarf.
At the top of Mount Climbspike, in the village of Schneekau, Jack, as a village blacksmith. Hannah, wife of Jürgen, the blacksmith, has given birth to a baby boy. Jürgen looked down in pride.
He's beautiful, my love.
Hannah smiled down at her new baby.
Oh, that he is, husband?
She looked up curiously at her husband.
What shall we name him?
Jürgen stroked his beard as he thought. Then it came to him as he smiled down at his new son.
I will name him after my father, Ragnar. And he shall be a great blacksmith, like my father and his father before him.
Jürgen was half right. Ragnar would be great. Several years had passed, and little Ragnar had grown into an adolescent. One day, when Jürgen was working in his shop, little Ragnar ran to his father.
Papa! Papa!
Jürgen smiled down at his son.
Yes, my boy?
Little Ragnar shook in excitement.
Am I old enough to help in the forge, Papa?
Jürgen laughed.
Of course, little one. I think you are old enough now.
Little Ragnar squealed with delight. Little Ragnar was excited to help as he carried some ingots in his arms, which were a bit too heavy. Jürgen watched with worry as his son skipped, barely, with the ingots precariously in his arms.
Do you need help?
Little Ragnar shook his head as he continued to struggle with the ingots.
No, Papa. I have it.
Little Ragnar continued his skip while struggling to carry the ingots. He didn't notice an ingot on the floor. His foot hit it, and he tumbled forward with the ingots. Jürgen winced as he watched his son fall into the ingots. A few days had passed. Jürgen was back at the forge, and little Ragnar skipped to his father, after some time with the town healer, and inquired,
Papa? Papa?
Jürgen smiled down at his son, a little nervous this time.
Yes, my son?
Can I help you in the forge?
Jürgen thought for a moment. Little Ragnar looked up with curious doe eyes.
Sure.
Jürgen carved a stick for the handle of an axe he was making. As Ragnar attempted the same, I must stress, attempted.
Ow. 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 Ow.
As he carved his fingers as much as he would. Jürgen winced as he watched his son. Jürgen hammered the metal for the axe blade. and he looked over at his son, who was hammering his own axe blade. Then winced at the shape, or lack of shape, that developed in the metal. Jurgen looked at the axe he built with pride.
What a fine piece of work. If I do say so myself.
The axe handle was beautifully brown wood Jurgen had carved woven runes into. The axe blade was a black metal adorned in more woven runes that shined in the light. Jurgen looked over to his son.
Let's see your axe, my son.
Jurgen stifled a gasp at Ragnar's creation. The handle was a crooked zigzag, and the blade was almost a hammerhead. Jurgen forced a smile.
Oh, it's...
Ragnar looked up at his father with big, doe eyes.
Yes, Papa?
Jurgen forced a smile.
Wonderful. Just wonderful.
Ragnar smiled. Jurgen was running in the shop portion of his forge. A customer walked up to the shop, studying Jurgen's wares. Jurgen put on his best salesman smile and engaged.
Greetings, traveler. Looking for something for protection and defense in this very trying lands?
The customer rubbed his bearded chin.
I am sinking.
The customer noticed something behind Jurgen and gave him a dubious look.
All your wares are quality?
Jurgen looked back to find Ragnar's axe prominently displayed, convinced. Little did Jurgen know, Ragnar was watching and listening. Jurgen looked around, leaned in towards the customer.
Can I ask you a favor?
The customer shrugged.
Sure. For a price.
Jurgen sighed. Ragnar continued to listen to the exchange. Jurgen gave the customer Ragnar's axe, along with a sack of gold. He gave the customer a strained smile.
Thank you for your patronage.
The customer beamed with a big smile on his face.
Thank you. I've never gotten such a good deal. I'll be sure to visit this establishment again.
Jurgen sneered.
Sure you will.
Ragnar watched the sale in the set. Jurgen waved to the customer with a forced smile as they left. He turned to see a curtain moving. Jurgen, being of a wise mind, figured in the unwanted audience.
Oh, Ragnar.
A few days passed. Jurgen was working in his forge as usual. When little Ragnar walked up to him,
Papa.
looking somber, Jurgen stopped his work and looked down at the sun with a weak smile.
Hello, son.
Little Ragnar composed himself.
I don't think I want to help you in the forge anymore.
Jurgen put a hand on his son's shoulder.
That's all right, son.
Is it?
Jurgen knelt down so he was eye level with his son.
Listen, son. We can't all do what we want.
Really, Papa?
I dreamed of you becoming a blacksmith, but it is not your calling.
What is my calling, Papa?
Jurgen shook his head.
My dear boy, I can't tell you that. No one can.
Little Ragnar was worried.
How will I know, Papa?
Jurgen rubbed his son's head.
Don't worry, son. You will find it.
Little Ragnar hugged his father.
All right, Father. I will be all right.
Good to hear, son.
Jurgen hugged his son, who did not feel all right. Little Ragnar grew into, well, Ragnar and set about on a journey to find his calling. He spent some time as a lumberjack. But after an incident where he lost a lot of wood, he was politely asked to leave.
Get out of here.
He spent some time as a cook for the local tavern. However, his culinary skills were not ideal, as he was politely asked to leave.
Never darken my doorstep again.
He spent some time as a hunter, but ended up trying to steal some game from a dire cave bear, endangering his fellow hunters. Luckily, everyone survived, however.
Stay out of the wilderness, boy.
You can figure it out. Ragnar came home after his 5th or 6th attempt at finding his calling. He sat down next to his mother, who was knitting, which she stopped to address her son.
Are you all right, my son?
No. I'm just so tired, Mother.
Hannah looked at her son in sadness.
Dear son, I think you need to do something relaxing.
Ragnar looked to his mother.
Like what?
Hannah thought for a moment. She looked down at her knitting. She smiled.
I know.
Hannah shoved some wool and knitting needles towards Ragnar.
Why don't you try knitting?
Ragnar looked at the knitting supplies in his lap and shrugged.
Probably screw it up, but why not?
Hannah smiled at her son.
That's the spirit.
Hannah thought about it.
Sort of.
The knitting did relax Ragnar. So much that he shut out the rest of the world and just kept knitting. Knitting. And knitting. Hannah tried to get her son's attention.
Ragnar?
Ragnar was so focused that he just tuned out of his mother.
Ragnar
came out of his stupor and looked at his mother.
Huh?
Hannah stared at her son in awkward confusion.
You really enjoyed that, didn't you?
Ragnar looked down to find that he had knitted a pair of socks. He shook his head in disbelief since he couldn't remember making the socks.
Yeah, I guess I did.
Ragnar looked from his socks to his mother. He offered her the garments he had made.
Want some socks?
Hannah didn't really want the socks, but she did want to boost her son's confidence. She forced a smile.
Of course, my son.
Hannah slowly took the socks from Ragnar.
Thank you.
Jillian was reading a book in bed. Hannah walked into their communal bedroom with a confused look on her face.
Honey?
Jillian looked up from his book.
Yes, my love?
I need you to see something.
What is it, dear?
Hannah started lifting her skirt up. Jillian was excited for a moment when he thought they were about to have bedroom congress. But she merely gave him a concerned look and said,
Have you seen my new socks?
Jillian smiled, although he was disappointed.
Oh, they look nice. Are they comfortable?
Hannah stared at Jillian in shock.
Are they comfortable? Honey, these are the most comfortable socks I've ever worn.
Jillian looked at his wife in confusion.
I'm glad you're excited about your socks, but I don't understand why you are this excited.
Look at what I'm wearing.
Jillian looked his wife up and down, and she shrugged.
So you're wearing a nightgown?
Realization struck Jillian. Hannah was in a thin nightgown, and her special socks looking untouched by the cold as he was under 3 of the thickest blankets and still chilly.
How are you not freezing to death?
Hannah shrugged with a look of exasperation on her face.
I know. I was freezing before I put these socks on.
Jillian looked at his wife in joyous exuberance.
This is amazing. You've somehow made magic socks.
Hannah looked away.
I didn't make them.
Jillian gave his wife a confused look.
Who did?
Hannah looked away from her husband. Ragnar sat in the family's living room, being depressed.
Son,
Ragnar looked up to see his mother and father staring down at him.
would you like to do some more knitting?
Ragnar shrugged.
Sure.
Jürgen and Hannah laid in bed together with their own set of Ragnar socks. They had no blanket on, merely lied on the bed as the cold air touched them, but did not affect them.
I have never felt this comfortable.
Jürgen looked at his wife and realized what he had just said.
I mean, I love your quilts and other garments, it's just...
Hannah put a finger on her husband's lips.
My darling, I'm not even offended. Now,
Hannah laid back.
let's just enjoy this moment.
The next day, Ragnar sat in the living room, looking out of the window, pitying himself. When suddenly, knitting needles and balls of yarn and wool were dropped in his lap.
Vatsa,
Ragnar looked up to see his parents staring at him with crazed smiles.
what's going on?
You found your calling.
A few days later, Jürgen had built an extension to his forge to sell Ragnar's socks. At first, people didn't understand it.
I don't understand this.
But slowly,
This is new.
his business venture grew. And over the next few days, Ragnar's socks sold so well that his family was the richest family in the village. Ragnar's fame grew across the land. Everyone wanted Ragnar's socks, even a few ne'er-do-wells. Charow was having a good day. He didn't come upon one dwarf. He didn't come upon 2 dwarves. He didn't come upon 3 dwarves. He came upon 6 dwarves, which was good eats for a troll. He chewed a dwarf leg with a big grin on his face. He didn't only find some dwarven smorgasbord, he also found that their socks had kept him warm in the howling icy wind. Albeit, he had to have a sock on each toe to get the effect. Back in Largo's tribe's cave, the others, Rachael, Thorg, and Bortag, were feasting on some old wolf meat over a pathetic fire. Rachael, the leader, because he said so, saw that Bortag had more wolf meat than him, not realizing he had wolfed down his share, snatched the meat out of Bortag's hands.
Give me!
Bortag gave Rachael an angry glare. Rachael growled at his subordinate, which made Bortag cower like a weak pup. Thor growled, more out of frustration.
Ah! When Largo come back with dwarf meat?
Rachael shrugged.
Me not know when he leave.
Orc thought about it for a moment, threw his hands up in the air. At that moment, Largo walked into the cave, whistling a happy tune. The other trolls looked at Largo angrily.
Why are you so happy?
Largo shrugged with a big smile on his face.
Me had banquet.
Rachael looked Largo over. Largo looked confused.
Where is it?
Where is what?
Banquet. Dwarf meat. Food! Where is it?
Largo nodded his head in realization.
Oh, that.
Largo looked at his empty hands, then he looked to his full stomach. Then he looked to Rachael with a nervous smile on his face.
Oops.
Largo, you had one job!
Largo shrugged sheepishly.
Sorry.
Raxic rolled his eyes.
You at least get wood for fire?
Largo looked away sheepishly, which enraged Raxic.
Come on, Largo, it's freezing!
Largo looked around curiously.
It is?
The other trolls looked at Largo in shock.
You're not cold? How?
Largo shrugged.
Largo not know.
Largo looked down at his feet.
Oh yeah. Largo finds special socks.
The other trolls looked at Largo's feet in astonishment.
Special socks?
We're good.
It was a day like any other day. Ragnar was selling more socks. Ragnar, after another day of profit, Ragnar closed up his shop, made his way to the local tavern. He was excited to go since they had unbanned him. He hadn't had ale in quite some time. He ran into something.
Oof!
Caused him to fall on his hindquarters into snow.
Who grew a tree here?
Ragnar looked up and gasped. Just as he looked up, not a tree, but a troll. Not just one troll, but 4 of them. The trolls smiled down menacingly at Ragnar.
Hello.
Ragnar shivered in fear, and cold. He was sitting in the snow.
Hello?
You Ragnar?
Ragnar nodded weakly.
Yes?
You make socks?
Ragnar nodded weakly again.
Yes.
They good socks.
Ragnar smiled weakly.
Thank you?
You make socks for us.
Ragnar tried backing away.
Well, my shop opens in the morning, so you can ask then.
Raxic grabbed Ragnar up in his hand and held him inches from his face.
Me no ask you.
The trolls stomped off with Ragnar. He tried to call for help.
Help!
But a gnarled large finger covered his mouth. Raxic threw Ragnar into the corner of the cave.
Oof!
Raxic wagged a finger at the dwarf.
Now make socks.
Ragnar looked around the cave. He gave the troll a fearful look.
Slight problem?
Raxic sneered at the dwarf.
What?
Ragnar winced.
I have no materials.
And?
Ragnar stared at Raxic for a moment.
I can't make the socks out of nothing.
Raxic growled in frustration.
What you need?
Well, for starters, I need needles.
Fine.
Raxic walked out of the room.
Largo, watch dwarf.
Raxic wandered down a mountain. Raxic shivered and grumbled.
Where me find needles?
Largo stood, watching Ragnar.
You better make good socks when Raxic come back.
Ragnar looked up at the troll sheepishly.
I don't know if I will be able to.
Largo looked down at the dwarf in rage.
What?
Ragnar shrank away.
He went off before I could tell him all the materials. I need wool to make the socks out of.
Fine. Me go get wool.
Largo walked away, shouting.
Ortag, you watch dwarf.
Raxic was still searching around the mountain.
For this take 4.
Raxic saw something that made his jaw drop. Raxic saw a dire porcupine sleeping on a rock. And its back was covered in long, needle-like quills. Raxic smiled.
Needles!
Raxic tiptoed toward the sleeping dire porcupine.
Careful, Ranth.
So they grabbed for the dire porcupine's quills. He grabbed 2 quills and yanked. Waking the dire porcupine, porcupine turned its attention to Rachael and growled. Rachael tried to back away.
Oops.
But the porcupine thirsted for blood and revenge. It leapt towards Rachael and attacked him viciously. Orteg guarded Ragnar.
Better make good socks.
Will do my best.
Orteg gave Ragnar a confused look.
What do you mean? Don't you just need needles and wool?
Ragnar shrugged sheepishly.
Well, I need to stay hydrated and...
You need water?
Ragnar nodded.
Yes, and...
Orteg stormed off.
Fog, watch prisoner.
Lago continued his trek on the mountain.
Where are we going to find wool?
Lago stopped as he heard something.
What that?
Lago went to investigate the noise. Lago peeked over a boulder to find a group of Arioks. Arioks were a race of ram folk who lived in the mountains. They were a chaotic bunch. Sometimes they held trolls or after dwarves and other mountain denizens. Sometimes they were rivals. Again, they were a chaotic bunch. They were also covered in wool.
That will do.
Orteg trekked around the mountain.
Help me find water.
Thorg stood guard of Ragnar.
Getting everything you need.
Ragnar looked up at Thor sheepishly.
Well, I am hungry.
You're so needy.
Thorg stormed off. Lago had a vicious fight with the Arioks. Orteg trekked for a while, thinking he wouldn't find any water until he heard something. Orteg smiled.
Water?
Orteg peeked over a rock to find a pool full of monkeys. Orteg smiled.
It's monkey flavored, but water is water.
Dog trekked down a path down the mountain.
What dwarves eat?
Orteg fought with monkeys. Thor continued his search on the mountain.
Have to be something for dwarf to eat.
Thor heard something that caught his attention. Thor smiled.
Me short dwarf eat bird.
Dog found a nest of eggs. Dog looked around curiously.
Me thought there was bird here.
Dog shrugged.
Oh well, maybe dwarf like eggs.
Dog reached for the eggs. He looked up as he heard something. A large eagle soared towards Dog and thrashed at him.
Ow, 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 ow!
Kacir walked down the mountain with his arm full of quills, with more embedded in his body. Rachael walked with an arm full of eriac wool and a body full of spears. Orteg walked with a bowl, a hollowed-out rock, essentially full of water, and his body covered in scratches. Dora carried a nest of eggs and the corpse of the eagle. His body was covered in scratches. Trolls met back at their cave with excitement.
Me brat.
Looked at his wares and shrugged.
Needles.
Largo presented his find.
Me bring wool.
Orteg presented his find.
Me bring water.
Thorg presented his find.
Me bring food.
The trolls nodded to each other in their satisfaction.
Now, dwarf, make us good socks.
A realization came to Rachael.
Wait, who guarding dwarf?
The other trolls looked at each other in concern. Ragnar made his way through the snow. Although he was happy to escape the trolls, he found another problem in the whiteness of the snow.
Where am I?
Ragnar continued to trek through the snow. He didn't know how long he had been traveling, but he knew it had been a long time. For his beard and hair had grown exponentially. He didn't know what to do until he remembered.
Of course!
He had some needles in his back pocket.
I could make some socks!
But Ragnar remembered he didn't have any wool.
Right.
Ragnar looked around for anything he could use, and he found it right under his nose. Literally. He glared down at his long beard.
You'll have to do.
Ragnar began the long, painful process of tearing out his beard and hair.
Oh! Oh! Ah!
And knitting them into socks. Ragnar trekked through the snow in his new self-made socks, which kept him warm, however. It didn't give him directions back home. Ragnar had survived on snow, small, easy-to-catch animals over the days, the weeks, the months, the years. But eventually he found his way home. Ragnar walked through his village, shocked at finding people staring at him. He didn't recognize anyone. The other villagers seemed to be made uncomfortable by the dwarf with clumps of hair and almost naked with his torn clothes and self-made socks. He shook his head in disbelief.
How long have I been gone?
A realization came to Ragnar.
Mother! Mother!
Ragnar made his way to his shop to find it in ruin.
What happened?
A villager was walking by. He saw the strange dwarf and took pity on him.
Sir,
Ragnar turned his attention to the villager.
are you all right?
Ragnar looked to the villager in shock and confusion.
I hope so. Can you tell me what happened to the family that lived here?
The villager shook his head.
It's a shame. They were a family doing very well making.
The villager thought for a moment.
I think it was hats.
Ragnar sneered.
Really?
The villager shrugged.
Anyway, the son, who was the talent, went missing. The parents looked around everywhere for him, but were unsuccessful.
The villager hung his head in sadness.
They died of grief.
Ragnar hung his head and shook it.
I'm all alone now.
What's that?
Ragnar didn't even acknowledge the villager. He simply walked away. The villager scratched his head and shrugged.
Okay, bye then.
Having nothing left, Ragnar went back out into the skybound wilderness. No one knows what happened to him. But there are stories of travelers finding an old disheveled dwarf offering socks to those in need.
I woke up with a bit of a headache. Mountain dwarves do know how to celebrate. I barely remember my last night, but I found that I had new socks. They were the best socks I've ever had. Could they have been a gift from... No, it couldn't be. They had given me a ram and had sent me on my way. I was off up to my next adventure. My ram took me down the mountain towards the country of Pimpel. It was called Pimpel due to its many hills. I would have named it something less gross, but it wasn't my country. The mountain dwarves would not join me, for there was a feud between them and the hill dwarves. I didn't understand why, but they had hated each other for centuries, so I doubted I would change their minds. I found myself in the village of Popski. I thought they might be leery of me coming from the mountain dwarf camp, but surprisingly they were rather welcoming. The hill dwarves took me to a tavern. Dwarves certainly love their drink. I talked to a few of the dwarves and brought up the subject of my project.
Yuri, a small hill boy, was playing behind his home. He was fighting invisible dragons with his sword when he heard something. Most children would have been scared, but Yuri was more curious than afraid, much to the detriment of his...
What is that?
Yuri went to investigate. He wasn't afraid. He had his trusty sword with him. It was good against dragons and giants. Granted, they were figments of his imagination. He ran towards the noise. Galina, Yuri's mother, was cooking dinner. She was pulling a roast out of the oven when she called for her son.
Yuri! Time for supper!
Galina was concerned when she heard no answer. Galina stepped outside and gasped to not find her son.
Oh God, what is he up to now?
Yuri followed the moans. He knew he was getting closer, for the moans were getting louder. Yuri was about to find the source of the moaning, until he heard something else.
Yuri!
Yuri felt his eyes roll practically on their own. His mother was coming to ruin his fun.
Yuri!
However, he knew that if he didn't return, his mother would ground him, and it would be longer before he could have his fun.
Yuri!
Yuri, very reluctantly, went to his mother. Rachael, Yuri's father, was out cutting wood. He had to make his quota before the winter came. He was the village's #1 lumberjack, and he had to keep up his reputation. He was on his last tree of the day when he heard something. Mikhail stopped chopping with terror in his heart.
Oh God, the hill dwarf.
Mikhail dropped his axe and started running. His quota didn't seem to matter at the moment. Yuri ate his supper with tears in his eyes. Supper was roast beef, which was usually one of his favorites. But after his mother's talk, mostly her hand talking to his backside, he didn't much care for his meal. Galina glared at her son from across the table. Galina wolfed down her food as she continued her stern glare at her son.
This will teach you from wandering from home and telling tall tales.
Yuri gave his mother a pleading look.
But Mama...
Galina shot a glare at her son that felt like daggers being fired at him. Yuri silenced himself and went back to eating. Mikhail continued running.
Must check on the family.
Galina was cleaning the dishes when Mikhail ran into the house, surprising and scaring his wife.
Mikhail, what is wrong with you?
Mikhail looked at his wife, his eyes wide with terror.
Did you hear moaning today?
Galina stared at her husband in confusion and concern.
What?
Moaning woman. Did you hear it?
Galina shook her head.
No,
Galina gasped in shock as a realization came to her.
Oh my God, Yuri heard moaning.
Yuri was in bed with a full stomach, after Mother had made some guilt cake. But he was still curious about the moaning sound and why his father seemed so scared of it. Mikhail walked into his son's room.
How are you, my son?
Yuri shrugged.
I'm all right.
Mikhail nodded solemnly.
That's good, son.
Mikhail went to leave the room.
Good night.
Yuri reached for his father.
Father, wait. Why were you worried about the moaning?
Mikhail stopped in his tracks with a wince. He slowly turned round to face his son.
I guess there's no time better than the present.
Mikhail sat on Yuri's bed and gave his son a weak smile.
I have to tell you about Ansky Karluk.
Yuri gave his father a curious look.
Yes, the Hell Dwarf. Once, many moons ago.
The Ansky Karluk?
Mikhail nodded. Mikhail told the story, worried that Yuri would have nightmares. What he was unaware of is Yuri was interested. Maybe too interested.
There was a young dwarf named Boris Emberborn, the son of the blacksmith Maxim Emberson, who taught him blacksmithing. What are you making?
It's a horseshoe, father.
Maxim grabbed Boris's creation and inspected it. You call this a horseshoe, boy? This is a hunk of metal dung. Boris's anger grew.
It is a fine horseshoe. Your old eyes just can't recognize quality anymore.
Maxim glared at his son with fury. What did you say?
Boris's anger had become fear as he realized what he had done.
Father, no, I...
The back of Maxim's hand caught Boris's face, sending him to the floor. Boris looked down at his son with fury and shook. He looked down at his son with fury and shook. You will spend the rest of the day making horseshoes until you get it right. Maxim threw the horseshoe towards Boris, just barely missing his head. Maxim has taught Boris how to blacksmith, but he also taught him how to hate. Boris made his way to the short forest. Boris had found a clearing. He checked to see if he was alone. When he could find no onlookers and no one in earshot, he plopped himself on the ground. Insulted. Boris wasn't aware of how long he had been in the forest. But he knew it was getting dark.
Oh no, I must make my way home before my father beats me again.
Little did Boris know is that he had an audience in a sinister being. Boris had stopped running, for he found that he was quite lost.
I've made an error in judgment.
I would say so.
Boris looked around frantically to find the source of the voice.
Who said that? Who's there?
Over here.
Boris looked to find a glowing bug floating in front of his face. Upon a closer look, Boris found that he was not talking to a bug, but a fairy.
A fairy?
The little fairy nodded.
Yes, I am. My name is Losnaya Faya. I heard you crying and...
I wasn't crying.
The fairy glared at Boris as Boris looked around, trying not to make eye contact.
Right, well, I heard you. I heard you and thought you could use some help.
Not to offend, but what can you do to help me, little fairy?
I could tell you.
The fairy smiled, deviously.
But I think it would be better if I show you.
The fairy led Boris through the dark forest. Losnaya looked back at Boris, who looked around in fear.
Are you scared?
Boris was taken aback by the question.
What? Me? Afraid? Never.
Losnaya smiled, knowing full well the dwarf was scared.
Good. Because we're going into the most dangerous part of the forest.
Boris did his best to hold his composure. He was doing a bad job of it.
That's not a problem. No fear here.
The fairy's smile broadened.
Good.
The fairy flew on ahead. The fairy led Boris to a tree.
This tree houses the redemption from your father.
Boris looked into the hole in the tree where he found several books.
Books? How are books going to help me?
The fairy rolled its eyes.
It's what's in the books, Stu. Silly.
Boris did a lot of reading and blacksmithing and enduring his father's abuse. I regret having his son. Until he read the last book.
Finished.
He was ready for his revenge. Maxim walked into the forge to see his son sitting in a dark corner. Boris stared at his father darkly. Why are you not working, boy?
I am done.
Are you now? Maxim looked around. I see no horseshoes, no axes, no armor. What exactly are you done with? Boris stood up, glaring at his father.
No.
Boris's hands glowed with an orange light.
You.
Maxim backed away from his son in horror. Boris, your hands. What is this?
Your demise.
Boris shot jets of flame from his hands. Burned Maxim alive. No! Ah! Boris met back up with the fairy.
The deed is done.
Boris nodded with a sinister smile on his face.
Yes. And with this power, I shall conquer the lands.
The fairy smiled a more sinister smile.
Yes.
About that. Boris watched in horror as the fairy started to change. The fairy's butterfly wings exploded into large bat-like wings. Their hands became red, and their nails became black talons. And their face contorted into a toothy maw. Once the change was finished,
Boris found himself staring at an imp.
What are you? What is this?
The imp, laughed. You foolish mortal. You're nothing special. It's so easy for you to sell your souls for such trivialities. Boris backed away in horror.
Please don't kill me.
I don't want to kill you. Boris looked hopeful.
Really?
The imp's face grew into a large, sinister smile. No, I've much worse planned for you. Boris stared at the imp in confusion and terror.
What?
The imp waved its hand, firing a blast of red energy. That hit Boris, which changed his skin to bright red. He looked at himself in horror.
What did you do to me?
The imp disappeared in a puff of smoke. Boris dropped to his knees and wailed over his misfortune.
No!
Mikhail tucked young Yuri into his blanket.
And since he could not get his revenge on the imp, he took his rage out on anyone who crossed his path.
Yuri looked up at his father curiously.
How come no one has tried to talk to him?
Mikhail smiled down at his son.
Oh, Yuri.
Mikhail gave his son a loving pat on the head.
Do you know why the Hell Dwarf mourns?
Yuri shook his head.
No, Papa.
Since the Hell Dwarf couldn't get his revenge on the imp, it filled him with endless anguish and rage. So those who hear his moan should take heed. For if he finds you, he will take his revenge on you.
Yuri shrugged.
He sounded more hurt than angry.
Mikhail shook his head.
Oh, my boy. You have a lot to learn about life.
Mikhail tossed his son's hair. Yuri was still curious, and a little offended, but figured his father was done talking about it. So he just smiled and said,
Good night, Papa.
I thought that was a very short story, but enjoyable. I was glad to add it to my...
It's not the full story.
I'm sorry?
Conrad, you're missing a lot of the story.
Oh. Would you care to enlighten me?
Well, someone needs to be setting you straight. Yuri laid in bed, thinking about the Hell Dwarf.
I need to find out more.
Galina was in the kitchen making breakfast. Galina brought in a plate for her son.
I've made eggs, your fave.
Galina came into Yuri's room with horrifying sight. Yuri was missing. Galina was filled with fear.
Oh my god, I hope he's okay.
Galina's fear turned to anger.
Once I find him, I'm tanning his hide.
Yuri has sneaked out his window. He took with him a lens on a stick that his father had gotten him from a gnome. This lens made it seem that things got bigger and made Yuri able to study them better. He was in the woods with his, I believe they call it a magnifying glass, staring at a bit of grass.
Oh, come on, there must be some clues.
Yuri was about to lose hope until he found something.
Speak. I found a footprint.
Upon finding the first footprint, he found another, and another, and another.
Didn't think Hell Dwarf would leave footprint. Interesting.
Yuri was excited to find the trail of footprints, until they ended at the start.
Darn it! Dead end.
Yuri looked around.
I would say he's metaphysical entity. Perhaps he floats. But why would something that floats make footprints? He must have crossed the stream some other way.
Yuri continued his investigation. He used his magnifying glass to look toward something across the stream. He smiled as he found another clue.
Another clue.
Yuri spotted a bit of something red on a tree across the stream.
I need a closer look.
Yuri investigated the stream.
Something tells me the creature doesn't float. So, how did it cross the stream?
Yuri found a few small stepping stones in the stream.
Aha!
Yuri balanced on one stepping stone, and he was struggling. Yuri was a bit nervous, but he was too close to solving the mystery. He had one more stone before he got to the other end of the stream.
Come on, Yuri. You can do this.
Yuri leaped from the stone. He flew through the air with a big rock of fear in his stomach. He saw the stepping fear in his stomach.
He saw the stepping stone getting closer and closer. His foot touched down on the stone. He started to slip. A rush of adrenaline surged through Yori. He just barely righted himself on the rock.
Sorry, no big deal.
Yori continued his pursuit of the Hell Dwarf, only getting a little wet from the stream. He saw a few trees with a bit of red on them. At first, he thought they were blood, but upon closer inspection, he found it was some type of dye. Why would some demonic entity leave behind dye? Yori's excitement grew. He was going to find the creature. Yori's investigation brought him to a small cottage in the woods. He stared at it in awe.
Is this the creature's home?
As if to answer the young dwarf, a moan echoed through the woods from inside the cottage. Yori shrugged.
Take that as a yes.
Most children would run from such a disembodied moan from hell. But Yori wasn't most children. He needed a closer look at the cottage. Yori sneaked his way towards a window in the cottage. He peered in to see the Hell Dwarf, who was moaning. Yori was in so much awe that he didn't think about his volume.
Oh my!
The Hell Dwarf turned to look at Yori.
Huh?
Yori quickly ducked his head down. Yori sat on the ground in silence.
Maybe he didn't see.
Yori slowly stood up and looked through the window again, but the Hell Dwarf was missing.
Can I help you?
Yori turned around to find himself facing the Hell Dwarf. Yori found himself inside the cottage, staring across the table at the Hell Dwarf. The Hell Dwarf stared back at Yori, as if to examine him. Then he broke the silence by saying,
"Tea?"
Yori nodded, nervously.
Yes, please.
The Hell Dwarf poured Yori some tea, with a deep sigh.
I'm guessing you'll know the story.
Yori shrugged.
Why are they story?
The Hell Dwarf scoffed.
You are a clever boy.
Yori smiled.
You are a rare breed, young one. I'm guessing you wish to hear a real story?
I like to look into things.
Yori shrugged again.
I have time.
All right. I like you. I can tell you. When I was a child, my father was a tailor that specialized in gank fabrics. Me being far too curious boy, got into a lot of trouble. One day, my curiosity changed everything. My father had met a strange man.
Sir, I cannot be selling you cloth unless you have gold. How about a trade here, dear? What? Trade? What do you have for trade?
The stranger gave my father a sinister smile.
I got this special red dye here, dear. What?
My father stroked his beard as he thought.
Interesting.
I had been watching this trade from the back of father's shop. I should have been suspicious, but instead I was curious. My father kept all the dyes in the back-in vats. I was investigating the new red dye the stranger had given us when I fell into it. My father walked in.
Boris, are you... Boris!
To find me drowning the dye. My father had helped me out before I could drown. But the dye had infected me. It made my skin the red you see now. My father tried to scrub it off me, but to no avail. My father and I tried to have a normal life. But my father kept me in the back of his shop where I helped him dye clothes until the pain started. It would come and go. But it kept getting worse. My father took me to the local doctor, but he didn't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
We went to a cleric, but he didn't know what to do either.
I don't know what to do.
My pain grew worse, and with it my moans of pain. not appreciate my moans and pain. They asked my father to ask me to leave. So my father and I went into the woods, and we built me this cabin.
Boris held his head in forlorn.
And this is where I've lived since my father's passing.
Yori stared at Boris in wide-eyed amazement.
Wow, that's interesting. Wait, what about the fairy demon thing?
Boris scratched his head as he thought.
You know, I don't know how that got into the story.
Boris smiled at Yori.
It's nice to get the story straight with someone.
Yori nodded.
I can't wait to tell everyone.
Boris cringed.
No, actually, about that.
Yori was taken aback.
You don't want me to tell?
I've just enjoyed my solitude so long, I'm fine with others stink away. I don't wish to harm anyone, but I am happy with the distance they keep.
What would you like me to tell them?
Boris rubbed his chin as he thought.
Mikhail searched through the forest for Yori. Yori!
Mikhail was getting worried until...
Oh, there!
Mikhail saw Yori running towards him.
I'm so glad you're safe.
Yori ran into his father's arms. Father and son hugged for a while.
You're grounded.
This new person told me that Yori had spread a different tale. I asked how they knew. They merely smiled and walked away. I thought about following him, her, them, but decided against it. What's life without a bit of mystery?
I found myself in the beautiful city of La Marche de la Butte, one of the biggest cities in Franks, the country of elves. The elves were of a high pedigree, which is a nice way to say they were very snooty. I marveled at the city's beauty. Every stone and plank of wood was placed with a purpose. There was a lot of pride taken in the creation of the city. It filled my heart with joy and pain, for I was still destitute. I didn't have a coin to my name. I certainly would not get a deal from any of the expensive shops here. I found a seat at a local cafe. The server asked me if I wanted anything. She was a young elf. At least she looked young, though so long lived it's hard to tell. I told her solemnly I merely wanted a place to sit. She smiled at me and walked away. I sat there and wondered where I would get my next meal, where I would find a roof over my head, and most importantly, where would I get my next tale? The server managed to sneak me a few pastries and some water. I implored her that I have no means to pay for these items, but she assured me I would pay differently. I was curious what she meant. The server and I talked all the way back to her home, where she would later commune with me. I would like to say I am not one to kiss and tell, but forgive me, I've done very little kissing in my life. I asked if she wanted to be mentioned in my project, and she declined. I will respect her wishes. Anyway, after our union, she told me the story of her great-aunt and her interesting love story.
It was many centuries ago, not terribly long for elves. A young woman by the name of Dandra lived in the lap of luxury. She wanted for nothing. Servants would bring her what she wished, even before she said it. Her room has the softest bed, pillows, and blankets. Her brushes were made of gold, pearls, and gems. Suitors from all over the kingdom pined for mere moments with her. She could have whatever she wanted. Yet, she felt empty. It was a big day, at least to everyone else, at Tendra's manor, where her father, Duke Francois Ingenieux, lived. It was danced at Prétendant, where suitors from all over Frankrets and Beans would come to dance and participate in contests to win the hand of the fair maiden Dandra. Her father had 2 of these dances before to find a suitable suitor, but for his daughter, no one impressed Dandra. All the best elves in the land weren't the best for her. Her father was sure this dance would be different. Dandra was skeptical. The dance started off as normal, mundane to Dandra, as young lords and ladies danced, while Dandra sat with his throne next to her father. Duke
Francois smiled, forcing as much as he could. He glared over at his daughter, who didn't look amused at all.
Having fun, my lovely.
Dandra glared back at her father.
Not particularly.
Dandra sighed and forced a smile that hurt her emotionally and physically. After the dancing, it was time for the contest. Dandra had to force her smile even more. The first contest was game and sing. The two young lords presented themselves to Duke Francois with their canes, like fencing swords. One lord addressed the Duke and his daughter.
I am Lord Charow of House Bree. I am here to contest for the heart of Lady Dendra.
Duke Francois gave the young elf lord a nod. The other elf lord addressed the Duke and his daughter.
I am Lord Kacir of House Vermeer. I am here to contest for the heart of Lady Dendra.
Duke Francois gave the other elf lord a nod. The two lords faced each other and brandished their blades. Duke Francois raised his hand into the air.
Ready?
Brought it down.
Duel.
The two lords began dueling. As the two lords dueled, Dandra watched in disinterest until she realized no one was watching her. She made her escape. The lords dueled for several minutes, which felt like several hours, until Lord Kacir disarmed Lord Char, sending his blade to hit the floor. Lord Kacir brought the tip of the blade to Lord Char's throat.
Concede.
Lord Char hangs his head in defeat and shame.
Concede.
The two lords faced Duke Francois and Bart. Lord Kacir crossed his blade over his chest. The Duke applauded.
Good show, good show.
The Duke looked to his daughter.
Wasn't that?
He was shocked that Dendra was gone. In the manor's garden was a large tree, where Dendra would climb and play as a little girl. It's a pastime she continued. It had always made her feel free. She hung upside down from a branch, laughing with glee, until she found herself staring face to face with her father, who looked furious. Then her laugh of joy became one of fear. Duke Francois angrily shoved clothes into baggage. As Dendra protested,
Father, please, don't!
You've embarrassed me for the last time.
I'm sorry, Father. I promise I'll choose.
The Duke stopped backing for a moment and glared at Dendra with his arms crossed over his chest.
All right, I'm the man you want to marry.
What?
There were several lords in attendance. Which one did you pick?
Lord,
Yeah, you're growing to your ends.
The Duke went back to his anger packing, while Dendra protested.
Father, please, I can't.
In futility. A carriage drove down a forest path, surrounded by armed guards riding horses around it. Dendra sat in her carriage, staring out the window. She hated being sent to her aunt. Her aunt was the head of a farm outside the city. And Anne would always put Dendra to work, tending to the animals and picking vegetables. It was supposed to teach her discipline, though it didn't seem to work, since she was still a spoiled princess. The carriage ride was slow, but she didn't mind. She was not in a hurry to do manual labor. The carriage continued down the road until a crossbow bolt flew through the air. striking the carriage driver in the chest, killing him. The sudden attack spooked the horses. As the guards unsheathed their swords,
We are under attack.
Dendra was surprised when the carriage came to an abrupt halt.
What's going?
She heard the commotion outside. Dendra stepped out of the carriage.
What's happened?
Onto a grisly scene. All her guards and their horses were lying on the ground with their bodies riddled with crossbow bolts, and their blood mixing with the dirt, making a gruesome mud. Dendra began to cry.
Oh my God! No!
Dendra went to run, but slammed into a large orc. A sinister smile came over the orc's face.
Hey, girlie.
Dendra went to run from the orc, but her way was blocked by more orcs. They surrounded her and came closer. Dendra went to run, but slammed into a large orc.
Please, don't hurt me. My father is rich. He'll give you whatever you want.
Sorry, lady.
The orc unsheathed his sword.
But I got a job to do.
Dendra backed away while shaking her head in horror and disbelief.
No!
The orc bandit lifted his sword over his head as he prepared to bring it down when something shook the ground. The orcs looked around in confusion and fear. As their leader also looked around in confusion and fear.
What was that?
As if to answer the orc bandit leader, a giant wooden foot descended on one of the orcs, crushing the life out of it. The orc bandit looked up in horror.
What is that?
A giant wooden fist hit another orc, sending him flying. The remaining orcs ran off. The orc bandit leader yelled to his fellow orc bandits.
Get back here, you cowards.
Giant tree man stepped in front of the orc bandit leader, who looked up into the face of the tree man, shaking in fear. The tree man growled at the puny orc. The orc bandit leader dropped his sword and ran off. The tree man turned around to face Dendra. He walked towards her.
Thank you.
The tree man just stared down at Dendra for a moment before he said,
Are you at home?
Dendra was too afraid to speak, so she merely nodded yes. The tree man merely nodded back.
Good.
The tree man started walking away.
What's your name?
The tree man shouted back.
Aubrey.
The tree man started walking away. Dendra looked around at her dead guards.
Now how do I get home?
Meanwhile, at a manor back in the city, a discussion was about to take place. Lord Charow was pouring himself a glass of wine in his study, when someone else entered.
You're starting early.
Lord Charow glared at his guest.
Let me be. I don't need judgment, especially from you.
Lord Couturier merely laughed.
Someone is a sore loser.
Leave me be.
Lord Couturier came up from behind Lord Charow and wrapped his arms around his waist.
Don't be so angry. Everything is going according to
I guess.
Oh, sweetheart, how can I make you feel better?
Lord Shah turned and smiled at his friend.
Once we have access to the Duke's fortune, I will feel better.
Lord Couturier kissed Lord Shah hard on the mouth.
Will that tide you over?
It will suffice. For now.
Dondra made her way back down the trail her carriage was driving. And since she didn't know how to drive a carriage, she had to walk back in the dark.
How could this get worse?
Dondra heard a thunderclap overhead. Followed by torrential rain pouring on earth. Lord Shah and Lord Couturier were about to get intimate when they heard a knock at the door. Dondra continued her trek to the rain. Dondra was sure she was safe, only to die on this trail when Arbor had returned.
I did not anticipate the rain. Would you like a ride home?
Dondra looked up at Arbor with a big smile.
Oh, that would be lovely.
Lord Shah opened the door to see the Orc bandit leader standing in the rain, looking scared.
We got a problem.
Arbor taxied Dondra along in his branch through the pouring rain. Arbor addressed his passenger.
Are you alright with this?
Although Dondra clung to wet cold wood, she never felt more warmth inside. She smiled.
Never been better.
What?
Dondra realized what she said and was embarrassed.
I said this is fine. Everything is fine.
The two lords and the Orc bandit leader argued.
You had one job.
One job.
The Orc bandit leader shrugged.
No one said there'd be a giant tree monster.
The two lords looked at each other in shock.
Tree monster?
Arbor brought Dondra to the edge of the city.
Here you are, miss.
Dondra looked up at her wooden hero in awe.
Take care.
Arbor turned and started to walk away. Dondra started to panic. She couldn't understand it herself, but she didn't want Arbor to leave.
Wait!
Arbor stopped in his tracks and turned around.
Yes.
How do I repay you?
Arbor shook his head.
Never speak of me.
Dondra looked at Arbor in confusion.
What?
The two lords continued to argue with the Orc bandit leader.
Go back and kill the tree monster.
Sure. Once I get paid.
The two lords looked at each other and sighed. Lord Shah looked back to the bandit leader with a sneer.
Follow me.
Lord Shah opened a small treasure chest and took out a few coins. As the Orc bandit leader watched, Lord Couturier looked around.
So, where is the rest of your band?
That's a good question. Those cowards ran off to God knows where.
Too bad they are not as brave as you.
The Orc bandit leader sneered at Lord Couturier. Lord Shah stopped counting counts.
Actually, I won't pay you in gold. We have steel.
The last thing the Orc bandit leader saw was Lord Shah's smiling face. And the last thing he heard was Lord Shah say,
We have steel.
Before falling to the floor, dead. Lord Shah wiped his blade with a handkerchief while chuckling.
Always wanted to do that.
Lord Shah looked toward Lord Couturier who glared at him.
You're cleaning this up.
Dendra and Arbre stared at each other.
Can't I tell my father about your great deed? You must want a reward.
No, that will bring humanoids into my forest.
What's wrong with that?
Arbre shook his head.
Humanoids build cities.
Aren't our cities beautiful?
Arbre looked at the city.
The forest is more beautiful.
Arbre went to walk away again, but Dendra stopped him. Again.
Wait!
Arbre turned around, looking a bit annoyed.
What?
Dendra became a bit sheepish.
Would it be all right if I saw you again?
Arbre was about to yell at the annoying elf girl, but once he saw her pleading eyes, his wood heart softened. Arbre smiled.
That would be fine.
Dendra's face lit up with joy. Arbre grew stern.
But bring no one else with you.
Dendra nodded furiously.
No, of course.
Arbre nodded and continued into the forest. Dendra watched after him in awe. Dendra ran home with a feeling she had never felt before. Her bare, wet feet hurt, slamming onto the cobblestone road, but she barely felt it. As far as she was concerned, she was flying. Duke Francois slept soundly in his lavish bed. Until a pounding on his bedroom door woke him up.
What is going on?
Jacques answered his door in shock as a soaked Dendra stands before him with a nervous smile on her face.
Hello, father.
Dendra sat in front of the fireplace, trying to dry off.
So all the guards were killed?
I'm afraid so. I almost didn't, but...
Dendra realized what she was about to say.
But what?
Dendra scrambled to think of something.
But then I did.
Dendra smiled nervously.
Okay. I'm just glad you're safe.
The Duke sent a group of guards to investigate where Dendra was attacked. Lord Char and Lord Coutterie volunteered for the expedition. The two lords and the guards examined the scene of the bandit attack. One of the guards looked toward the lord.
Messieurs, I don't think our men killed these orcs.
The two lords looked at each other and then at the guard.
I believe you're mistaken. These orcs were clearly killed by the guards.
The guard looked at the orc corpses again and then back to Lord Char.
It really doesn't look like that.
Lord Coutterie glared at the guard.
That is what happened.
The guard stepped back in fear and surprise.
All right.
The two lords and guards rolled back on their horses. The two lords brought up the rear so they could talk in private.
Our guards did not kill these orcs.
Lord Coutterie rolled his eyes.
I know that.
Lord Char shook his head in confusion.
Then why did...
Clearly Dendra did not talk about the tree.
And?
Lord Coutterie rolled his eyes.
Thank goodness you're cute. It's called leverage, my love.
Leverage?
Lord Coutterie smiled at Lord Char.
We may get that fortune yet.
Dendra was lying in her bed, thinking about Arbre. She couldn't get him out of her mind. She had to see him again. One night, Dendra climbed out of her window. Lord Char gave his friend a confused look. Lord Couturier just happened to be out, and luckily for him, and unluckily for Dandra, he saw the young Duchess sneaking out of the city. He smiled to himself.
What are you doing, mademoiselle?
Dandra skipped through the forest, humming a tune to herself. Lord Couturier stalked after the Duchess as quietly as possible. Dandra wasn't sure how long she traveled, but she was sure that the cold was getting to her. And the forest noises were getting to her as well.
I hope I find you soon, Arbre.
Dandra continued her quest. After several minutes of traveling, Dandra's legs grew tired, so she sat under a nearby tree.
Where are you, Arbre?
Lord Couturier watched Dandra from some bushes. Thoughts raced through his head. Diabolical thoughts. She was alone. He could just take her out. Duke Francois had no other children. He would have to give his fortune to someone. He would just need some convincing until he heard the giant footsteps.
Huh?
Dandra picked her head up in excitement as she heard the giant steps. She smiled.
Arbre!
Lord Couturier listened to the giant steps.
Arbre?
Nervously. Dandra jumped to her feet in excitement. As Arbre walked around a corner and saw Dandra. He was surprised. Dandra nodded furiously with a big smile on her face.
Yes, it's me.
Arbre shook his head in confusion.
What are you doing here?
Dandra was hurt by the question.
I'm here to see you. You said that I could.
Arbre looked away, a bit embarrassed. Confusion.
I thought you would get bored and forget about me.
How could I forget about you? You saved my life. You're the only thing on my mind.
Two mossy spots on the side of Arbre's mouth seemed to glow a brighter green, a tree's way of blushing.
I don't know what to say.
Dandra ran up to the tree man and hugged him.
You don't have to say anything.
Arbre smiled as the little elf hugged his leg. He put a hand on her back as gently as possible. Lord Couturier watched the beautiful scene, but not in awe. It inspired the gears in his head to move.
I can't wait to tell Charow about this.
And so it went. Dandra would sneak out of her house, and Lord Couturier, sometimes Lord Charow, would follow her. Dandra would gallivant with her in the forest. And Dandra would return home. Until Dandra skipped through the forest. When something stopped her,
Lady Dendra?
Dandra stopped in her tracks, filled with fear, until Lord Couturier stepped out of some bushes.
What brings you to the forest?
Dandra's mind raced as she thought of what to tell the Lord.
I
Lord Couturier feigned a look of concern.
Does your father know that you are here?
Lord Couturier continued his mock inquisition.
Have we taken a sudden interest in trees?
Tendre still struggled to find words. A sly smile came over Lord Couturier's lips.
Or is it one particular tree?
Tendre suddenly caught on to Lord Couturier's game. Her fear became anger.
What do you want?
Oh, good. Brass tacks. My terms are simple. You promise me your hand in marriage.
What? I would never. I don't love you.
Lord Couturier broke into laughter.
Oh, silly girl. Marriage isn't about love, it is about property.
Lord Charow was watching Tendre and Lord Couturier from the bushes. His love had brought him there to make sure the deal went as expected. He kept a hand at the hilt of his sword just in case the deal didn't go their way. Arbre made his way through the forest, his wooden heart aflutter at his anticipation of Tendre's visit. Lord Couturier was still laughing. The Lord composed himself and went back to being serious.
Now, let's make a deal.
Tendre shook her head.
I would never marry you. Besides, it wouldn't help you anyway.
Lord Couturier looked intrigued.
Oh?
Tendre nodded with a fierce look on her face.
Oui, you would have to get rid of my father too.
Tendre was horrified by what she had just said and the devious smile on Lord Couturier's face.
Is that right?
Arbre continued his trek through the forest as he checked on the trees until he heard a scream. Tendre had her back against a tree as Lord Couturier came towards her with his sword drawn.
Please, don't hurt me. I'll marry you. Just don't hurt me.
Oh, don't worry, mademoiselle. I will take good care of you and your father's graves.
Lord Charow snickered to himself as he watched Lord Couturier prepare to dispatch the Duchess.
Take care.
Lord Charow's attention was arrested by another sound.
Huh?
Lord Charow turned around to see a giant wooden foot coming towards him. He screamed in horror and futility. Lord Couturier was about to stab the Duchess until he heard something hit the ground behind him. He turned to see Lord Charow's mangled body on the ground, his eyes filled with tears.
Cha! My love!
Tendre looked at Lord Couturier in surprise.
Love?
Lord Couturier was not paying Tendre any mind. He was transfixed on the giant tree man standing before him. Lord Couturier backed away in fear. Tendre sneered as he walked past them.
And never come back!
As Lord Couturier backed into some bushes, he took a final look at the bag of flesh and bones that used to be his lover. He brought his look back to Arbre. Rage had replaced fear.
I will have my revenge, tree man. Mark my words.
With that last ominous promise, Lord Couturier turned and ran into the woods. Arbre went to chase after the outlaw. When Tendre stepped in front of him.
Wait! Don't!
Arbre stopped in his tracks and looked down at Tendre.
He's not worth it!
Tendre shook her head.
He has no power here. This is your domain.
Tendre hugged Arbre's leg.
Please, my love. Push him out of your mind and let us enjoy each other's company.
Arbor looked to where Lord Couturier ran and back to Dondre. He did this several times until he surrendered to Dondre's arms. Lord Couturier ran through the streets of the city, tears streaming down his face. He would have revenge on the three bastards. He would turn the forest to ash. A dark idea came to him. He knew it would help him. He just had to spin the tale correctly. Arbor walked through the forest, with Dondre hiding in his branches. Like they had done many nights before. Little did they know that this would be the last time. 2 guards stood at the gates of the Duke's manor.
It's a quiet night.
The other guard shrugged.
Prefers the snow night. Really? Of course. Then I get paid for standing around.
The first guard rolled his eyes. As he refocused on his post, he saw something coming towards him. As the steam got closer, the guard realized it was Lord Couturier running towards them.
I need to talk to the Duke.
Duke Francois sat in his throne room, deeply annoyed at his slumber being disturbed. He glared down at Lord Couturier, thinking of how he could punish the young elf lord for the interruption.
You said better be important.
Lord Couturier looked up at Duke Francois with fear and sadness in his eyes.
It's about Dendra. She's in danger.
Duke Francois jumped to his feet.
What?
Duke Francois, Lord Couturier, and several soldiers stalked through the forest, holding torches and a vendetta. Duke Francois shot a glare at Lord Couturier.
What did the Intrigue want to do to my daughter?
Lord Couturier gave his Duke a somber look.
I'm sorry, my Duke. I must confess my cowardice. I ran away once the monster slew my
Lord Couturier caught himself before he accidentally confessed something. He composed himself.
Slew my Lord Cha. I don't know what he's done with Dendra.
It was at that moment the Duke heard a sound that chilled him to the core.
Dendra!
The Duke shook his head in horror as he listened to his daughter's torment.
My gods, what is he doing to her?
Dondre screamed. In delight, as she swung on Arbor's branches. The Duke went to run out to his daughter.
Cojo, I'm coming.
But Lord Couturier stopped him.
Wait, my Duke.
The Duke shot Lord Couturier a look of rage.
What's my way, Lord Couturier?
Please, sir. This forest is vast. Even with such a large quarry, it will be days, even years before you find your daughter.
What should I do?
A malicious smile crossed Lord Couturier's face.
We'll make it come to us.
Duke Francois gave the Lord a curious look. Arbor continued to stride through the forest, with Dondre still in his branches. He suddenly stopped and sniffed the air. Dondre looked down curiously.
What's wrong, my love?
Arbor turned and started running. Lord Couturier and the guards ran through the forest, lighting trees on fire. Lord Couturier laughed to himself.
This is for you, my love.
The Duke lit a tree on fire, stood up, and shouted into the night sky.
Even my daughter wants to. This whole forest will be killed.
Arbor ran towards where the smoke was coming from. As the tree man got closer, stood up, and shouted into the night sky. Arbor ran towards where the smoke was coming from. As the three men got closer, Dondra could hear her father shouting.
So you hear the monster. Face.
Dondra was filled with horror. She didn't think about her father. Whatever he was doing, she had to put a stop to it. The elder guard told him and took his father inside his house. A guard was about to fight him. Until he heard something.
Huh?
The last down from the giant. Coming towards him. The group rolled their and the guard stopped their actions. To look up at the three men, charge at them. Duke Francois stood and there was the monster in running.
You don't know my daughter, monster.
Outreach towards the function. Cabot was shocked to find that all was gone. Dondra glanced from him as fast as she could. She couldn't bear the mother. She couldn't bear the consequences of her actions. Cabot growled as he swatted and washed Elgin. As his face continued to burn about the Couteri thought as the two monsters crossed down. The Lord charged and could correct with a battle cry. Mrs. Dodge fought. The Couteri hit the three monsters with his torch.
Take these, monster!
Abba cried out. Dani was sticking funny. Until she heard Apple scream. Dondra stopped in her tracks.
What have I done?
Dondra began running back. As Apple crossed the hills, Dondra made his way back. Storm clouds began to gather. Apple cries out in agony as the flames took his body. God, very loud, eat and triumph.
That's right! Die, you wooden bastard!
I looked down at the building wall. What is this guy? Lord Couteri, seeing that this was the end, looked solemn.
We'll be together, sure.
Dondra was still running. She was so confused on getting back, she barely felt the raindrops hit her. Barbara had killed the last guy and was now facing the Duke faced three monsters in the deadness.
Give me back my daughter.
Barbara shook his head. The Duke credit his teeth in rage and shouted to them.
Liar.
The Duke raised the torch into the air and we said that the time. The Duke charged forward out. Dondra ran through the heavy rain, not letting it slow down. Dondra made her way to the battle, but she ran late. The ground was littered with dead elder bodies, including their father and one large wounded body that was absolutely out. She shook her head in dismay.
No! Please! God!
Dondra ran over to her father, ignoring his name. Just as well, the rain was extinguishing his face, and yelled back.
Father! I am so sorry!
The police fell on deaf, dead ears as your father stared towards the sky with a look of fear on his face. He died not knowing what tears were along his eyes. The torrent of tears were about to cease, just like the rain pelting from above, until she heard a deep
Arbre!
Dawn's right over to the mother's body. She climbed through the branches so that she could lay on her face and look in his eyes. She caressed his features lovingly.
My love, are you all right? Please be all right.
Arbre's weak eyes rolled themselves toward Amber. The tears started to fall from Amber's eyes.
I know. I'm sorry.
Abstrained and senseless, but he couldn't think of anything to say but Amber shook her head.
Yes, but I'm back. Please, don't leave me.
The light started to leave Amber's eyes and he rolled away from Amber and stared. And breathed his last breath as the light faded completely. Amber shook her head in a wild disbelief and pounded on her.
No, Arbre. Please don't leave me. I'm sorry.
As the rain pounded at her. The sun rose over the mountain. At least, what was left of it. Amber was still lying at Apple's feet, exhausted from getting no sleep in life. Amber walked silently to the burnt wet evening. She looked around somewhere, not knowing what to do. She couldn't go home, not without mother. She couldn't live with her love, who was no longer living. Thoughts swirled in her head until she saw something. Amber saw a small snake crawling from the dirt betwixt two burnt stumps. She dropped to her knees, with tears in her eyes. However, they were tears of joy that like still softly grow in this wasteland.
I am so happy to see you, little one.
Amber looked back at Albert.
I could never bear you children. Our natures would have never allowed it. But I will make it my life's mission to bring this forest back to life, my love. The new trees will be our children.
Amber turned her attention back to the subject.
I will start with you, Petit Arbre.
Which meant little tree. Amber spent the centuries of her long, healthy life taking care of the plants and animals of the forest. Amber, now in her 500 years, scanned the land that was once burnt stubble, but was now filled with something. She smiled to herself. She looked at the biggest tree amongst the new trees.
Your brothers are getting so big, Petit Arbre.
Amber looked up to the sky.
I hope you're proud, my love.
My elven companion told me about a group of druids known as the Children of Dendra that took care of the forest. It was Dendra's legacy. After a few more days of entertainment, she loaded me up with some food and sent me on my way. I was very remiss today, but my project was too important. I'd have to come back and visit her. Once I had left my elven friend's home, I had made my way through the elven city when... Oi! I heard a strange noise. I should have minded my own business. Apparently, in my investigation, I found two hooded figures who were
working on the wall of the city. I inquired to them what they were doing. My heart was filled with terror as they looked at me and revealed that they were Dratino spies. They were not happy with my interference, so they threw me into a trunk and... what it sounds like. I've put my trunk into a wagon. They're taking me somewhere, and I'm scared to reach my final destination. I discovered that our destination was an underground shack by an underground river. My captors threw me in a closet. I can hear them talking, but not what they're saying. They are probably wondering what to do with me. I fear once they find out that I'm not worth much to anyone, they might... I'd rather not think about it. I need to find an escape. Wait!
Who the hell are you?
Release your captive.
Over a dead body, senor.
What the? A drowned gentleman in dark clothes, a hat, a cape, and a mask that barely covered his face, had saved me from my closet prison. He said his name was El Perito, which I was sure wasn't his real name. He told me that he had heard about bandits kidnapping elven nobles and ransoming them. I asked him how he knew this, but he said he had his sources and wouldn't say more than that. That did sound ominous, but one does not question their savior. I told him about my mission, and with little surprise to me, he had a story to tell me about himself. A quick note, El Perito wished to keep his identity a secret, so I will be changing names for his protection and the protection of those involved in the story. My name is Santiago Zoliandio. I was a drow noble of some repute. I was born into wealth and was loved by the women of my district. I loved them back. Little did I know it would be my undoing. I was on a night out on the town, talking with a few senoritas at a local cantina. That's how I got my new giant spider. He is a purebred. As usual, they swooned over me.
You are so funny, Santiago.
Oh, so handsome, Santiago.
Marry me, Santiago.
Ladies. Please, there is plenty of me to go at. The music started, and everyone started to dance, including her. Round, she was a vision. She wore a red dress that was frilly, but still clung to her beautiful frame. It flowed like flame around her. Her hair was a long silver, like moonlight flowing behind her. She flashed her eyes at me, which were like shining opals, seeing me, seeing through me. I was entranced by her. I had to know her. My female companions were not too pleased.
Santiago, darling?
Sweetie?
Honey?
But I barely heard them as I found myself moving towards the red vision of loveliness. I don't remember walking up to the woman, but I found myself dancing with her, with one of my arms around her waist, my hand holding her hand. Her other arm was around my neck. We spun to a drowned waltz as we stared into each other's eyes. She started the conversation.
You seem to be enjoying yourself, Signor Zorronio.
Hearing my name coming from those beautiful lips made me smile. I am señorita. Until realization came to... Wait. How did you know my name? The woman merely smiled playfully and seductively.
What woman doesn't know of Santiago Zorronio, noble of the House of Aragon?
I was impressed. Usually I was the one who could see a woman's history all over her face. It was intriguing to be the one on the receiving end. As much as I studied her, I couldn't get a read on her. She had to be some kind of enchantress to confuse me so. You seem to know me. May I have your name? The woman seemed to think on it for some time. She smiled at me.
Oh, no. We are not there yet.
Oh? She looked deep into my eyes with thin-lipped smile that arose a fiery passion inside me. She whispered to me, her hot breath hitting my ear and exciting me more.
Let's get out of here.
I was surprised by the request. Aren't you enjoying yourself here? She shrugged.
I am, but...
She suddenly pressed her lips to my neck, sending a fresh surge of ecstasy through my body. She stared into my eyes.
I just think that we can enjoy ourselves someplace else. You know, somewhere private.
The woman could get no resistance from me. The woman and I walked through the city. Well, she walked, but I felt like I floated. We had found our way into an alley. We were getting passionate. And her lips were like the finest wine I ever tasted. She stopped and smiled at me.
I have a surprise for you.
Is that right? She nodded with a demure smile on her face.
Yes. Now close your eyes.
What?
Close your eyes, silly.
What am I getting?
I told you it is a surprise. Now close your eyes.
Fine. I closed my eyes and waited for my surprise. All right. I'm ready. I heard a low growl. Sweetheart, opened my eyes to see my surprise. Instead of a woman, I found myself facing a half-man, half-wolf creature staring at me. I screamed as the creature tore into me. Hot pain racked my body as it claws tore at my skin. In agony shot through me as its teeth buried itself in my shoulder. I felt my lifeblood and organs spill out of me as I passed into unconsciousness. I woke to find myself in the alley. No trace of the woman. I limped through the city, trying to hold my insides, well, inside. As I limped my way home, I discovered something in my hand, at least the lack of something. I was under the impression that my guts were spitting out. When I looked down, I saw nothing. There wasn't even blood. At first, I thought I had a strange dream. But if that was the case, why did I wake up in an alley and not in my bedroom? Why did I feel as if my body had kept the pain from the attack? I guess I may have had too much to drink. I resolved to think that I drank too much. That would have been a comfort, but alas, I was brought to the reality of the situation when I saw the scars on my body. When I returned home, my parents lamented.
Where have you been?
She ran and hugged me tight.
We're sorry.
I hugged my madre back in happiness and confusion. I'm happy to see you, madre, but why are you so distraught? My madre looked up at me with eyes filled with tears and confusion.
You've been gone for days, my little niño.
Days? Madre took me to see my padre.
Rachael! Santiago is home.
My padre's eyes lit up as they saw me.
My little Santi.
He ran and embraced me. Oof! It hurt, but I welcomed my padre's hug. He let me go and slapped me in the back of the head. Ow!
Don't you ever worry us like that again.
I rubbed my sore head and gave my padre a pleading look. Sorry, Papa. My padre and I had a strange relationship. After a celebratory feast, I grew tired and went straight to my room. I tossed and turned in my bed, struggling for sleep when... Santiago! I heard her. I jumped out of my bed to see her at my window. You! I jumped from my bed, charged towards her, and grabbed her by her shoulders. I shook her in rage. What did you do to me? The woman merely smiled at me.
I didn't finish the job.
What? She had instantly changed into the wolf monster again. I was horrified. No! As the monster lunged at me. Ah! I awoke in a panic. That was the last time I would see the woman. I never wanted to suffer an attack like that ever again, so I practiced with the sword. When I was not practicing my swordplay, I would be in the library reading up on creatures, where I learned that the woman was a werewolf, so that no other strange creatures could surprise me again. During my trainings and studying, a lot of weird things happened in between. I still had trouble sleeping. As I tossed and turned, thinking I was having terrible dreams, I would have vague memories of my dreams. As I would stalk through the farm district, where I would attack prey. I'd wake up, covered in blood, and feathers, which made it awkward when I would pass by farmers.
Something keeps eating my chicken. I don't know what to do.
I knew I had lycanthropy, but we'd rather live underground, so there was no full moon to trigger my transformation. For a long time, I could not figure out how or why I was changing, until one night. I was walking through the city, trying to clear my mind after a feeding, when I heard something.
Please. We are poor.
Please don't hurt us.
Quick. Here's the door.
I had to help, so I ran towards the noise. I ran to where I heard the noise, to find two bandits harassing a farmer and his wife on the road.
The bandits hurt you.
Innocent people being attacked and raging. I called up the bandits. Stop right there! The bandits turned their attention to me.
Huh?
As I drew my blade. Leave these people alone. The two bandits stared at me, then looked at each other, then broke into laughter.
Get out of this.
Yeah, mind your business.
I ignored them and brandished my sword. The farmer and his wife ran off as the bandits were distracted. One of the bandits tried to stop the couple,
Hey, no one said you could leave.
but they were too far away.
You cost us money, bastardo.
I fought the bandits as best I could. Despite my training, I had little experience to so I was quickly disarmed, and my arm was slashed. Pain brought me to the ground. I held my wounded arm as I felt the blood pour from my hand. I looked up to see the bandits standing over me.
They point the arrows.
Any last words?
I was filled with rage as the bandits looked down and mocked me. The bandits stopped laughing and looked at me in horror.
What the?
What's going on?
My skin started to stretch. My clothes tore. My mouth grew into a snout with small, razor-sharp teeth. While the bandits watched me in shock, once my transformation was complete. Their shock turned to laughter. I noticed that I was standing much smaller than the bandits in my new form. I'd finally realized what I was. I knew I was a lycanthrope, but I now realized I was a were-chihuahua. It was a rare condition for drow, and luckily, for me, I had it. My rage only grew as the bandits continued to laugh. In my rage, I went to shout at them, but since I was a dog man, I could only bark. However, my bark seemed to bother the bandits, as they grabbed their ears and winced in pain. My barking seemed to drive them mad, and they started to turn on each other.
This is all your fault.
My fault? It was your idea.
They started fighting each other. Until they dispatched one another. Fell to the ground dead. I thought it was an easy meal. At least my weird chihuahua brain thought that, so. The end of my savior's story didn't sit well with my stomach, but he did say that he had practiced controlling his beast. Now he uses his talents and situation to defend the innocent drow of his land. El Perito was kind enough to lead me to a river. He provided me a boat and supplies so that I may have a safe trip to the land of Tagoda. I bid him well and sailed to my next adventure.
I sailed for a few days. El Perito had provided me with abundance of food and wares for my journey. The only thing I had to contend with was the boredom. The boat had finally docked on the beach. I walked up the beach to another fishing boat. I talked to several people. One creature told me about her. I wandered until I found him stabbing crabs with a sharpened stick. After a bit of persuasion and a jug of sake, he told me a tale. He informed me that he wasn't always known as the Hermit. In fact, he used to be known as Zu Hao Di, which was Paganese for the best. At least that's what I translated. My Paganese was rough. That was not his real name either, but he wasn't the most pleasant, so I didn't pry. He told me how he attained his title.
I was a young child back in the village. I was a young child back in the village. And all I ever dreamed about being a great martial artist. However, my skills needed work, as Yashi, as well as the other kids, would regularly beat me up. I took a punch to the face. The other kids laughed. As Shaji goaded me, get up! I refused to get up. I just cried.
Pathetic.
Shaji turned to the other kids.
Come on, the weakling doesn't want to fight anymore.
The other kids walked away, laughing. While I laid on the ground, crying. Once I finished crying, I walked the village alone. As I always did. I looked into the night sky and saw a shooting star. I made a pledge.
I swear, I will be the greatest martial artist in all of Perth.
That was the beginning of my quest. I tried Dage, the village drunk. I found him stumbling through the village. Despite his reliance on drink, he was quite a martial artist. I had to see if he would train me. I walked up to him with a big smile on my face.
Greetings, Master Dagi.
I had made the mistake of surprising Dagi, one of his drunken students.
Ah, who goes there?
And I caught several punches. To my smiling face, I dragged myself home. Swearing that I would find a master that wasn't Dagi. As I grew into a man, so did my desire to become a great martial artist. A monastery had been built on the outskirts of the village. I knew monks trained in martial arts. I would find a perfect teacher there. I knocked on the door to the gate of the monastery. The gate opened. I stood up, tall and proud, ready to be embraced by my new master and my fellow students. A monk peeked his head out from behind the gate door. A monk peeked his head out from behind the gate.
Can I help you?
I smiled at him.
I am here to join the monastery.
The monk nodded.
Oh.
The monk shook his head.
No.
I was taken back.
What?
Goodbye.
But I...
The gate door slammed in my face. I stared at that door in shock. I was so distraught from the rejection that I made my way home. I climbed a mountain on the outskirts of town. I had made my home in a cave there. I had gotten halfway up to my cave when I noticed something looking down from my perch. I could see the monks training in the monastery's courtyard. I just watched as they drilled punches and kicks. It filled my heart with sadness until I realized something. I could see them, they couldn't see me. I started my training that moment. I managed to train with the monks for months until I awoke in my cave with a smile. I ran to my training spot. When I got there, I found Sifu Pianju waiting for me.
Sifu Pianju?
I bowed to show my respect.
You honor me with your presence.
The Sifu smiled at me.
You honor me by enjoying my training.
I laughed nervously.
I am sorry, Sifu. I just really wanted to learn, and...
The Sifu held up his hand to silence me.
I understand.
You do?
Of course. I've seen it so many times in so many young faces, eager to learn the art. I am curious.
Sifu Pianju got into a fighting stance.
What have you learned so far?
I was surprised by the Sifu's sudden stance.
Sir,
And the kick to my head. I really don't remember much after the beating I received. I just remember being on the ground. I laid on the ground, battered and broken, as Sifu Pianju stood over me.
You need to understand. I make my living teaching the art to rich children. I've come to expect a certain lifestyle in payment. You have stolen from me. Lucky for you, I am not that petty and cruel. So consider this a warning.
He knelt down and whispered in my ear.
But try it again, and I will lend you.
He gave me a pat on the face.
Glad we had this talk.
And walked off. From that moment on, I stopped looking for a master and decided to be my own mentor. I acquired many scrolls on the art, and all my training consisted of challenging others. And winning some of them. Life was my sensei, and it would give me my ultimate test before I knew it. I was walking through town to get supplies when I noticed people running by.
Huh?
Naturally, I had to investigate. I noticed a crowd gathered at the beach. I pushed my way through the crowd to see what the was about. I made my way to the front of the crowd, where I saw Dani, the hermit of the beach, fighting a challenge. Dani is the Conrad. That was his name. His crowd nature. You'll see now. Was one of the crowd people known as the hermit. They were such isolated creatures that they would never tell anyone their real name, not even giving up that of their race. They were naturally skilled, able to defeat any opponent, and I smiled to myself as the old crab man sounded
Oof!
sending the would-be champion to the ground. if I defeat the old master, then people would finally take me seriously. After the crowd dispersed, I followed the old crab man. It was night as I followed the old crab man back to his home. I followed him quietly, saw his old ears. Do crab people have ears? Anyway, wouldn't hear me. I had stepped on a pile of seashells. I stopped in my tracks as I watched the old crab man stop. I quickly jumped behind a nearby rock and hid for a moment. I didn't hear anything from the old crab man, so I peeked around the rock to find he was gone.
What the?
Why are you following me?
I spun around to see that Dani was standing behind me. I don't know how he got there, but it didn't matter. I couldn't lose my composure.
I have come to challenge you, venerable one.
Another one of you? Don't you have anything better to do?
I stood up to him with my chest puffed out with pride.
I have trained myself my entire life to fight such a master.
Really?
I nodded.
Yes.
That's sad.
I was taken back.
What?
Dani shook his head at me and laughed.
I mean, come on, boy. Haven't you learned a trade? Haven't you ever kissed a girl? Haven't you had a life, boy?
I have devoted my life to the fighting arts and
you need to prove you are the best. Yes. I've heard this before.
I got into a fighting stance.
Then let's skip the conversation and fight.
Dani stared at me for a moment before saying
no
and walked away from me.
What?
I watched the old crab man walk away in shock. I would not be shamed to be ignored by that old crab. He would fight me. I would see to that. I just had to persuade him. I just had to persuade him. Now he was in the ocean, grabbing fish from the bottom. And threw the fish into a sack. He turned around with a smile of satisfaction on his face, which faded when he saw me open his fish sack.
No!
I smiled. I stared him in his eyes as I emptied his bag. Tossed the bag aside and dusted off my hands.
Fight me!
Down he scared. But walked away. I was furious. I wouldn't give up. I wouldn't give up. Now he was using his claws to feed the bonsai. The old crab man stepped back to admire. He smiled at the fine job he did. His smile faded as I admired.
Nice job.
Then I proceeded to pick the pot bonsai.
Yeah!
It went sailing through the air till it crashed into the rock. Down he stared at the broken pot and the bonsai tree lying on the ground. He turned his attention back to me. I cracked my knuckles with a cocky smile on my face. Got myself in a fighting stance.
Fight me!
The old crab man merely stared at me and walked away again. I would not be denied. I would have my fight. Dani was in his cave, decorating it with seashells and pretty stones he found. Dani stepped back and admired his work.
Now to get some food.
He left his cave without realizing that I was watching. I walked in to see Dani's decorating job. I cracked my knuckles before I decided to add my own touch. I watched as the old crab man entered his cave. Dani looked at my work in shock. I had rearranged his shells and pretty rocks to re-fight me.
Fine. Do you hear me? I'll give you your damn fight.
I was still hiding close by, so I heard the old crab man accept my challenge.
Finally.
Night had fallen over the beach. I waited for my opponent on the beach. I was getting annoyed, thinking he wouldn't show, until I saw him scuttling towards me.
I thought you would never come. I thought you would be too scared.
Can we just get this over with?
Gladly.
I charged towards the old crab man, and with all my might, I delivered a punch to the old crab man's chest, and was shocked as the blow had no effect on him.
Huh?
He just stared at me.
That's it?
I was speechless. Dani shook his head.
Pathetic.
His eyes stopped, stared right into my eyes, as a vicious smile crossed his face.
This is how you do it.
Dani raised his claw into the air with a cackling laugh, and much to my confusion.
What are you?
With a lightning quickness, he plunged his claw into his own chest. I stared, shocked, as the old crab man started to fall.
No!
I ran and caught my opponent before he hit the ground, as if he were an old friend. Although I wanted this fight, I was distraught.
Why? Why would you do this?
Dani looked up at me with his dying eyes.
I wanted you to understand what being the best is.
I shook my head in confusion.
I did not beat you.
I know that. You know that. No one else knows that.
But your reputation.
Reputation? I don't care about reputation. I just wanted your stupid humans to leave me alone. Now you will.
I could only stare at the dying old crab man in confusion.
Thank you.
The old crab man broke into laughter as he shook his head.
You dumb boy. I didn't do you a favor. This is revenge.
I thought I couldn't be more confused. I was wrong.
What?
With one final laugh and a few words.
You'll see.
He died in my arms. I buried my friend by his cave. I awoke the next day. I had moved into my opponent's old home.
Parodie.
Huh?
I exited my new home.
Oh.
As I saw Goal 9 of the challenge, the lead challenger pointed at me with intensity in his eyes.
I am here to challenge the champion.
I now I was filled with rage and fear. My new position in life.
I had bid Mr. Zhao Hao Di a goodbye and made my way to the border country of Pong. I tentatively entered into the land of Pong. I had heard from the Ponganese people that it was full of Onaga. The Onaga were, as I was told, a violent people that Pong had a strained truce with. I would have to be careful. As I made my way down a path, I was surprised by some Onaga brigands. At first, the brigands wished to rob me, but they soon discovered that I traveled rather light. There was discussion over making a meal out of me, which, needless to say, I wasn't in agreement with. I blurted out my mission to them, which
I doubted they would care, but I was very pleasantly surprised by their interest. In fact, they told me of their greatest legend.
Many years ago, Togoda was one nation at war with one giant demon. Indanaru Chichi-Onaga rampaged across the countryside, much to his dark delight. Then came a day that Indanaru would regret. The people of Togoda gathered together.
We must band together to defeat this menace.
The army marched to meet Indanaru head-on. They battled the giant and managed to wound him. Indanaru ran from the battle. Indanaru happened upon an isolated farm in the mountains. There was a family of farmers. There was a family of farmers. Indanaru rested on his new farm. Indanaru had lost a lot of blood and size. He had not noticed that his blood had gotten on all the animals. His blood fell on the chickens, and the chickens changed into what would be known as the rooster Onaga. His blood fell on the pigs, and the pigs changed into the pig Onaga. His blood fell on the goats, and the goats changed into the goat Onaga. His blood fell on the oxen, and the oxen changed into the ox Onaga. His blood fell on the dogs, and the dogs changed into the dog Onaga. His blood fell on the horses, and the horses changed into the horse Onaga. His blood fell on the rabbits hiding amongst the crops, and the rabbits changed into the rabbit Onaga. His blood fell on the rats hiding amongst the barn, and the rats changed into the rat Onaga. Indanaru Chichi-Onaga slept,
Master!
Until a voice caused him to awaken. To find himself facing his creations. A rooster Onaga stepped forward.
I am Ondori, leader of the Rooster Onaga.
Ondori knelt and bowed before Indanaru.
Here to serve you.
A pig Onaga stepped forward.
I am Buta, leader of the pig Onaga.
And knelt and bowed before Indanaru.
Here to serve you.
A goat Onaga stepped forward.
I am Yagi, leader of the Goat Onaga.
And knelt and bowed before Indanaru.
Here to serve you.
An ox Onaga stepped forward.
I am Bushi, leader of the oxen Onaga.
Knelt and bowed before Indanaru.
Here to serve you.
A dog Onaga stepped forward.
I am Inu, leader of the dog Onaga.
And knelt and bowed before Indanaru.
Here to serve you.
A horse Onaga stepped forward.
I am Uma, leader of the horse Onaga.
And knelt and bowed before Indanaru.
Here to serve you.
A rabbit Onaga stepped forward.
I am Usagi, leader of the Rabbit Onaga.
And knelt and bowed before Indanaru.
Here to serve you.
A rat Onaga stepped forward.
I am Nazumi, leader of the Rat Onaga.
And knelt and bowed before Indanaru.
Here to serve you.
Indanaru smiled at his children, yet his army. But his smile faded as he realized it would not be enough. Indanaru went on his journey to strengthen his army. Indanaru, after some rest and healing, made his way to a nearby jungle. Indanaru felt he needed scouts he could use to gather information. Indanaru found a tribe of monkeys and thought to himself, Indanaru had his children capture some monkeys The monkeys were brought before Indenaru, who laughed in delight. Indenaru produced a knife and cut his hand, and splashed his blood on the monkeys. And the monkeys started to change into the monkey Onaga. One monkey Onaga walked up to Indenaru.
I'm Charow, leader of the monkey Onaga.
And knelt and bowed before him.
Here to serve you.
After Indenaru thought about it, he felt he needed some assassins, and who would make better assassins than snakes. Indenaru and his children searched through the jungle. Indenaru and his children found a den of snakes. Indenaru's children held the snakes before Indenaru. Indenaru smiled.
This will do.
Indenaru cut open his hand. And splashed his blood on the snakes. The snakes started to change. Until they became the snake Onaga. One snake Onaga stepped forward.
I am Hibai, leader of the Snake Onaga.
And knelt and bowed.
Here to serve you.
Indenaru's smile broadened. Perfect. Indenaru felt he needed one more animal for his army. He needed the tigers. They would make great generals for his army. Indenaru's children searched the jungle for tigers. The tigers were a little harder to catch, but eventually they were detained. Indenaru's children brought the cages of tigers to me. Indenaru smiled.
Excellent.
Indenaru took his knife and slashed his hand. And sprayed his blood on the tigers. The tigers started to change until they became the tiger Onaga. The other Onaga opened the cages. One tiger Onaga stepped forward to Indenaru.
I am Tora, leader of the Tiger Onaga.
And knelt down and bowed.
Here to serve you.
Indenaru's smile broadened.
Perfect.
Indenaru's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of giant wings. Indenaru looked up to see a giant golden dragon flying overhead. Indenaru knew what his next children would be. Indenaru and his children followed the dragon to a mountain. Indenaru and his children climbed the mountain. Indenaru and his children made their way to the cave. Indenaru strode ahead.
Wait here, my children. I will dispatch the dragon on my own.
Indenaru's children looked amongst each other nervously.
Master?
Indenaru glared at the Christa Onaga leader impatiently.
What?
Ondori looked to Buta, the leader of the Pig Onaga, nervously. Buta looked towards his father nervously.
That might be a bad idea, Master.
Is that so?
Buta looked away from Indenaru's gaze in fear. Soyagi stepped forward.
We are grateful for your gift to us all.
The other Onaga murmured amongst themselves. Indenaru gave his children a suspicious look.
What are you getting at?
Ushi, leader of the Ox Onaga, stepped forward nervously.
Your gift has trained you, Master.
Indenaru shook his head in confusion at this move.
Would someone just come out with it?
Inu, leader of the Dog Onaga, stepped forward nervously.
Haven't you noticed the change, Master?
Indenaru's frustration grew.
Out with it.
Uma, leader of the Horse Onaga, stepped forward nervously.
Master, the more of us you make, the less of you there is.
Indenaru's frustration with his children reached a boiling point.
What I...
Realization came to Indenaru. He had finally noticed that he no longer was towering over his children. In fact, he was looking up to them.
How did...
Usagi, leader of the Rabbit Onaga, stepped forward and knelt and bowed.
We feel your pain, Master.
Nezumi, the leader of the Rat Onaga, stepped forward, knelt, and bowed before his master.
The Rat Onaga shall investigate the cave and learn all we can.
Saru, leader of the Monkey Onaga, stepped forward, knelt down, and bowed before his master.
The monkey Onaga will coax the dragon out.
Hibai, leader of the Snake Onaga, stepped forward, knelt down, and bowed before his master.
The Snake Onaga will weaken the dragon with our venom and surprise attacks.
Tora, leader of the Tiger Onaga, stepped forward, knelt down, and bowed.
The Tiger Onaga will finish the dragon.
Indenaru smiled at his children with pride.
You fill me with pride, my children. I can't.
Unfortunately, his proud moment was interrupted by the dragon coming out of its cave. It snapped at Indenaro, swallowing him whole. The Onaga stared in shock at the dragon. The Onaga attacked the dragon. The battle raged for days. Until the Onaga defeated the dragon. The Onaga opened the dragon's belly and pulled their master out. Indenaru's children stood over him as the life was fading from him.
I will not live long enough to see your victory over my enemies, which is my regret. But I know you will be victorious one day. Now spread my blood on the dragon eggs.
Indenaru's children spread his blood on the dragon's eggs. The Onaga watched in awe as the eggs hatched. And out came the Dragon Onaga. One of the Dragon Onaga stepped forward and knelt and bowed before their brethren.
I am Rachael, leader of the Dragon Onaga, here to serve my master and brethren.
The Onaga fought with the army that had wounded their father. After many years, the Onaga established their own country of Palm.
It was an interesting tale, although I believe very little of it. And it was very brass tacks and full of propaganda, but a story is a story. Besides, it kept the Onaga from robbing me or eating me.
The Onaga led me to a teleportation circle they had happened upon one day. I was in luck. They said they had chased some human fellow to it, and he used it to escape them. They would have followed, but they weren't quite sure how to use it. I told them I would give it a try since I had some knowledge of teleportation circles. I may have told the Onaga a little white lie. I did know how to operate the teleportation circle. I just didn't plan on taking the Onaga with me.
Hey, wait.
Bye! I appeared in a desert, relieved to get away from the Onaga. I made my way through the desert, and I was regretting my escape from the Onaga. I found myself in a village of huts, where the Eurasian people lived. The Eurasians were a rabbit folk who lived on the eastern end of the continent of Cojo. I had heard a little bit about them from a few, very few, books I was able to find. They seemed friendly, but many people did not visit them. They were notorious for something, but I could not remember what it was. They had been ignored for years until a few explorers discovered that they made the best chocolate in the world. Many tried to find the recipe, but due to the Eurasian language being the hardest language to understand, there was no way to communicate it. I can't imagine the Eurasians would tell anyway. I tried to see if they had any tales to tell, but the language barrier made it near impossible. I found who I thought was the chief, who did their best to tell me something. Perhaps I led you all astray. I was hoping the chief knew a bit of common, but no luck there. I searched the village for anything that could tell me a story. I was in luck. A kindly villager had given me a few stone tablets. The Eurasians seemed to tell stories through pictures. They were crude, but I felt I could discern the tale a little bit. The chief had pointed to a picture of what I could only assume was the protagonist and said, "Raborbatork." So I went from there. There was a capricious young Heresian named Raborbatork. Raborbatork was known for causing trouble. There was the time he had upset Brogorborg, the dragon, when he had acquired some of the creature's hoard. To make up for his transgressions, Raborbatorg took the sap from the legendary glass tree, which is a tree known for having transparent bark. Its sap granted Raborbatorg the gift of invisibility. The dragon couldn't find the mischievous Heresian, so it eventually gave up. Raborbatorg shared the sap with his people, and that is why Heresians can become invisible. I didn't know Heresians could turn invisible. That's interesting. Raborbatorg had many adventures, and misadventures, until the invaders came. It was hard to make out what the invaders were supposed to be. They were drawn rather crudely, so I will stick to just calling them the invaders. Anyway, these invaders seemed to want something, or they would threaten to enslave Raborbatorg's people. I'm guessing they wanted food. I wish these people spoke common. Let's press on. So Raborbatorg went to find food, I'm guessing, to satiate the invaders' hunger for conquest. Raborbatorg set out on his quest. The first thing he needed was milk, I guess. Raborbatorg went to meet a magical cow. There was no name for this creature on the tablet, so I will call it Magicow. Why not? So Raborbatorg met with the Magicow and asked, "Oh, great Magicow." I know there is no dialogue on the tablets, but I am trying to fill in the blanks here. Bear with me. Anyway, "Oh, great Magicow, may I have your milk?"
I will give you my milk, but you must do something for me.
"Anything, oh great bovine."
I need you to bring me. Bring me?
I looked through the tablet, but there seems to be a few carvings that were rubbed out and lost, so let's see. What do cows like? She asked for,
Hay! I want hay!
We'll go with that. So Raborbatorg said, "I will go get your hay, O great magical cow." So Raborbatorg went to get the hay. My apologies, I think I had some of the slabs out of order, but I think I made a good guess. So Raborbatorg found himself at the farm of what looks like a kangaroo. Oh, that's a kangarigine. I've heard of them. Anyway, Raborbatorg talked to the kangarigine farmer. "Oh, great kangarigine farmer, I need your hay to save my people." Sadly, the kangarigine farmer was not interested in helping, I think.
I don't care about your people. Give me gold or leave.
But I have no gold, good sir.
I have no hay for you. Leave.
Robobator would not be deterred by the farmer's rudeness. He would get the hay a different way. Later that night, Robobator returned to the farm to acquire the hay. Robobator returned to the magic cow. I have returned and brought you much hay. May I now have your milk? The magic cow sneered at the Horessian.
Oh, this is not enough hay. You cannot have my milk.
The magic cow proceeded to eat the hay that Robobator brought. Robobator was upset, so he decided he would acquire the milk as he had acquired the hay. Later that night, Robobator snuck back when the magic cow was sleeping, managed to milk her without waking her. Robobator made off with the milk, thinking that he would need more for his recipe. Robobator went to find the next ingredient. He was going to need sugar. Robobator found a field of sugar cane. He was delighted by his luck until... a creature charged towards him. Robobator found himself face to face with looks like a dragon, but smaller. No wings. Maybe it's a drake. Let's call it a drake. Why not? Robobator encountered the sugar drake. Sure. The sugar drake spoke. Yes, the sugar drake talks too, because why? I said so. The sugar drake said,
"What are you doing in my sugarcane field?"
Robobator went to say something, then just ran on. Robobator ran through the sugar cane, grabbing a few stalks as he ran. Robobator found his path blocked by a giant boulder. Huh? Robobator heard the sugar drake coming closer. Robobator looked around frantically, trying to find an escape, until he remembered he could go invisible. He smacked himself in the head. Before becoming invisible, the sugar drake ran through the sugar cane. When it reached the giant boulder, it stopped in its tracks to find that its quarry had disappeared.
Where is he?
The sugar drake stalked off through the stalks in search of the Horessian. Robobator reappeared and breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Robobator had his milk and sugar, now he needed cocoa beans. He knew that the best cocoa beans would be found in the Yum Yum Oasis. I see a picture of trees with various food items on them. That's why I'm going to call this place the Yum Yum Oasis. So, there you go. The Yum Yum Oasis seemed to be home to some koalians. I heard a little bit about them. They were known to be docile, although I think these ones were mean from the look of it. Robobator confronted the koalians to try and talk to them for some reason. Oh, great koalians, may I? Robobator ran, with the koalians chasing him. Robobator snuck back into the Yum Yum Oasis in the dead of night. I don't know why he didn't do that in the first place. Anyway, so Robobator picked several cocoa beans before being chased off by the koalians. Again. Now that Robobator had his milk, sugar, cocoa beans, he needed one last ingredient. Alright, so the tablets that mentioned the last ingredients seem to be missing. I think that was on purpose. I will do my best to continue. Robobator got to work making the chocolate. Robobator presented the chocolate to the invaders and they ate heartily. The invaders left since their hunger was satisfied, I guess. There was so much rejoicing over the invaders leaving and the finding of the world's most delicious chocolate. However, the persons, let's go with it. The persons that Robobator had acquired his ingredients from had arrived for their revenge.
How dare you steal more hay?
And my milk.
And my sugar.
The Qualians just roared. Robobator calmed the situation. My friends, please. I'm sorry for borrowing your property. Please, indulge in the fruits of my and your labor. So the Kangarigeny farmer, the Magicow, the Sugar Drake, and the Qualians feasted on the chocolate. Robobator was pleased, until he heard.
Say, how did you make this chocolate?
Robobator didn't want to give up the secret of the chocolate. That night, Robobator would accomplish his greatest heist. When the Heresians woke up the next day, they were asked by the Kangarigeny farmer.
How did you make that chocolate?
One of the Heresians went to answer the Kangarigeny farmer. But what came out of the Heresian's mouth was an incomprehensible language.
What?
The Magicow inquired about the chocolate.
How did you make that delicious chocolate?
But as the Heresian tried to answer him, all that came out was...
What?
The Sugar Drake inquired about the chocolate.
How did you make the chocolate?
The Heresian tried to answer the Sugar Drake.
Sprechen Zorky Dorky Horty Dork Minority Dork Malarky Dork Minority Dork Horty Dork Dork Lordy Dork Minority Dork.
But the speech was incomprehensible.
What?
The Qualians tried to ask about the chocolate. In their own way. The Heresian tried to speak to them, but yet again...
Get him my petaka sokoda. Labaka sublada. Chapisavata gets a mica to banto.
The Heresians could not be understood. Robobator left his people to never be heard from again. I do hope I did the tale justice by my retelling. I will... Hey, what are you doing? That's mine! Is this thing on? G'day, mates. Seems I got me hands on an orb of witness. Well, them Heresians traded it for me for some food I had on me. I don't think he, or she, understood what they had, which was great for me. Where are my manners? My name is Sterwin. I'll start with how I came into the world. My mum, well, she didn't really want to be a mom, so she let me in the desert. To expire. I don't know how long I was in the desert, mostly due to being a little joey, but I knew it was long enough for me to cry myself to unconsciousness. I woke to the sound of voices.
I say, Deirdre, I found something.
What's this?
Well, it's a baby.
It's found by a kind gnome couple by the names of Alexander and Deirdre Scope. They raised me as if I was their own.
Here comes the firebox.
While they taught me about the world around me.
What's this? Very good.
I was a fast learner. I learned so much about the land of my birth from these outsiders until, well, they went on a search of the elusive Tyrannosaurus, and, they never returned. I was 15 years of age when I lost my found family. I was so angry, I wanted to find that Tyrannosaurus and kill it. But they would have tainted the memory of my parents. I remember what they would tell me.
Hate hinders.
Love learns.
So I decided the best revenge, or should I say, the best way to honor their memory was to continue their research. I spent my whole life studying the creatures of Fogolo, and now I have a way to tell you about them, so come with me and learn about the fauna of Fogolo. There's one very interesting and very dangerous creature that I want to introduce you to, the Smat. We are at a watering hole surrounded by tall grass.
which is the favourite hunting ground of the smat. Now, I put hunting ground in quotes because the smat doesn't necessarily hunt its prey. I'll explain more as we get closer. Now, if you are looking at what I'm looking at, you would see a boulder with a rabbit on top, but you'd be mistaken, and if you got closer, you'd be dead. Let's take a closer look. Ah! I'm back, everyone. Managed to get away from that bugger. Lost the tip of my tail, but I kept the corn kernels. Oh, by the way, I meant to tell you that their bite turns their prey to corn. No one knows why that happens. I may try to learn more at a later date. Anyway, let's look at some different creatures. We're going to track down the elusive Laxodactyl. Laxodactyls are a bird, reptile type creature. Excuse me a minute. I found a shelf to take a break on. Found my way to the Laxodactyl nest. It's out hunting, I can only assume, leaving her eggs. It's interesting because Laxodactyls raise their eggs in a mated pair. One will go hunt while the other stays. I'm surprised there isn't one. Oh no, that's the mother. Sorry, mates. I was interrupted before I could tell you about the Laxodactyl's main attack. You see, it fires quills from its tail that inject their prey with a sleeping poison. Luckily for me, Mama Laxodactyl merely wanted me to stay away from the babies, so she didn't finish the job. The nap made me forget about me broken ribs. Once I heal up a bit, I'm going to introduce you to one of my favorite sea creatures, the Lianza. We are by the beach, where the Lianzas love to hunt. Now, if you've never seen a Lianza, they look like the combination of a lobster and a lion. They are ambush predators, so they can strike at any. Ah! I managed to get away from that sea bugger. I lost a bit more of my tail, but all in all, I made it out alive. I'm going to take a few days to recover, so until next time. Good day, mates. All night. I can't tell in this cave. Anyway, I have good and bad news. The good news, after some time I found the elusive Tyrannosaurus, the beast that killed my parents. The bad news, the Tyrannosaurus saw me. One of its 3-horned heads glared at me. In its rage at me invading its privacy, I ran from it. I had to find shelter once it started up a storm. By the way, the creature can create storms. So I took shelter in this cave. I think I'm safe. Oh no! It found me! There you are! To watch the king originates recording. Although he purchased what he knew was a stolen item, he did have a lot of interesting information, I thought. I do hope he survived. I travelled through the unforgiving Fogolian desert, the hot wind burning me and bits of sand cutting me like knives. I, luckily, found an oasis with a group of Corleans who were very hospitable. Surprisingly, since there was another story where I heard they were savages. The Corleans treated me with the utmost kindness. As I got to know them, I told them about my mission. They seemed intrigued, but their peaceful lives didn't create too many tales. I appreciated the hospitality, but I had to move on until one day the Corleans and I were enjoying each other's company when we received news that a Corlean elder had passed. Although I had only known these people for a few days, I felt their hurt. I was asked to be a part of the funeral, and I was honored, but not happy about it. I attended the funeral. It was obvious everyone loved this elder who was being buried. The Corlean shaman, at least that's what I thought they were, recited a funeral rite, which I thought sounded beautiful. I asked if I could include it in my project, and the Corleans, much to my delight, said yes.
Oh, my mother, thank you for letting me go. into the world through your vessel, so I screamed because I had to leave you. Shh. Calm, little one. But your vessel gave love, that was true. I would roll in the warm sand, basking in the sun's grace, as it felt like your warm embrace. Whenever I climbed the trees, spending the day taking in the breeze. Night comes after a while, and a look at the stars and see your smile. When I am become older, leaving childhood behind,
Hello.
so that I could find someone in kind. We brought more of your children into the land, making your world a little more grand. I grew older, coming closer to my twilight. I could feel the fading of my light. One day, I closed my eye, and they never opened again, leaving behind family and friend. Although I leave, love is something I will never lack, because I know Mother welcomes back.
Corleone's eye had a good cry. Afterward, I was sent on my way to continue my mission. I made my way across the desert, the sand biting at my body. I made my way to the great city of Octanon, and I must say it was quite a sight. I've heard a few things about it, but to see the city before, yes, this was a city made of actual gold. It was breathtaking. When I came to the gate, the Kilnachi guards glared at me suspiciously and curiously as I looked at them in the same way. The Kilnachi were an interesting people that seemed to be an amalgam of different creatures. They had the leg of ostriches, the body and wings of a vulture, and the head and neck of a cobra. But the mouth ended in a beak with 2 points instead of 1. Fascinating. I was curious how I would get them to bow into the city. Once I told the guards about my project, it was surprisingly easy to get into the city. They gave me quite the tour. It was beautiful. But I couldn't really pay that much attention because I had a mission. I was surprised to see that I was being led to the palace. The palace was as beautiful as the city. I was so surprised to be invited, considering how isolated I had been Kilnachi were. I was introduced to the Sultan of the Mask. Apparently, Octanon was ruled by an Algar, and each Sultan was in charge of a different principle of the city. The Sultan of the Mask was in charge of the arts. He didn't have as much power as the other Sultans, but he still had an important position. According to the Sultan, at least. The Sultan and I talked. He let me know he did not have a tale for me, but his wife did. He told me that his wife was the greatest storyteller he'd ever met. In fact, that's why he married her. As I sat with his wife, Skerat, she told me a great tale.
It was centuries ago. During one night, Amunet, the Sultana of the Mosque, was in disguise as she moved through the streets of Octanon. She was risking a lot, but she had to see him. Amunet made her way into a back alley and waited and waited and waited until she got frustrated and started to leave. When
It's my love.
Amunet turned to see Maheshwa, her secret lover. She gave him the angriest glare.
How dare you make me wait?
Maheshwa smiled.
Don't you love the anticipation?
Not that much anticipation.
Maheshwa took Amunet's hands in his
My deepest apologies, dear one.
and stared deeply into her eyes.
How can I make it up to you?
Amunet smiled.
You know what I want.
The two embraced and shared a kiss. Amunet sneaked away towards the palace after her tryst with Maheshwa, making certain no one saw her. Maheshwa wasn't your average Kilnochi, because he wasn't a Kilnochi at all. He was a creature that loved sowing chaos, and what better way to do it than with an official's wife? However, he was bold of his tryst with the fair Amunet, So he decided to leave Actinan and our story. A year passed from that moment. Amunet gave birth. Amunet looked down at her new child with her husband, Darwish, who looked down with pride.
What a beautiful boy to continue my line.
Amunet looked away nervously. Years passed, and the Sultan's son, Genie, had grown into his 10th year of life. Genie went to the finest school in Actinan. Well, finest to everyone else. Genie didn't think it was so fine. It was lunchtime, and Genie was seated by himself as usual. Meanwhile, 2 human slaves, Hanbal and Nakia, were sweeping a hall. Hanbal gave Nakia a glare.
No.
Nakia gave Hanbal a perplexed look.
I didn't say anything.
Hanbal sneered.
You don't have to. You complain about the same thing every day.
And you're sick of it?
I'm sick of you complaining about it.
Don't you have dreams of more?
I'm a slave. There is no point.
Nakia sneered at Hanbal.
I'm glad I have your positive company to keep me going.
As Genie was eating his lunch, he heard a voice.
Hey, freak!
That filled him with dread. Making their way towards Genie was Omar and his cronies, ready to start trouble. Nakia looked up from his sweeping.
Huh?
When he heard the kids picking on the weird one. Anbal saw his friend getting distracted.
Don't.
Nakia gave Hanbal a pleading look.
But
Hanbal glared at Nakia.
Just don't.
Nakia sneered at Hanbal. Omar and his cronies surrounded Genie.
Who told you you could sit here?
Genie did his best not to meet Omar's gaze. He had been beaten up for less.
I have nowhere else to sit.
Omar glared angry at Genie. Nakia looked back at the little boy who was being bullied with concern. Hanbal stared at his friend.
Don't do it.
Nakia looked to his friend, pleading. Hanbal kept his stare.
Don't do it.
Nakia shook his head, threw down his broom, and stomped over to the kids.
Hey, stop it!
Hanbal rolled his eyes and shook his head.
Idiot.
Omar and his cronies closed in on Genie.
We'll teach you a lesson. For what? I didn't do anything.
Leave him alone!
Omar and his cronies turned their attention to an angry-looking human slave.
Let him be!
What do you think you're doing, slave?
Realization came to Nakia. In his righteous anger, he forgot his place. His bravery diminished as he knew these kids would talk to their parents. Parents who could end his job and his life. Genie was relieved when Omar turned his attention to the slave. But his relief dissipated when he realized what could happen to his savior. Omar and his cronies went to pick on the human slave.
Do you know who my father is?
Nakia shrugged as he backed away from the Kilnochi children.
I don't think I do, but I don't think he would approve of you picking on other children.
You clearly don't know who my father is.
Genie watched the scene in fear. He knew what Omar was capable of, being his main victim. He closed his eyes and spoke to whatever would listen to him.
Please, someone, anyone, please help.
Nakia raised his hands in a meager defense.
Now, kids, let's not do something rash.
Omar and his cronies got closer.
You should have thought this through, slave.
Suddenly, a wind started to pick up.
Huh?
Huh?
And got stronger. And stronger. Until it became a gale that scooped up Omar and his cronies, but seemingly didn't touch Nakia. The wind carted Omar and his cronies out of the room. Nakia shrugged.
That was convenient, whatever that was.
Genie ran up to Nakia.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nakia gave the small, weird Kilnochi child a curious look.
You're welcome.
How did you do that? Are you a wizard?
No, I'm...
An idea came to Nakia. He smiled at the Kilnochi child as he leaned towards him.
I'm a genie.
That's amazing. You're a...
Nakia clapped a hand over Genie's mouth and put a finger to his own lips. Later that day, Darwish was in his study looking over several plays.
This is the 40th play about thieves.
There was a knock at the door. Darwish looked up from his desk toward the door in annoyance.
I said I didn't want to be disturbed.
Oh, sorry, Father.
Darwish glared at the door.
Ginny, what are you doing home?
School is over, Father.
Darwish scratched his head.
Really?
Darwish looked around and shook his head in disbelief.
I've been in here too long.
Darwish turned his attention back to the door.
What do you want?
I brought someone home.
What did I tell you about bringing animals home?
Darwish opened the door.
What did you...
To find himself facing a human slave.
What the...
Nakia waved to the noble Kilnochi.
Hello?
Darwish stared at Nakia, perplexed.
Hello?
Darwish looked to his son.
What is this?
This is Nakia, my new friend, Father.
Is Inakia a type of human?
That's just my name, sir.
Darwish glared at Nakia.
I was not speaking to you.
Nakia nodded and averted his eyes from the noble Kilnochi. Darwish turned his attention back to his son.
He chased some bullies off with...
Genie caught Nakia giving him the quiet down gesture. Darwish looked at Nakia, who acted as if he were looking at something else. Darwish glared at him before returning his attention to his son. Genie was nervous, but figured out what to say.
Scary faces.
Darwish gave his son a suspicious look.
Scary face.
Genie nodded with a forced smile on his face. Darwish looked at Nakia again, who also nodded with a forced smile. Darwish shrugged.
I can see it.
Nakia was taken aback, but Darwish did not notice or care.
Remember, Ginny, humans are a big responsibility. You have to feed them. You You have to clean their leavings.
Nakia shook his head.
That wouldn't be necessary.
Darwish glared at Nakia. Nakia pretended to zip his mouth closed and averted his eyes. Darwish turned his attention back to his son.
Now leave me be. I have a lot of work to do.
Ginny bowed to his father.
Thank you, Father.
Nakia bowed as well.
Yes, thank you.
Darwish sneered.
Whatever.
Before slamming the door. Ginny smiled at Nakia.
That went well.
Meanwhile, Omar had gone home to talk to his father, who was a high-ranking officer of the Sultan of the Soul. Omar's father, Abbasi, was dealing with some shady characters when Omar ran into the room.
Father!
Abbasi glared at his son.
Son, can't you see I'm busy?
Why did the slaves hurt me?
Abbasi was shocked.
What? They let a slave touch my son at that school? Kids will rope.
Never touched me, Father.
Abbasi shook his head in confusion.
What?
Night came over the city. Ginny climbed into his bed with Nakia watching him.
So, where am I sleeping?
Oh, they made you a bed over there.
Ginny pointed to a corner of the room with a couple of blankets and pillows on the floor. Nakia forced a smile.
Oh, great. Looks comfy.
Ginny smiled, oblivious to Nakia's discomfort.
Will you wait till I go to sleep?
Nakia smiled and nodded.
Of course.
Ginny gave Nakia the big puppy dog eyes.
Will you protect me forever?
Nakia nodded and smiled again.
Of course.
Ginny was fast asleep. Nakia watched the little Gucci boy sleep with a smile on his face.
They are so cute when they are sleeping.
Nakia got
Time to leave.
Nakia slowly closed the door behind him. Wincing until it was closed, Nakia breathed a sigh of relief when no one seemed to hear his escape. Meanwhile, Abbasi was in a dark room with a group of shady men. You see, Abbasi was a sultan as well, but a sultan that ruled Akdenan's underworld. He was the sultan of the Crooked Dagger.
My son brought something interesting to my attention. Apparently, a slave possesses magical powers. He is acquired by the Sultan of the Masked Sun.
One of the shady men raised their hands.
What do you wish us to do?
Abbasi smiled evilly.
I want you to acquire him for us.
Nakia made his way down a long hallway. Nakia walked down another hallway. Nakia walked down yet another hallway.
Huh?
3 of Abbasi's goons sneaked through the city through the night. Nakia walked down yet another hallway. Nakia walked down yet another hallway.
How big is this place?
Abbasi's grooms climbed the palace of the Sultan of the Mosque. Nakia walked around the corner to find himself facing a Kilnochi woman. Amunet smiled at the human slave.
Hello? Are you lost?
Ginny awoke from a bad dream he couldn't remember. Ginny looked around the room in surprise.
Huh?
He looked towards Nakia's bed to find he wasn't there. The Abbasi goons sneaked to to the holes, avoiding the guards. Nakia's back was to a wall as Amunet moved closer with a demure smile on her face.
Do you need help finding your way back to your quarters?
Nakia shook his head furiously.
I think I'm all right.
Amunet's seductive smile broadened.
I could help you.
Nakia smiled a forced smile.
It's okay. I'll find my...
Amunet's smile faded into a stern look.
I insist.
Nakia took a lot from Amunet's serious look. He knew he shouldn't refuse.
Oh. Sounds good.
Ginny walked through the halls trying to find his pet.
Nakia!
Abbasi's goons saw Ginny wandering through the halls. They watched him intently. Amunet had Nakia pinned against a wall.
I'm not sure about this, Your Majesty.
Amunet kissed Nakia's neck.
Don't you find me beautiful?
Of course.
He didn't.
Pretty certain may find out.
Amunet rolled her eyes.
The Sultan misses much.
Nakia gave the Sultana a sympathetic look.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Ginny continued to roam the halls, searching for his human.
Nakia?
Abbasi's goons proceeded to follow the young noble.
I still love him, but he paid more attention to his worker than me.
Nakia patted Amunet on the back.
It's all right. It's all right.
Ginny turned the corner to see Nakia holding his mother.
Nakia? Mother?
Nakia and Amunet looked at Ginny in surprise. Nakia gently pushed Amunet away.
It's not what it looks like.
Ginny gave Nakia a puzzled look.
What does it look like?
Oh, right. You're a child.
Amunet glared at Nakia. Nakia knew he would suffer on account of that look.
Oh.
Suddenly, a hooded figure held a dagger to Ginny's throat.
No one move.
Nakia didn't know how long he stood there watching the knife at Ginny's throat. His brain raced to find something to do, but nothing came to him. Ginny was so scared as he felt the dagger blade close to his throat. He looked to Nakia, who seemed powerless. Then Ginny remembered Nakia's gifts.
I wish this penknife was gone.
Not going to be that easy, little one.
The goon found himself becoming transparent.
Huh?
Before disappearing entirely. The Abbasi goon appeared above an ocean. Before falling in. Nakia and Amunet looked at Ginny in shock, while Ginny smiled at Nakia.
Thanks.
Amunet turned a confused gaze to Nakia.
Thanks.
Nakia shrugged.
You're welcome.
The other two Abbasi goons saw what transpired in horror. Amunet, Nakia, and Ginny turned their attention to the remaining goons, seeing that they were caught.
Oh no! Run!
Both goons tried to run. Ginny snared.
I want them gone too.
Both goons disappeared. One goon appeared in a jungle.
Huh?
The goon looked around frantically.
Where am I?
The goon turned around when he heard a roar.
Huh?
The goon found himself facing a tiger.
Oh no.
The last goon appeared in the desert, a few feet in the air. Jeannie nodded in satisfaction.
Good work, Nakia.
Amunet looked at Nakia. Nakia spotted the noblewoman looking at him and quickly got into the position of just casting a spell. He smiled.
No problem at all.
Amunet eyed Nakia suspicious.
Yes, thank you, Nakia.
Nakia forced a smile toward Amunet. At this point, he knew that she knew he had no real gift. Amunet felt a little hand tug on her dress. She looked down to see Jeannie looking up at her.
Mother, please don't tell Father about Nakia's abilities.
Amunet shot a glare at Nakia, who was still forcing a smile. She looked back down to her son and smiled.
Your father doesn't need to know.
Jeannie smiled.
Thank you. I don't think he would understand.
I know he wouldn't understand.
Jeannie looked to Nakia.
Let's go to bed, Nakia. I remade yours.
Nakia sneered.
Thanks.
Get to be Ginny. I need to talk to Nakia.
Jeannie shrugged.
Good night.
Amunet smiled at her son. Jeannie walked away. Amunet turned her attention to Nakia.
Nothing happened tonight.
Nakia shrugged.
Whatever are you talking about?
Amunet smirked.
That's a good human.
Nakia gave Amunet a smile as he went to join Jeannie.
By the way,
Nakia stopped and turned to look at Amunet. The noblewoman smiled.
Careful wandering by yourself. Not all the guards know you, and it can be treacherous outside of the palace.
Amunet's smile faded to a very serious look.
I would hate to see anything happen to you. My son values you so.
Oh. Message researched, madam.
A thin smile came across Amunet's beak.
Good night.
Nakia made his way down the hall looking somber. Amunet thought back to her secret lover years ago. In the middle of the desert, the Avasi goon picked himself up off the ground and dusted himself off, looked towards the horizon.
The master should know about this.
And began walking.
It was a fascinating story, and it felt as if there was more. But I had to be fair. One story per culture.
After such a wonderful tale from the Sultan of the Mast's wife, he was kind enough to provide me a ship with a crew. Everyone thought that I was mad, but I did want to find the continent of Uncle Arctica. I had heard of a race of penguin folk, Pangosians, I believe they're called. They live there. I was interested in learning more about them. Once we docked, I tried to convince the crew to come with me. They refused. I understood. I'm sure that they weren't too keen on such a temperature change. Besides, I saw a few Pangosians on the coast anyway. I tried to talk to some of the Pangosians, but there was a bit of a language barrier. After attempting to talk to so many Pangosians, I was ready to give up. Until night fell. The tribe had built a great big bonfire in the middle of the village, where the Pangosians convened. I was in for an unexpected treat. As the night progressed, they started to play some music, and they started dancing. I noticed the dance was very specific, like it was telling a story. I decided I would do my best to transcribe it. There was a tribe of Pangosians that had a human among them. His name was Arturian. He would have frequent walks through the village, greeting all the Pangosian tribespeople.
Hey there, Mr. Quackers. I have no idea what you're saying.
Though he was allowed to walk around, he wasn't part of the village. He was their prisoner. The tribe was dealing with a sea demon that kept eating their people, so they captured Arturian as a sacrifice instead. They were keeping him until then, but that's a story for a different day. Anyway, Arturian did have one friend. It was a little Pangosian girl that he named Chatter. Chatter was an interesting little girl due to her ability to understand and speak common upon first meeting Arturian. Arturian would have long chats with Chatter, mostly Arturian telling her stories. Did I tell you about the were-octopus pirate? But one night, Arturian was feeling depressed.
What story did he have tonight?
Sorry, little one. Not tonight.
What's the matter?
Other than waiting for my imminent doom, nothing much.
Is there anything I can do?
Can you grant wishes? Chatter merely stared at a human friend.
No?
Arturian sneered. I didn't think you would.
Sounds like you could use she of cold flippers.
Arturian nodded. Yeah. Arturian gave Chatter a curious look. What?
You've never heard of she of cold flippers?
A few days ago, I didn't hear of you. Chatter shrugged.
Fair enough. It was a few years ago, or so I heard. She of cold flippers was born in the village. She was born different from everyone else.
Did she have cold flippers?
Yes! How did you know?
Just a guess. Continue.
Anyway, she of cold flippers tried to make friends.
No, don't come near us with those cold flippers.
As she grew older, she discovered she had more than just cold flippers. She of cold flippers found that she could affect the environment. Her touch could freeze lakes. She could summon blizzards. And her deadliest ability was to drain the warmth out of living things. That last ability is what made the others chase her away.
I'm so tired of living alone and so tired of these cold flippers.
So she went off to live on her own.
Arturian scratched his head. What does that have to do with our problem? Chatter shrugged.
I figured since she has so many powers, she might grant wishes too.
It's worth a shot. Arturian smiled at Chatter. Let's go!
What?
Arturian managed to sneak out of his tent with a very reluctant Chatter. They made their way quietly through the camp.
Where are we going?
We're going to find she of cold flippers.
But that's a legend.
Arturian smiled. All legends have some truth to them. Arturian and Chatter managed to sneak out of the camp. And they trekked. And trekked. And trekked. And trekked. Until Chatter said,
Where are we going?
Arturian stopped in his tracks and looked at Chatter in panic. What? I thought you were leading me to her. Chatter shrugged.
Fine. Let's head back to the village. Alturian looked around at the white wasteland around him. How do we get back to the village? So Alturian and Chatter searched for the village. They trekked, and trekked, and trekked, and trekked, until their feet couldn't carry them anymore, and they dropped onto their hindquarters, into the snow.
Where are we?
Alturian looked around, but could only see snow. I was hoping you knew. The weather got worse. Alturian and Chatter managed to find an ice cave and huddled together to stay warm. In vain. I'm sorry, little one.
Me too.
What are you sorry for?
Listening to you.
The storm eventually subsided. Alturian and Chatter managed to get some sleep. However, something heard the two loud snorers. Alturian was in a deep sleep, feeling the warmth of the fire on his face. It felt wonderful. Then he remembered he didn't make a fire. Huh? Alturian's eyes popped open and he found that he was no longer in an ice cave, but a cottage next to a warm fire.
Alturian?
Alturian turned around to see Chatter staring down at him with a big smile on her face.
Good morning.
Hey! Alturian smiled. Alturian looked around. Where are we?
Her home.
Who's home? Alturian looked up into the face of the old wrinkly Pangosian. Ah! Alturian crawled backwards, away towards a wall. Tell her we mean her no harm. The old Pangosian sneered.
She knows.
Alturian stared at the old Pangosian in shock. Oh, you speak common.
Alturian.
Alturian looked at Chatter in shock. What? Chatter pointed her flipper at the old Pangosian.
It's her.
Alturian looked back and forth from the two Pangosians. What? Realization hit Alturian. She of cold flippers. She of cold flippers made her guests some soup. Alturian smiled at She of Cold Flippers. This is good. What is it? She of Cold Flippers shook her head.
Best not to ask.
Alturian stared suspiciously at his soup, then shrugged and went back to eating. After everyone was done with his soup, Chatter slept in the corner. While Alturian and She of Cold Flippers chatted. Is everything they say true? She of Cold Flippers smirked, placed one of her flippers on Alturian's hands.
Some of it.
Alturian was surprised at how cold the flipper was. Wow, that is cold. Alturian gave She of Cold Flippers a curious look. How did this happen? She of Cold Flippers shrugged.
Ask the gods about that.
How can you speak common? Is that because of the gods too? She of Cold Flippers shrugged again.
Sure. It's as good as an explanation as anything.
Alturian pointed to Chatter. Is she going to be like...
Like me?
Alturian nodded sheepishly.
She would only be so lucky. I felt her flippers. They don't feel like mine. But she does possess the lingual.
Lingual?
Yes. Linguals are individuals that can learn different tongues simply by hearing them.
That's why Chatter can talk to me.
She probably learned it from you.
When did you learn common?
Oh, that was years ago.
Really?
Of course. Do you think you're the only visitor to this land?
I didn't really choose to come here.
No one does.
Alturian sneered. Speaking of getting out of here, do you have anything that will get rid of a sea demon?
Sadly, a lot of my powers are rumor and myth.
I should have figured.
However,
Alturian's ears perked up.
I believe I can transport people out of here.
Alturian's eyes widened. Really?
Yes, I spent years gathering the materials. I lack one last component
Alterian practically drooled in excitement. What is that?
Polar bear saliva.
Alterian's smile disappeared. Of course it is.
Luckily, a polar bear lives in a cave in a mountain not far from here.
Alterian rolled his eyes. Luckily.
I would go, but...
Alterian waved her off. It's fine. I'm used to these fetch quests. Alterian pointed to Chatter. Will you watch after her? She of Cold Flippers smiled.
Of course.
Alterian made his way to the mountain, fighting the freezing wind. I wish these people understood distance. Alterian found his way to the mountain. He looked up. The tip disappeared into the grey clouds above. She said the bear's cave is up here. So you have to climb several feet. It should be simple. You're optimistic. Realization came to Alterian as he looked down at Chatter. What are you doing here? Alterian clapped a hand over his mouth. Chatter went to say something. But Alterian clapped a hand over her beak. Alterian put a finger to his lips. Shh. Alterian pointed to the mountain. You have to be quiet. We don't want to start an avalanche. Chatter nodded. Why are you here?
I'm missing out on the void.
Fun! Alterian clapped a hand on his mouth again and looked towards the mountain. When he saw no activity, he took a deep breath to compose himself. Okay, we're just going to find a polar bear with a child. Nothing wrong here. Alterian and Chatter climbed, struggling to ascend and stay silent. Alterian and Chatter made their way through the ice cave, very quietly. Alterian and Chatter found the polar bear. Asleep. Alterian clapped his hand on Chatter's beak. Chatter looked up at him as he put a finger to his lips. Chatter nodded. Alterian slowly moved the vial she of Cold Flippers had given him towards the polar bear's mouth. Don't wake up. Don't wake up. Alterian managed to collect a lot of drool. A lot of drool. You. Once Alterian collected what he needed, he and Chatter, quietly, made their way towards the exit of the cave. Chatter was so excited.
I'm so excited!
Alterian put a finger to his lips.
We're gonna defeat the sea demon!
Alterian aggressively banged his finger to his lips.
We could...
Alterian grabbed Chatter's beak, forgetting how sharp it was.
Ow!
Alterian froze in horror as he heard the polar bear waking up.
Damn!
Alterian had picked up Chatter and started running. Alterian looked back to see the polar bear gaining. Alterian picked up his pace. Alterian ran out of the cave. And just barely stopped.
Whoa!
Before going over the edge. Alterian looked down. Then back to the cave where the bear was still charging towards him. Alterian looked around in panic until he noticed some rocks falling from above. He had formed a plan he hated. He looked down at Chatter.
Do you trust me?
Chatter gave him a curious look.
Yes?
Alterian nodded.
Good enough.
Alterian raised his head to the sky and let out a scream. The polar bear was almost upon Alterian and Chatter, and was just about to pounce when... an enormous wave of snow came crashing down on everyone. A few moments passed. Alterian climbed out of the snow.
Quite a ride, wasn't it, Chatter?
Upon only hearing silence and not seeing his friend, Alterian looked around more frantically.
Chatter?
Alterian saw one of Chatter's flippers sticking out of the pile of snow.
Chatter?
Alternian frantically dug through the snow. Until he uncovered Chatter, who was unresponsive.
Chatter!
Alternian shook Chatter.
Come on, kid. Wake up.
Alternian slapped her a couple times.
Get up. Get up.
She was unresponsive.
No. No.
She of Cold Flippers was mixing some items together. She was excited about the teleportation spell. She was too advanced in her age to get to the polar bear jewel, so it was fate that the human and the young Pangosian had found her, more that she found them. In her excitement, she had not noticed that Chatter had sneaked away, leaving a double made of blankets and pillows. She of Cold Flippers looked towards the door with a smile.
Oh, good, he's back.
She of Cold Flippers opened the door.
I'm glad you were able to.
She of Cold Flippers was horrified to see Chatter's unconscious body in Alternian's arm.
What happened? How did she...
Can you help her?
I can, but...
Bring her back!
But...
Bring her back! She of Cold Flippers was going to try another protest until she saw the tears streaming down the human's face. Please.
All right, let's get her inside. There's no time to lose.
Chatter awoke, with Alternian staring down at her. About time you woke up. Chatter looked around in groggy confusion.
Huh? What?
At Alternian's guest/prisoner tent. She looked at him, puzzled.
Where's she of Cold Flippers?
Alternian gave her a confused look of his own. Oh?
She of Cold Flippers? We went on a journey to find her. We had to get polar bear jewel.
Alternian gently touched Chatter's shoulders to calm her down. Whoa, little one. I think you had a dream. Chatter shook her head.
No. We went to the polar bear's cave. You collected the jewel. It chased us. You started an avalanche and
Realization hit Chatter like a wave of ice and snow. She looked up at Alternian in confused horror.
died.
Alternian gave his little penguin friend a reassuring smile. Do you feel dead right now? Chatter examined herself. When she could verify that she indeed was alive, she looked up at Alternian.
No.
Alternian shrugged. Well? Chatter shrugged back.
Oh, guess it must have been a dream.
A nightmare? Chatter shook her head.
No.
No.
Although I didn't care for the ending, it was nice to have an adventure with you, even if it was a dream.
Alternian smiled. Well, you need to get your sleepy butt home.
Come on.
Come on, get going. Come back tomorrow and I'll tell you all about the pirate octopus monster, and how he came at me with his 10 tickles. Alternian tickled Chatter, who laughed hysterically. Tick, 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 tick. Torical waved to Chatter as she left. Alternian turned around to find himself facing She of Cold Flippers. Ah!
Do you think you were believed?
Alternian composed himself. How did you get in here?
Arcane secrets.
Really?
No. I climbed under a flap.
Alternian sneered. Oh, yes. I think I was believed. She of Cold Flippers nodded.
Good.
Sorry I ruined the teleportation spell. She of Cold Flippers shrugged. Alternian nodded.
The small one was more important.
True.
You know that you're still going to be sacrificed to the sea demon.
Alternian nodded. Yeah.
But you're a resourceful one.
Alternian shrugged. Yeah.
I'm sure you plan to go back to your quest.
Alternian nodded. Yeah.
I take it you promised Chatter an adventure.
Alternian smiled and nodded. Yeah. She of Cold Flippers gave Alternian a stern look.
Break that promise.
Alternian's smile disappeared. I intend to.
Good.
She of Cold Flippers turned to leave.
Good night, Alterian.
Good night, She of... Alternian smiled. A warm heart.
Oh, none of that. I have a reputation to keep.
I was surprised that I was able to discern such a story through a dance. It must have been mystical in nature. I showed the Pangosian people my gratitude before my Kilnochi sailors and I departed. I had gone from a blazing desert to a frozen tundra, so arriving on the island of Tabanan of the Isle of Irie, with its temperate climate, was a very refreshing experience. The Isle of Irie was a traveler's paradise. I wanted to indulge in the local cuisine. I wanted to sit on the beach and soak in the sun. But I was here on a purpose. I had to talk to the Mongol. They were the people that populated the islands. They were humanoid, accepting their small snouts and bodies covered with fur. I scoured the island for physical tokens to obtain. After much walking, much coin, I was not disappointed.
Well, yes. And business was booming. The fruit merchants were selling visitors exotic fruits.
Carnes a banana.
The gondola tours exciting.
And this is where the flamingos like to bathe.
And the music got the visitors to dance. Whether they knew that it or not, and there was. His job would give the lady folk an experience.
Now, my beautiful one.
It were a job to give himself.
Excuse me, madam, be mistook you for the sunrise.
In fact,
we usually charge 2 gold, keeping more precious than he will be needing the Cojo.
Oh, okay.
Asked him to stop. We all had our jobs, not jobs, but we all had our most important responsibility. It was to fight the dragons. Dragons hate us Mongol. Of course, we don't care much for them. Probably have something to do with us not being affected by their breath. Nor their offensive magics. However, we still had to be wary of their defect jobs. The battles would be fierce. But we triumphant more times than not. We know that the dragon team sound rather really important. Anyway, back to Abigail. Abigail was working. Find himself a female visitor.
He was gonna pick a flower. He don't know how to pick it.
Whereabouts? Where? He saw something. Well, someone. She wore an ale-top, silver chain hair, no, silver hair, gray, blue eyes, sky, and fierce intensity. Abigail's lion drew the throat with the Mongol without a word and job.
Huh? What?
The giant was annoyed with Abigail. Understandably,
Aren't I a flower?
Abigail noted. What really looking after her?
Right. You are a flower. You are very pretty.
That's it.
We have to do something. You go ahead. We'll meet you there.
Abigail walked off.
Meet you where?
Area, a pale leader, had been sent to the Isle Ivory, hunt down the quality. So Fury of North had murdered many of the fellow Bruce Riders. Area sought justice. Well, revenge. She was was a determined warrior. Never stopped on the front. She would not suffer destruction. Not from the sunshine. Not from the music. Not from the exalted fruits. Nothing.
You found
Especially not some monkey, another boy. There at the monkey.
What?
Abigail smiled, unaware of the annoyance in his soul.
looking for a good time and a chance to take that armor off? Here we be.
Ilya looked Abigail up and down. She stared into his eyes, betraying no emotion. After a moment or two, she turned, walked away. Abigail was taken aback. He was confused. He was hurt. He was in love.
Hold on there.
Ilya searched amongst the mongrel visitors. Superior Laub, the master of the skies. Ilya would have told her.
Wait.
She knew the Mongol idiot to make her life easier.
We didn't catch your name.
I didn't throw it.
Ilya stormed off again.
You can do this, Abigail. If you want. You know it.
Abigail ran after to his right. Ilya gave away. Found the floor. Tried to get someone. Anyone's attention.
Excuse me. Can I ask you? Could you answer?
No one stopped but me.
Ugh!
Ilya saw the monkey with nothing but out of the tree. Ilya stomped off for Abigail into her. Abigail lost her in the crowd. But he would not leave to turn. Ilya found old fruit seller woman.
Excuse me, miss.
Old fruit seller smiled at the elf.
What you need, darling?
I need some information.
Old fruit seller smiled wider.
You gonna buy some fruit?
No.
Old fruit seller smile disappeared.
Then we got no information.
Ilya rolled her eyes.
Fine. I'll take the...
Ilya pointed to a crate of fruit.
What are those?
Those be dates.
I'll take some of those.
Old fruit seller gathered the dates. Clapped them in Ilya's hand, while Ilya dropped the pointed. The old fruit seller smiled.
What you need to know, sweetie?
Have you seen a dragon around here?
Old fruit seller thought for a moment, then shook her head.
Nope.
The old fruit seller smiled wider.
Have a good day, sweetie.
Ilya scared.
Thanks.
Looking for dragons then.
Ilya turned around to see another boy. Nonchalance.
You might know something about the dragon.
What do you know?
Abigail shook his head.
Oh, no. Information ain't free.
Fine. What's your price?
Abigail smiled and
One day.
Enough. I'm not indulging your silly little game. I'm here to work.
Don't flatter yourself. You're talking about the fruit you just bought.
Ilya shook her head. She grabbed a date, threw it at Abigail, and smiled. The one who would love a boy,
Uh-oh. You must smile. We can't be having that.
Ilya wiped a smile from her face. Then daggers at Abigail. Ilya wiped a smile from her face. Then daggers at Abigail.
The dragon?
People don't. It's always business.
Abigail pointed the thumb over her shoulder.
We killed one a few days ago. Its carcass not too far from your meetings.
Take me to it.
Abigail led Ilya to the dragon's office. That was sprouting up. Abigail looked at Ilya, impressed.
You ain't bothered by the smell?
This is not my first dead dragon.
You be full of surprises. In fact, we noticed you ain't got no Elven accent.
You're not very observant.
Abigail shrugged.
I spent a lot of time in Patron.
Abigail nodded.
Makes sense, me guess. Anyway, it's the dragon you looking for.
Amelia shook her head with a frown.
No, was a red dragon. I'm looking for a black dragon.
Amelia looked down the road.
Damn! I was hoping my mission was complete. Looks like I'll have to get a room at the hotel.
Oh no. Don't want to be dropped in paradise.
Amelia sneered at Abigail.
Not finishing my mission is hell to me.
Abigail put his hands up defensively.
All right. Don't take me head off.
Abigail gave her a smile. As a moment to reassure her.
Tell you what. Why don't you go to the hotel? While you get in your room, maybe get information back to Brent.
Amelia sneered.
Let me guess, you'll do it for a date.
Abigail smiled widened.
I mean, we're talking the food for.
Amelia smiled.
It depends on how much information you get.
Abigail was beyond excited about it. Charles tried to locate her, especially now that he got a smile out of the air. Abigail placed his hand over his heart as he made on the edge.
He swore to find the dragon in the most expedient manner.
Just go.
Abigail ran off.
On the way.
Amelia could not help but laugh. As the bamboo lover boy started to grow on her. Abigail searched the island until night fell, and Abigail didn't find much in the way of dragons. He did find some flowers. Abigail made his way to Elia's hotel to give the love of his life the flowers, until he saw the other love of his life. Abigail was walking on the beach until he heard splashing.
Huh?
Abigail investigated the splash here. As he saw a naked Drautina splashing around in the ocean water. Abigail wanted to stand there and enjoy the show, but the Drautina noticed him watching.
Can I help you?
Abigail panicked. He had to convince this woman he won't be a no pervert, which he was.
Me was, worried.
The Drautina looked confused.
Worried?
Abigail scrambled to think of something.
Yes, because there's an illness in the water.
The Drautina looked around at the water.
Illness?
It could really hurt your skin.
Oh, no.
The Drautina stood up from the water, and Abigail felt his heart jump into his throat. As the Drautina's lithe purple body and her long, wet silver hair shined in the moonlight, she looked around at her body.
Did I catch it? Did you see anything?
Abigail stared at the Drautina, mouth agape. The Drautina gave him a curious look.
Well?
Abigail shook his head.
No. No, look.
The Drautina stared at Abigail in her nude glory. Abigail couldn't help but smile.
Perfect.
The Drautina dressed herself, much to Abigail's sadness. Abigail and his new friend, Sophia, walked on the beach, talking and laughing. As the night progressed, and eventually, they ended up back in the water with their clothes on.
Say, what are you doing tonight?
Abigail stopped his fun as he remembered his mission.
Oh no, we were supposed to look for a dragon.
Sophia looked shocked. Abigail was surprised by his new friend's reaction.
What is it?
Are you looking for a black dragon?
Abigail was taken aback by what she said.
You saw it? Where?
Sophia pointed down the beach.
I saw it go to a cave a mile or so that way.
Abigail smiled. If he found the dragon, then Elia would be his special friend. And if he let her know that Sophia lead the way, maybe he could have two special friends. Abigail grabbed Sophia's hand.
Come on, let's go.
And practically dragged the Drautina behind him. Abigail and Sophia found their way through the cave. Abigail looked around but seemed disappointed.
Are you sure it's within here?
Sophia shrugged.
I thought I saw it coming here.
Abigail looked at Sophia curiously.
Are you sure you saw a black dragon?
Sophia shrugged again.
I don't know.
A sly smile crossed Sophia's face.
Did it look?
Sophia started to change. Sophia's body grew. Her arms and legs grew into giant scaly legs, ended in massive sharp talons. And her neck extended with her head, becoming a draconic maw with razor-sharp teeth and bright green eyes. Her screams turned into a roar. Abigail looked up in horror as Sophia, the dragon, stared down at him.
Like this.
Abigail managed to escape the dragon and ran away and screamed like a little girl. Abigail ran into Elia.
Oof.
Abigail was surprised to see Elia.
Elia!
Did you find the dragon?
Abigail looked back to see Sophia Goth flying towards him. Abigail looked back to Elia and nodded.
Me pretty sure me found it.
Sophia Goth landed before the Mongol and the elf. Abigail ran behind Elia and cowered. Elia sneered.
My hero.
Sophia Goth glared down at the elf warrior.
Are you the one that has been hunting me?
Elia glared defiantly up at the dragon. Elia glared defiantly up at the dragon.
You killed my brethren!
Sophia Goth shrugged.
You need to be more specific. I've killed lots of people. Are the two of you going to slay me?
Elia smiled.
You're right.
Elia unsheathed her sword and threw it aside.
Have you gone mad, girl?
Elia started taking off her armor. Abigail was going to protest, but he wanted to see where this went.
Let's make this a fair fight.
Elia started to change.
Huh?
Elia grew, and her skin became silver scales. Her limbs grew into long, scaly legs, ending in talons. Giant, leathery, bat-like wings exploded from her back. And her neck elongated and ended in a large, draconic maw with razor-sharp teeth. Her groans became a roar. Standing between the black dragon and Abigail was a silver dragon.
This the weirdest thing.
The two dragons started fighting. Abigail watched the battle, unsure what to do. Sophia the Goth pinned Elia to the ground. Sophia the Goth raised her claw to the sky and was about to bring it down on Elia's throat. Abigail looked around frantically. He found a large rock. He grabbed it and threw it. The rock sailed through the air and connected with the Black Dragon's eye. The Black Dragon glared at Abigail, who looked up at her sheepishly.
Maybe me shouldn't be here.
Sophia the Goth unleashed a stream of acid at the Mongol, covering him in the burning liquid. Sophia the Goth was surprised, as the acid burned everything around Abigail. But all it did to Abigail was melt his fur and goo.
Ew.
Fool! Dragon breath weapons don't hurt Mongu.
Elia swung her claw at the Black Dragon. The dragons went back to fighting. With Elia winning this time, Abigail cheered from the sidelines.
That's right, take her down.
Until Sophia Goth's tail slapped him, sending him flying for a long time. Until he finally landed at the other side of the beach. Until he finally landed at the other end of the beach. Abigail tried to get up.
So what are you there?
But the ordeal was too much, and Abigail passed out. Abigail didn't know how long he was unconscious, but when he woke up, he was met by Elia's face. In her elf form, not dragon.
Abigail?
She smiled as Abigail's eyes opened.
Good, you're all right.
Abigail winced as he tried to move.
Mostly.
Elia shook her head in disbelief.
To be honest, I expected you to run away.
To be honest, I should have.
I appreciate you.
Elia started leaning toward Abigail for a kiss. Abigail was about to return it, when he remembered that she was a dragon. Abigail stopped Elia by putting a finger to her lips.
Ye be nice and all, but me think we be moving too fast.
What? Abigail shook Elia's hand vigorously.
It was Brent making a new friend. Best of luck on your future journeys.
With that, Abigail walked off. Elia stared after her Mongu lover boy in shock.
Jerk!
It was a very interesting story that made me laugh. I thank my storyteller, with more gold than they were worth, to be honest. I made my way to the mainland of Bamboa. My Kilnochi escort had to go back home. I respected their decision. They asked if I wanted to go back with them, but I declined. My mission wasn't quite finished. Some Mongu helped me to the mainland, for some coin, of course. They told me about a city of gold that was home to a race of bird people known as the Makaya. I had to find out for myself. I struggled to find my way through the jungle, and thought I was going to be something's lunch. I found the Golden City, finally, and luckily. I searched around the Golden City, but couldn't find anyone. I thought I had missed out on this civilization. I was about to give up my search until they found me, as
The tips of spears were pointed at my throat. Hello. I thought I was a goner, but it turned out the Macoya understood common. After talking with them and assuring them that I had no interest in their gold, they treated me like an honored guest. Apparently, they could understand a language just by hearing it once. They were a fascinating people, and once I told them about my mission, they told me about a fascinating story. About spirits from another world stealing the sun.
Many moons ago, the city was in infancy, and we were just farmers. It was a day like any other, where all worked in the hot sun. Our people gathered the crops and cared for the animals before the slaughter. Until... something covered the sun. Our ancestors stared up at the strange cloud. Instead of being fluffy, it was smooth, almost perfectly round. Our people stared up at it for a long moment, until the cloud opened up, and a strange, strong wind came from it. It didn't blow our people away, but dragged them towards the cloud, which swallowed our people. Most of the captured slept in glass tubes, while young Skuwok was strapped to a hard table. Looked around to see glowing, beeping gems. Shadowy figures leaned over Skuwok, who panicked. The shadowy figures started operating on Skuwok. It was unclear what the Sun Thieves did to Skuwok, or how many times they did it. But it changed Skuwok. Days had passed, and the Sun Thieves had educated Skuwok thoroughly. Once Skuwok was ready, he was given his purpose. Skuwok knelt before his masters.
What is it you need? Yes, I know of the caves to the north. There is a yellow rock inside of them. What does that have to do with my people? You want us to mine the yellow rock? For what purpose?
Skuwok winced as his masters berated him.
I am sorry to overstep my bounds. If we mine your yellow rock, can we have our son back?
Skuwok was met with silence for several minutes before he received his answer.
Thank you.
Skuwok and the other captured Macoya were sent down. Skuwok told his people what the masters had told him.
Attention, everyone. We have a way to get our son back.
The people cheered. Our people began mining immediately. Skuwok and the other captured Macoya were made overseers by their masters. The work was grueling, and the miners were starting to drop. Skuwok was concerned about our people, so he went to plead with the masters. Skuwok knelt before the masters.
Masters, my people are struggling to mine the yellow rock. Could I have some assistance?
Skuwok smiled in excitement.
You have something to help? Thank you.
Something started manifesting in Skuwok's hand. And much to Skuwok's horror, the object that appeared was a whip.
I don't understand. But...
Skuwok winced.
Yes, my masters.
The captured Macoya became slave drivers for the Sun Thieves. The old Macoya was pushing a mining cart. Until the heat and exhaustion became too much, and they fell to the ground.
The old Micaiah looked up to see Skuak standing over them. Skuak's gaze went from the whip he was carrying to the old Micaiah and back several times. The old Micaiah stared up, pleading. Skuak dropped his whip to the ground. The old Micaiah stared up at Skuak in gratitude and confusion. Skuak turned and walked away. Skuak knelt before the masters.
Masters, I implore you, please give my people breaks. But they are dying.
Skuak winced from the masters yelling at him.
If my people die, they can't mine your yellow rock.
Skuak turned his head expecting to be reprimanded.
Huh?
But his masters seemed to calm themselves.
Our people are almost done.
Skuak smiled.
That's wonderful, thank you.
A few days passed. The Micaiah had collected tons and tons of the yellow rock. On this day, the Micaiah were mining when the mine started to cave in. Skuak saw a rock about to drop on a female Micaiah.
I'll save you.
Skuak ran towards the female Micaiah. The two Micaiah slave drivers tackled him and carried him out of the mine.
Wait, let go of me. I have to help.
Don't risk your life. The peasants aren't worth it.
Skuak looked at his fellow Micaiah.
Peasants?
As Skuak was brought out of the mine, he watched in horror and sadness as the large rock fell on the Micaiah woman he was trying to save.
No!
Later that night, Skuak knelt before the collapsed mine. Sobbing, he looked up towards the cloud of the masters. He clenched his fists and beak in rage.
I'm putting a stop to this.
Skuak would gather with other Micaiah in secret to teach them the secrets of the Sun Thieves. The masters had the Micaiah mining another mountain for yellow rock. When the mining activities were done for the day, they would sneak off with Skuak.
Come on. Come on.
Where they would make weapons out of the yellow rock. And they trained with their yellow rock weapons until they were ready. The day came. Skuak made his way to the cloud to report to his masters as he felt the summoning wind start to take him into the cloud.
Now!
Skuak's warriors charged towards the summoning wind and were brought up with Skuak. When Skuak and his warriors entered the cloud, surprising the masters as the warriors started destroying everything. From outside the cloud, the Micaiah on the ground watched in shock and awe. Skuak and his warriors continued to lay siege on the home of the Sun Thieves. As the cloud began shaking, Skuak addressed his warriors.
Go. Get out.
The warriors gave Skuak confused and pleading looks.
You've done enough. Now.
Skuak slammed his fist on a glowing jewel.
Go.
The floor of the cloud opened up, and the summoning wind brought the Micaiah warriors down. The summoning wind placed the Micaiah warriors to the ground. Back on the cloud, Skuak stood over one of his masters. It was the first time he got a good look at one of them. The master was a skinny creature with a large head and large black eyes. Its skin was gray and thin, and it had no nose. It waved its hands at Skuak in the universal sign of "Don't hurt."
I'll see to it that you never subjugate anyone ever again.
Skuak grabbed a strange stick and pulled it, much to the Sun Thief's horror. The cloud suddenly flew off, revealing the sun, which made the Micaiah people cheer, as they could once again feel the rays of the sun. Days passed as the Micaiah waited for their savior to return, but there was no sign of their hero's return. The Micaiah people had mined much of the yellow rock for the Sun Thieves, but since they were gone, they decided to build a city to honor their hero, and it was called Skuak. This was to commemorate the man who brought back the sun.
Beautiful story that explained the origins of such a beautiful city. It was unbelievable. I was fascinated to hear about the creatures from another world. This book was going to be great, but there were still more stories to find. The Micaiah had told me of a tribe of small cat people who lived further in the jungle.
They were known as the Pimji, and they had weapons that were nothing like anyone had ever seen. I was excited to meet them, so I bid the Macaria people goodbye and went on my way. I potentially made a decision that I would regret. In my haste to find the Pimji, I forgot to ask for an escort, so now I'm alone in this jungle. I will continue my journey, and hopefully not become something supper. I did not meet a Pimji, but I did meet a jaguar. I don't know how I was able to get ahead of the beast, but I knew I couldn't keep it up for long. I was nearing my last breath, and my energy reserves were depleted. As the beast was getting ready to pounce on me, I was about to drop when I heard bird calls. Huh? I looked up to see two birds staring down at me. These birds turned their attention to my attacker. The birds opened their mouths and spit darts at the jaguar as it was about to pounce on me. The beast dropped to the ground, unconscious. Out of the bushes came the operators of the birds. They were the Pimji I was looking for. They brought me back to camp, and I was surprised by the welcome I had received. It seems they had encountered gnomes before, but they referred to us as Sky Children. I asked how they knew us, and my goodness, what a story they had.
The Pimgi had been harassed by other tribes of Bamboa for being small. Goblins, kobolds, hobgoblins, bugbears, ogres and trolls all attacked the Pimgi people, but the Pimgi had claws and tenacity, which was enough to chase off their enemies. The Pimgi people were celebrating their latest victory, but unbeknownst to them, a new member of the tribe would be born that would change everything. Pasman looked down at his wife with pride as Owaka held their baby son.
He looks beautiful and strong.
Owaka smiled up to her husband.
That he is, just like his father.
Pasman looked down at his wife with concern.
What is wrong, my love?
Owaka stared up at her husband with tears in her eye.
Our baby has no clothes.
Unfortunately for Pasman and Owaka, it was the job of the tribe to name the newborns. They were not happy about the little one's lack of clothes, so the child was named Aziko Inzi for shame, which mean no clothes much, shame. Pasman and Owaka were not happy about the designation. And poor little Shame, that was what everyone shortened his name to, much to his chagrin, would spend most of his time by himself. To occupy time, he would make little wooden creations. One day, he was whittling a big stick when Ukutelela walked up to him.
Hello, Shame. Do you need something, Ukutelela?
Ukutelela smirked.
Not from you, Flawless.
Shame continued to whittle a stick without looking up at Ukutelela.
Glad I could help.
Ukutelela ignored his pleading sarcasm.
Father took me hunting today.
Shame continued to whittle, trying to ignore Ukutelela. Although he did grip the stick tighter.
Good for you. It was great. Maybe someday you'll get the feeling of sinking your claws into...
Ukutelela feigns empathy.
Oh, right. You don't have claws.
Shame rolled his eyes as he continued his whittling.
Clever.
Ukutelela was getting annoyed by not getting the attention he sought. A sly smile crossed his face as he thought of a fun game.
It's a shame you don't have claws. Shame.
Ukutelela extended his claws.
You could do amazing things.
And swiped at Shame's stick.
Like this.
Cutting the stick in half, Shame held what was left of his ruined stick with sadness.
You're very impressive, Ukutelela. That's nothing. Think fast!
Ukutelela swiped at Shame. Coming within inches of his face, Shame stepped back.
Hey!
Ukutelela took another swipe. Again, just barely missing Shame's face.
Stop!
Ukutelela shrugged as he feigned innocence.
What?
Before taking another swipe at Shame, Ukutelela kept swinging his claws at Shame, while Shame dodged.
Come on, Ukutelela. But I'm not touching you. You need to stop. You need to stop. 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 Or I will... Or what?
Rage welled up in Shame. As his grip tightened on what was left of his stick, before he knew what he was doing, before he could stop himself, he raised his stick into the air and plunged the stick into Ukutelela's eye. Shame stared at Ukutelela in horror as he realized what he had just done.
Ukutelela, I am so sorry.
But Shame was interrupted by Ukutelela's screams of horror and pain. The next week would decide Shame's fate. Shame stood before the chief and the rest of the tribe. Everyone looked angry, but especially the chief, because he was Ukutelela's father.
Shame was the proper name to give you. You almost blinded my son.
The chief gestured towards Ukutelela, who glared angrily at Shame with his good eye. A crude eye patch covered his wounded eye. The chief turned his attention back to Shame.
What do you have to say for yourself?
Silence! I should have been executed. But since I have been close to your family, I do not have the heart to put you to death.
Thank you, sir.
Silence!
Shame averted his eyes.
You have shown that you are a danger to our people despite your lack of claws, and I cannot have you bringing harm to anyone else.
Shame looked pleadingly.
But I...
Silence!
Once again, Shame averted his eyes.
Your punishment is banishment.
You can't...
Silence!
Your son!
I said silence. I will change your sentence to an execution.
Shame looked to his parents.
Mother! Father! Help me!
Much to Shame's disappointment, his parents turned to look away from him. The chief pointed towards the jungle.
Now leave, and bring this tribe no more shame with your presence.
Shame hung his head in, shame, as he walked towards the jungle. Shame walked through the jungle with his head held low. As the day turned to night, Shame sat in the middle of a jungle clearing. And cried. Shame looked up towards the night sky.
I wish they gave me the execution option.
Quick note. The Pimji people did not understand Common at the time. That will be important later.
Days passed. Shame managed to survive on fruits and vegetables he could find, as well as small animals that he could hunt. He had no claws to take them down, but he was good at creating makeshift spears to do the job. One day, Shame was climbing a tree, trying to see if he could get some fruit.
Hello!
Huh?
Shame continued to climb the tree, and when he reached the top, he didn't find fruit, but a sky child in some sort of net.
Good day, sir.
Rupert tried to look at his guest, as best as he could, swinging in his net.
Oh, Batum, I was wondering.
Rupert waited for the net to stop swinging around so he could face Shame.
If you could, possibly, help me down.
Shame stared at the strange creature curiously, for he had no idea what it said.
Seems to be a language barrier.
As Rupert came around again, he mimed a close wipe. Shame understood the gestures as he, with great sadness, showed Rupert his clothes. Well, lack of thereof.
That is most unfortunate.
Shame assessed the situation. A realization came to Shame. He had no clothes, but it didn't mean he didn't have teeth. He bit a part of the net. Ripping it open, Rupert smiled as he found himself free.
Thank you so much.
Rupert found that he was standing on a weak branch.
Oh dear.
Once Shame had descended from the tree, he helped the injured, limping Sky Child.
Ow, 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 ow.
To the shelter of a hole in a tree, the two men shared some fruit Shame had foraged.
This is delicious. What is this?
Shame ate his piece of fruit. Staring at Rupert blankly, Rupert nodded as he swallowed.
Right, the language barrier.
Rupert smiled.
It's all right, I talk enough for the both of us.
Shame smiled nervously as he had no idea what the Sky Child was saying. As the days went by, the two men learned much from each other. Rupert taught Shame how to speak and read Common.
All right, try this sentence.
The cat drinks milk.
Good show, my boy.
Shame smiled a big, toothy smile. Rupert hoped it was a smile. It kind of scared him.
Let's continue.
Shame would teach Rupert the finer points of survival while acting like a guide and guardian. Rupert was limping along when he heard a hiss.
Huh?
Rupert looked down to see a snake staring at him. Rupert backed away.
Easy, friend. I don't mean you any harm.
The snake more than likely didn't understand the Sky Child's intentions. It just knew this thing would be a good meal. It leaped towards Rupert. Rupert put his hands up in a pathetic attempt to defend himself. Before the snake could sink its fangs into the Sky Child, Shame grabbed the snake and proceeded to slam the snake against a tree. Rupert watched in horror.
Oh my!
Shame looked at his friend with concern.
Are you all right?
Rupert stared nervously at the dead snake hanging limply in Shame's hand.
Yes, I'm fine. That creature was so fast it almost caught me before I could do anything.
Rupert pointed to the snake.
What are you going to do with that?
Shame looked down to the snake in his hands and brought it to his mouth and took a bite. Rupert sneered in disgust.
I'm sorry I asked.
Shame offered Rupert some snake.
No, thank you. I'm full.
Shame shrugged, took another bite of snake. As he pondered what his friend said about the snake. Rupert and Shame's favorite pastime was when they would build things together. The two had been working on a house for Rupert. They would have long conversations, now that Shame was becoming more fluent in Common.
Say, I never asked why you were in that net.
It's really embarrassing.
Shame shrugged.
I was named after embarrassment.
All right. I'd always dreamed of flying. I told my parents about my dream and they...
You'll never do it, boy.
Maybe try for something else. Were not as supportive as I wish they would be, but I was determined. I would watch the birds outside my bedroom window, and I would study them. I drew up several plans for flying machines. But I couldn't find a good design. I don't know how much paper I had thrown away, but one piece of paper caught my attention. Huh? As it caught the breeze and floated to the floor gently, it gave me a new idea. I got to writing new plans. Gathering materials, I had built myself a parachute.
Shame stared at Rupert curiously.
Parachute?
Rupert smiled nervously.
Yes, I used my grandmother's breeches and they looked a lot like two chutes.
Shame merely stared at Rupert.
I might rename it. Anyway, I had finished my project. It's done! And I took it out for a test. Yes! Which was exhilarating. However, I didn't take the wind current into account on my outing. I don't know how long I sailed on the winds, but I know it wasn't long enough to bring me here. Then we met.
Rupert saw Shame sleeping on the ground.
I love to keep my audience riveted.
More days passed. And Shame learned so much from his friend, he started building what he called his better claws. Shame had remembered the incident with the snake. He was inspired to build the snake bite. The snake bite consisted of a handle that went around Shame's knuckles, a small leather strap stamped from the middle with tiny barbs sticking out of it. The barbs were dipped in poison. Rupert and Shame were walking through the jungle looking for material for Rupert's home when they noticed a bird. Rupert smiled.
The fauna here is so beautiful.
A white semi-solid substance splurred on Rupert's shoulder.
Oh, the creature spit on me.
Shame looked at Rupert nervously.
I don't think that's spit.
Please let me pretend it's spit.
Shame allowed Rupert to think the substance was spit, while it inspired better claws. Shame built the bird spit. It was essentially a mechanical bird puppet with a hidden blowgun that fired poisonous darts. After a few days of diligent construction, Rupert's house was finished.
Hooray!
And the two friends celebrated with a feast. Rupert ate several exotic fruits. While Shame ate meat from animals Rupert didn't know about, or want to know about.
Enjoying yourself?
Shame merely nodded. Shame noticed the utensil Rupert was using. Shame pointed to Rupert's utensils.
What is that?
Rupert looked down at his utensil.
This?
Shame nodded.
Yes, it is not a fork. It is not a spoon.
I developed it myself. I enjoy food so much. I was tired of it slipping off my fork or spilling off my spoon, so I made something that combined the strengths of both. I called it a spork.
Fascinating.
A mercurial smile crossed Rupert's face.
You know what my favorite feature of this utensil is?
No.
A big glob of fruit had splattered against Shame's forehead. Rupert had used his spork as a tiny capsule to launch the piece of fruit at his friend's head.
That's...
Rupert had amused himself until he caught Shame staring at him.
Sorry, my friend. I was trying to bring some mirth.
Shame stared at Rupert for a few seconds, which felt longer to Rupert, until Shame smirked.
It was a good ruse, my friend.
That's good. I thought I had...
Rupert was interrupted by a clump of fruit hitting him in the face.
You got something on your face.
Both friends broke into laughter. Rupert's spoke inspired Shame's favorite weapon. Rupert had talked about a weapon that seafarers used called a trident, so he decided to combine the trident with Rupert's combination to make the spident. Shame was exploring the jungle, looking for food. Shame had stalked a delicious-looking deer boar. To where it was grazing, Shame found a spot in some bushes, readying his spident for the kill.
You're going to be delicious.
Shame was about to throw his spident when something else stalked through the bushes, which startled the dire boar.
No!
The dire boar ended up running off.
Damn!
Shame saw something fall out of the bushes across the clearing.
Huh?
Shame recognized the thing as a female Pimgi. He knew this woman.
Hebo?
Shame had carried Hebo to a nearby cave where he gave her water and fruit and treated her wounds. Once Hebo nursed back to health, Shame asked her questions.
What's going on?
It's terrible. We were going about our day as usual when they attacked. We fought the goblins as best as we could, but we were losing badly due to our claws being unable to penetrate their armor. Huh? Our chief, Ukulelela, fought the goblins' leader, an ogre called Nsimbi Enkulu. Ukulelela fought valiantly. But Nsimbi's armor was too strong. And we all watched in horror as Nsimbi raised his massive club and brought it down. And
Hebo buried her face into Shame's chest.
it was horrible.
Shame knew he had to help his people. Shame prepared his weapons and made his way back to his people.
Shame! Wait!
Shame turned around to see Rupert running towards him. Once Rupert caught up with Shame, he stopped to catch his breath. Once Rupert caught his breath a few moments later, he addressed his friend.
You should really slow down. You're a hard man to catch up with.
I cannot stay. I must protect my people.
Protect your people? The same people who banished you?
They need my help.
So?
They are my family.
You're my family.
Shame was taken back by what Rupert said and the tears forming in his eyes.
Rupert,
Rupert turned away and waved Shame off.
No, don't. I understand. I was being selfish. I just don't want you to die for people who would let you die.
Shame smirked.
I will always consider you family. And once this is over...
Shame held out his hand to shake Rupert's hand. Rupert shook his head.
No, that simply won't do.
Rupert embraced Shame. Nsimbi watched over his conquered people. As his goblins wiped the Pimgi as they toiled in the dirt. Two goblin guards surveyed the jungle for escapees. Suddenly, one of the goblins felt something bite his neck. The other goblin looked at his companion in concern.
What's wrong with you?
The first goblin rubbed his neck.
I don't know, I think some bug bit me.
The first goblin brought his hand before his eyes and was shocked to find a dart in his hand.
What is this?
The poison hit the goblin all of a sudden, and the goblin hit the ground, dead. The other goblin was shocked by his friend's sudden demise.
What the?
The remaining goblin looked down at the source of the dart.
Who did this? Where are you?
The remaining goblin saw a weird bird in a tree. The goblin eyed the bird suspiciously.
What are you?
The bird opened its mouth wide and spit a dart at him, which struck the goblin right in the forehead. The goblin fell to the ground, dead. 2 more goblins were surveying the jungle. They stopped in their tracks when they heard something. The goblins aimed their spears toward the bush.
We know you're in there.
Come on out.
Shame stepped out of the bushes.
It would have been no use sneaking up on us.
Yeah,
The other goblin banged on his armor confidently.
your claws don't have effect on us.
Shame sneered.
I don't have claws.
Oh, then you're extra useless.
Shame shrugged.
You have me figured out.
Shame lashed out with a strip of leather, slashing both goblins across the face.
Oh, hey!
The goblins fell to their cheeks. They looked at their hand, which had specks of blood on them.
What was that?
Yeah, are you gonna let me scratch us to death?
Shame smirked.
It's not the barbs, it's the poison.
The 2 goblins looked at Shame in surprise.
What?
At the moment, the poison kicked in and both goblins fell to the ground. Insimbi continued to watch over his people with a terrible smile on his face.
Insimbi!
Insimbi turned to look who called him out. Insimbi found himself staring at a Pimgi holding up 2 dead goblins.
I challenge you to single combat.
Shame threw the 2 dead goblins to the ground.
What say you?
Insimbi sneered.
Who dares kill my men and challenge me?
Shame slammed his fist against the chest.
I am Aziko Izinzipo Shame. This is my tribe.
I know who I am crushing.
Shame and Insimbi faced each other in a circle made of Pimgi and goblins. Insimbi stared at Shame with a quirky smirk as he saw Shame brandishing his spident.
What are you going to do with that?
Shame gave Insimbi a fierce look.
This!
Shame charged towards the poisoned bottom of the spident and stabbed it into the ground, perplexing Insimbi. As the spident stood in the ground, Shame grabbed a rock and put it in the scope, pulled it back. Insimbi watched this in confusion. Shame let go of the spident. The rock sailed through the air. And before Insimbi could understand what was going on, the rock struck him in the face. Insimbi glared at Shame with rage through a face covered in cuts and bruises. Meanwhile, Rupert sat in the home that he and Shame built. He stared at his meal of fruit, not touching any of it. Rupert shook his head.
I can't just sit idly by.
Rupert made his way through the jungle. Rupert looked around nervously.
I wish Shame was with me.
Rupert returned to see the spot where he landed. He smiled as he saw the beads of his parachute still there.
It's still there.
Insimbi swung his heavy club towards Shame. But Shame was too nimble and jumped over the weapon. Insimbi backhanded the Pimgi, sending him flying to the ground. Shame started to pick himself off the ground. Shame saw Insimbi looming over him, ready to bring him down with lightning-quick reflexes. Shame thrust his spident toward the ogre, stabbing him in the knees. Insimbi fell to his knees. Before Insimbi could get up, he found the points of Shame's spident aimed at his throat.
Yield!
The Pimgi people exploded in cheer.
Now leave here and never return.
Insimbi gave Shame a solemn look.
Honor will force me to do as told.
A malicious smile crossed Nsimbi's face.
Unfortunately for you.
Several goblins grabbed Shame and held him back. One of them snatched the spider from his hands.
Huh? What?
I don't listen to order.
Nsimbi stood up and readied his club to bring it down on Shame.
Any last words?
Shame was scared until he saw something behind Nsimbi. Shame smiled.
Yes, look behind you.
I've conquered tribes being so gullible, boy.
Shame shrugged.
Suit yourself.
Nsimbi's curiosity got the better of him. Nsimbi turned around and was surprised to see a little man flying at him on a giant sheet.
Surprise!
Rupert's feet connected with the ogre's eyes. Nsimbi stumbled backward. The goblin with the spider saw his leader was about to fall on him.
Oh no!
The goblin ran off as Nsimbi fell on the spider, impaling himself and dying. Poor Rupert bounced across the ground.
Oh! Ow! Oh! Ow! Oh! Oh!
Before he was stopped by a tree.
Oof! Rupert!
Rupert shrugged off his goblin captors. They too were shocked over their leader's death to stop him and ran to his friend.
Are you okay?
Rupert laid on the ground moaning in pain.
Oh, I've been better.
As Shame helped Rupert on his feet, they found themselves surrounded by goblins.
You may have killed Nsimbi, but we'll still outnumber you. Huh?
The goblins turned around to see that they were surrounded by Pimgi.
I think you need to learn to count, my friend.
The Pimgi chased the goblins into the jungle. Days passed. Shame showed his people how to build his interesting weapons, and a few Pimgi developed their own weapons. Then one day, Shame and Rupert made their way back to the jungle.
Wait!
Shame and Rupert stopped to look to see Hebo running toward them.
Where are you going?
Shame smiled.
We're going home.
Hebo looked at Shame in confusion.
But this is your home.
Shame shook his head.
It was.
But what if we need you?
Shame looked over Hebo's shoulder at some young Pimgi training with their new weapons. Shame smiled at Hebo.
You won't buy.
Shame and Rupert turned and walked into the jungle and into legend.
I was fascinated by the people and their wonderful story. Bamboo was growing on me.
I'd spent years with the PG. I never thought it would happen, but I decided Bamboo would be my home. I didn't know what would come of my story collection. I thought that I would just shelve my Orb of Witness somewhere and listen to it for nostalgia purposes. I thought I'd be the only one to enjoy it, really. Then something extraordinary happened. A gnomish ranger by the name of Sedgwick had come to find me. I learned that he was the grandson of Welksis, the warden who had taken good care of me back home in Boomford. You see, I left without permission, which was a jailable offense. That's a real term, but anyway. She had passed, which saddened me. Apparently she went in her sleep before she could go to prison, so small miracles, I guess. But anyway, Sedgwick had told me that she discussed my project with the family, and he was dying to meet me. He wasn't here to take me back. He wanted to learn the stories I had been collecting. This was wonderful. So, I gave him my Orb of Witness so that he could take it back to my people, and they would be less close-minded. So in closing, if you're hearing this, it's a fantastic world that's all around us. Make sure you explore it. Make sure you tell your own stories that inspire those that